some of the better ones, and you go to George's blog and click on it, and see if you can read directly from the link.
Well, there's two things that I'm going to want to do in the course of this. One of them is to explain the futures market.
Yes, I got a little bit of a blurb on that.
Did you?
Yeah, I did, because it's confusing.
It's confusing. The other thing that I want to explain is what I call Harvey's third law, which has an effect on things like the oil industry collapsing.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what it is, and then I'll explain it further when we get to the point that the story is relevant.
Sounds like a plan.
Harvey's third law, Harvey's first and second laws were like Murphy's laws. They were something I made up for a lecture. But having done that, I came to a point where I realized there was a law that is a real law. It can be proven mathematically, and it is. The likelihood of something extremely unlikely happening is extremely high.
You better say that again.
The likelihood of something extremely unlikely happening is extremely high.
I like that one.
Well, you know, it's like if you sell 1 billion lottery tickets, each one has a 1 in a billion chance of winning, but somebody's going to win. And the chance of that somebody's extremely unlikely event happening is 100%.
Yeah, very high.
Yeah,
way higher than that.
Yeah, looking at things in retrospect, you say, what were the chances? Well, if it wasn't that, it was going to be something else. So with that having been said, let's go up to our first little, this is not a big item, it's from Energy Leader.
Let's start with this one. We got a little picture there of solar panels.
Pretty picture of solar panels out in a meadow.
And what it says is, Colorado Springs Utility announces the start of its largest solar project. This is significant.
It is. It's a very short article, though. Duke Energy Renewables and Colorado Springs Utilities announced the start of operation for the Palmer Solar Generating Project. The 60-megawatt project has more than 220,000 solar panels on about 700 acres of land southeast of Colorado Springs.
60 megawatts isn't all that big.
60 megawatts is a big solar plant, and this is huge when you consider that it's the situation for Colorado Springs.
Well, it's 220,000 solar panels, and it takes up 700 acres of land. So I guess it's significant.
Yeah, and it'll give them a significant part of their energy needs.
And a quick takeaway from the article, the utility has increased its renewable resources from 19 to 114 megawatts in the past 6 months. So they're doing something.
Yeah, they are doing something. And this article refers to the solar farm actually running, not to the thing being started.
So it's not just an idea. This is real.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm hearing an echo here. If people online are watching this hear an echo, I should explain. With the coronavirus pandemic, Tom and I are both working from home. So we are not going into the studio because we don't want to get infected. We are practicing social distancing of about a block and a half.
That's close enough.
Yeah.
Close enough for me.
Okay, we've got an article here from The Guardian.
Yeah, we do. We got a picture of a meltwater canyon, which is interesting.
Yes.
That's a glacier in Greenland, presumably.
Yes.
And that's a river.
Yes, running down a canyon.
Melting ice.
Yeah, running down a canyon that the river carved in the ice.
That's kind of scary.
Yeah, it is.
When you think about it, when you want to think about it, it's even more scary.
Yeah.
Well, scientists confirmed the dramatic melting of the Greenland ice sheet.
This is from The Guardian. Greenland's ice sheet melted dramatically in the summer of 2019. Researchers confirmed this. A study revealed the loss largely down to a persistent zone of high pressure. If such pressure zones become regular features, future melting could be twice as high as currently predicted.
Well, this melting phenomenon happens every year. This is nothing new.
Yeah.
But what is new is 95% of this ice sheet melted in 2019.
Yeah.
Compared to an average of 65%
Yeah.
between 1981 and 2010.
Yeah.
Only 2012 had a higher meltwater runoff in recent years.
Yeah.
That's almost all of it.
Well, what this refers to is not the percent of volume of the ice, it's the percent of the surface area of the ice that is in melt. And
that would change things a little bit.
Yeah. And I remember one point several years ago, it might have been in 2012, when and in fact, I think we talked about this at the time, they found that 100% of Greenland's ice at one particular time was actually in the process, the surface was melting. But, you know, Greenland's big and it's the ice is thick.
Well, the ice on Greenland is on land, so if it melts, that water will raise sea levels.
That's absolutely right.
It's not like an ice cube in a drink.
No, it's not. It's not.
So that's kind of something to be aware of.
It is indeed. Okay.
Let's move along here.
Yep. Our next item is from the Daily Pennsylvanian, and there's a picture which is titled University of Pennsylvania Campus. And I got to tell you, that skyline that's silhouetted there, that's not the university. That's Philadelphia, I'm pretty sure. The university
for the Daily Pennsylvanian, and it says University of Pennsylvania Campus.
Yeah.
But it may not be.
I think that is the University of Pennsylvania campus, except
it's downtown Philadelphia.
Yeah, you can't see the campus because it's kind of in shadow in the foreground.
Yeah.
Anyway, what do you got for title?
Penn. That's Penn at the university.
Yeah,
Penn signs power purchase agreement to supply campus with solar energy by 2023. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah. The University of Pennsylvania signed a power purchase agreement for the construction of 2 new solar energy facilities with a combined capacity of 220 megawatts in the central part of the state to supply the campus with renewable energy.
It's interesting. It's the central part of the state. It's pretty far away.
You mean the solar array is...
The solar array is somewhere in the middle of Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And Philadelphia is on the East Coast.
But, you know, they invented this really nifty thing, Tom. It's called a transmission line.
Well, I don't think this is going via a transmission line. I think they're putting in the electrons here and taking other electrons out there, and it's all done by a computer.
It's all done by computer. But the only connection is the transmission lines.
They're there already.
Lines that are there already, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I should have mentioned, if you want to read these articles in depth, you can go to geoharvey.com and click on the date that we give you on the calendar. Those 3 were from the 16th of April. We are now up Friday the 17th of April, and we have an item from BBC.
Well, just before we hit this one, I'll give you some idea of what's going on here. The facilities they're talking about for the University of Pennsylvania are 220 megawatts.
Yes.
Okay? We have in Fairground Road, our own, it's only 5 megawatts, and it looks huge to me.
It was indeed when it was built, and it still is.
It's still pretty large.
220. I think the largest array in Vermont is still 20 megawatts. And so that means this is 11 times as big as anything that's in Vermont.
If it got any bigger, it'd be in New Hampshire, wouldn't it?
I suppose. You mean the array we have here in Brattleboro? Yeah, it probably would be. Okay, we have a picture of Lake Mead.
We sure do. Now, Lake Mead is a reservoir.
Right.
And it supplies water to Las Vegas.
Yes.
So it's a very important reservoir.
It also this is behind the Hoover Dam, isn't it?
Exactly.
And so it supplies electricity as well.
It produces electricity. It preserves water. Yeah. Without Lake Mead, there would be no Las Vegas.
Yeah, and we've talked about Lake Mead many times before with the water level being low. This is the first time I've seen this particular picture. But you can see, it's way down from what it should be.
It's way down. Well, that's what it does.
Yeah.
That's what it's been doing for years, but this is probably as bad as it's ever been.
Yeah.
And the title of the article reflects that. It says the U.S. mega drought is already underway.
A drought equal to the worst to have hit the western U.S. in recorded history is already underway, according to scientists. Researchers say the mega drought is a naturally occurring event that started in the year 2000 and is still ongoing. Climate change is having a major impact, making the drought more severe. We covered this drought a bunch of times, and I guess a couple of years ago, we kind of came to the conclusion that it was over, and these guys are saying it's not.
I don't think they're saying it's far from that.
Yeah.
Well, what they're talking about, a mega drought, it refers to a multi-decade event that contains periods of very high severity.
Yes.
And there's only been 4 mega droughts in the western U.S. over the period of time from 800 to 2018.
Yes.
That's a long period of time.
Yeah.
And they figured this out from using tree ring records.
Right.
When they compared the worst drought events in the past to soil moisture records from 2000 to 2018, they found the current period is already worse than 3 of the 4 recorded mega droughts.
Yes.
So this is nothing to sneeze at, folks.
No, this is nothing to sneeze at. Not at all. You want to move on, Tom?
Yeah, I think we got another one coming up. We got a picture of the GM corporate office.
Yeah, this picture actually came with the article, and I'm kind of sorry I used it because it's so fuzzy. But, it's from Clean Technica.
It is that. And it says work begins on GM/LG, LG Chem, Gigapower Plant Battery Factory. And LG is a Korean firm, I guess it is, isn't it? And they make a lot of electronics. I have an LG phone.
Yes. Actually, so do I. Tesla isn't alone working toward an electric automobile future. Just one day after getting approval from the Army Corps of Engineers, work began to clear the land for what GM calls its Gigapower Factory, a battery manufacturing facility on 158 acres in Mecca Township, Ohio. Gigapower? Do you suppose that's a takeoff on the Tesla Gigafactory?
Well, they're doing the same darn thing.
They're doing the same thing.
But giga means bigger.
It sure does. And this is GM. This is not a small company doing this.
No, that's General Motors. We're not playing. We're playing with the big guys now.
Exactly. And, when Tesla started work on its Gigafactory, it was still relative.
It was novel.
It was novel. And
GM is planning to roll out a number of new battery electric cars. And its factory is a joint venture with LG Chem.
Yeah.
And it's going to produce 30 gigawatt hours of battery cells annually, which is enough for 500,000 cars.
Yes. Clearly, they're
500,000 cars.
They're clearly planning on building a lot of cars.
Well, it's coming, guys.
I guess it is.
The electric car is coming, guys. There's no way around it.
Yes.
We got a nice picture here of Kansas coming up.
Yep, wind turbines in Kansas, as a matter of fact. And, this is a weird picture because those turbines are all lighted up, and they're against a sky that in places is just about jet black, but it has a rainbow in it.
Well, it could be a composite picture.
I kind of have a feeling that this is actually what it is. The sun was well behind, and it's just my feeling.
By the way, that picture when I first took a look at it was quite dark.
Yeah.
And in Word, anyhow, the Word is an easy way to lighten them up.
Yes.
It probably is in most word processing programs, but I light the picture up and it's a lot easier to see.
Well, this article is from the Kansas City Star.
Yes, it is. And it says, for the first time, wind energy overtakes coal in Kansas. We're going to be talking about stuff like that a little later on.
Yeah, we are. Wind energy has overtaken coal in Kansas for the first time. The American Wind Energy Association reports that wind accounted for the largest share of energy production in Kansas and in Iowa in 2019. It is the first time that wind was the top source of electricity in any state. And I want to point out, this is wind. This is not renewable energy, which would
It's just wind.
It's just wind.
Well, there's a lot of wind in Kansas.
I was born in Kansas, and I tell people, you remember the Wizard of Oz?
Yes.
And that sequence at the beginning where it shows that woman riding her bicycle through Kansas and so forth, and
yeah.
All very gray. That was right across the street from where I was born.
Oh, no kidding.
Well, I am kidding, but I know about Kansas because I was born there. Okay.
Well, there's a video here that's worth looking at.
Ah, yes.
It says, see how wind turbines capture and convert wind energy to generate clean electricity. It's an interesting video.
Yes.
Well, there's some quick takeaways here. Kansas wind power increased to 41% of generation last year.
Yeah.
Coal fell to 33%.
Yeah.
And as it says, Kansas has an abundance of wind, and over 3,000 turbines to utilize it.
Yes, and they're going to have more.
Well, they could still add, from what the wind is generating in Kansas, 500 gigawatts of wind production. That would be 200,000 turbines.
Yes.
I don't think they're going to do that, but they got enough wind to do it.
They got enough wind. I don't think they're going to do that.
Let's move on to Saturday, April 18th.
Yeah, let's do that.
We got a nice picture of a dragster. Wow.
Yeah. And
5,000 horsepower it is.
Yes, that's right. I did a little calculation on this. I'll tell you about it after we talk about the article.
Well, a tiny 1,340 horsepower electric motor is driving the Hyperloop. And there's 4 of those motors there.
Yep. Reading the specs on the Hyperpower's electric motor is a dizzying experience. At 18 inches by what looks like less than 4 inches, each motor reportedly delivers 1 megawatt power, or 1,340 horsepower. Hyperpower has developed the motor units so they can be ganged in a common engine shaft, and that car has got 4 of them, but it's 5,000 horsepower.
That's amazing.
Isn't it?
That's amazing.
Now, I'm accustomed to dealing. I used to work with various pieces of old electricity, and a half horsepower DC motor. I would not want to hold one in my lap. Those things were big.
Absolutely.
And this thing is not a whole lot bigger, if it is bigger. And it's not half a horsepower, it's 1,340 horsepower.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, but
nice picture of the motor in this article, by the way.
Yeah. I want you to consider something. This thing is 18 inches by what looks like less than 4.
That's about right.
If you
it's right behind the wheel in this particular car, and I'm sure it does.
If you could gang 26 of these things together.
Yeah.
23 of them together, I'm sorry. If you could gang 23 of them together, you would have a set of motors that would be about 18 inches by something on the order of, say, 10 feet. 18 inches by 10 feet. Now, you couldn't gang them together on a single shaft because their shaft isn't designed to be strong enough for 23 of them to be ganged up. But if you did that twice, and you attached each of those to one of the screws of a Fletcher-class destroyer from the Second World War, that would power the
ship.
That is amazing. That's absolutely amazing.
Well, somebody's going to do that sometime soon.
They may be doing it already, for all I know. I mean, when I got my Prius, which was 2001, it had I think it was a 35 horsepower motor that was about the size of a grapefruit can. And it was, I mean, you couldn't see it. I just knew that it was buried in the engine system somehow. But
wow,
these new motors they've got are built using using supermagnets, and they're powerful.
Yes, they are.
Okay, you want to move on?
Well, there's the quick takeaway here.
Ah, good.
The Hyperpower, which is the name of the company,
Yeah.
is developing an electric dragster. That's, I think, this one.
That's what it is.
It's offering 0 to 320 miles per hour in 3.7 seconds.
Yeah, and when you're all done, it's hard to stop the car because the guy who was in it passed out.
The top speed is only about 380 miles an hour.
Oh my
The
God!
acceleration is going to blow your head off.
And here, you know, you look at that thing and you say to yourself, "Where's the engine?"
Yeah, you would.
I mean, it almost looks like, I don't know, it looks like a joke, and it isn't.
And by the way, that's being done in Australia.
Yes, that particular company is in Australia. Yep.
It's not a California dragster.
That was from Clean Technica, in case I didn't say it before.
Well, you said it now.
I've said it now, and we've got another one coming up, also Clean Technica, and it's actually a reprint of an article that was appeared in 2017, and we talked about it then, I believe.
I'll touch base on that. I got the name of it.
Yeah.
Well, 200,000 Americans a year die from air pollution. Well, that's kind of kept secret, isn't it?
Well, it's kept secret if you're talking to certain politicians in Washington, but this information's been around, you know, and if you want to get the information from MIT did studies on this, and the American Lung Association did studies on it. There's a lot of studies on it. We lose about 300 people a year in Vermont, which is almost one person every day. And the reason I wanted to put this up again at the site, it did appear again in Clean Technica, but the reason I wanted to put it up at the blog again is because think about that 200,000.
What's going on?
And what's going on with this coronavirus epidemic? The number of people who are dying of air pollution is extremely high, and it's something that we should have dealt with long ago.
That's what this says. Air pollution leads to a higher likelihood of death from COVID-19.
It does that. It exacerbates COVID-19. So we're going to be hearing.
And the article has a list of 16 problems caused by air pollution.
Yeah.
And there's 16 links to it.
Yeah.
And there's also a link to the original article, which was called This Stealth Terrorist Killed 53,000 Americans last year.
Yes.
And it's worth reading. It's a good article.
Yes. Okay. We have a picture of an offshore wind farm.
That's what it looks like to me.
From
gotta go hard to see those wind towers, though.
Yeah, it is. And you know, every time I see those, I think about being on the beach or something like that, and seeing a sailboat or seeing a ship in the distance or something. And I don't think these things. I've never seen offshore wind turbines. I don't think they would bother me in the slightest.
Wouldn't bother me any.
Yeah. Okay. This is from Renewed.
And what it says is COVID-19, UK wind farms could be switched off.
National Grid warned that it could ask UK power plants, including some wind farms, to switch off in order to avoid the network being overwhelmed with electricity as the COVID-19 pandemic hits demand. The UK network operators said there has been a 10% drop in power demand.
Well, that's true, and it could rise to as much as 20% in the summer if the impact of this coronavirus continues.
Right.
Now, this drop is mainly due to decrease in energy use by industry, not by people staying at home.
Right. But you know, there's something here that people should understand, and that is baseload power plants are designed to supply the base load, which is the least load that is expected on a power grid.
Well, they're not expected to be turned on and off.
Yeah, and when you get to a point where your power demand is dropping below the base load, that means the base load power plants have to shut off.
Yeah.
So
that's expensive.
It's expensive. You know, when I watch, because I do this every day, I watch. I look every day at the current status of nuclear power plants and so forth on an individual basis.
Which are baseload plants.
They are baseload plants, and a lot of times I'll see a plant start up, and it'll struggle for about 5 days when it's below full load, and then it'll go off again because of some quirk that happened, a startup problem, and then it'll start over again. And sometimes it'll take 3 weeks for a nuclear power plant to get back to full load.
I didn't realize it took that long.
Oh, usually it takes at least like 5 days, but it takes a lot of time. Those are big, big plants. Imagine having a tea kettle with 10,000 gallons of water in it. It just takes a long time to heat it up.
It's a big kettle for sure.
Yes. Okay, you want to go on, Tom?
Yeah, we got an interesting one here.
Okay.
The world's energy order is changing, and China is set to reap the strategic benefits. And there's an image there of a solar farm in China, and it's big.
It's big. It doesn't look much like solar farms in Vermont, I can tell you that, because it follows the contours of the hills.
This is a good article. It's long, but it's interesting.
Yeah, this is, we've got up to Sunday, April 19th, by the way. And this article is from ABC Science Online. And I don't remember whether that's ABC in the United States or, no, that's ABC in
Australian Broadcasting. I looked that one up.
I recently had an article that was ABC News, and it was American Broadcast Company News, and it looked identical to the ABC News that comes from Australia. But, I've decided it's probably nice to be careful of that. But what do you have for a title for this?
I think I read it.
Oh, maybe you did.
I'll read it again. The world's energy order is changing, and China is set to reap the strategic benefits.
You did read it, and thank you for reading it again. The production cap agreed on by OPEC Plus, the instability of the markets, the economic fall due to the coronavirus pandemic, and the ongoing technological changes are playing out in a power shift, and it looks like China is going to be the main beneficiary.
I'll mention OPEC Plus because it's confusing. Since the 1960s, a cartel of OPEC, which is a cartel of 14 oil-producing countries, has controlled a huge amount of the world's oil supply. OPEC has now expanded, forming a super cartel with 10 non-OPEC countries called OPEC Plus.
Yes.
Control roughly 55% of the world's supply.
Yes. And my understanding was the United States was represented in this.
They are. They're one of the 10 non-OPEC countries.
Yeah, and so is Russia, which is one of the really big players. And we're going to be talking about the problems for oil, but
this article mentions something that we're going to visit a couple of times, I think, before this one's over.
Yes.
This week, oil price descended to negative values.
Yes.
Okay, due to limited storage.
Which means that if you went to buy the oil, they would have to pay you to take it away.
That's exactly what it means. Well, China is now the world's largest producer, exporter, and installer of solar panels, wind turbines, batteries, and electric vehicles, placing it at the forefront of the global transition.
And that's new technology, and if we're going to insist on trying to promote coal and oil and natural gas, we have to remember that
we're going to lose.
Yeah, because it's like backing buggy whips and horseshoes when the automobile is
absolutely
moving in, So it's not I think it's extremely important for the future of the United States to get involved in this in a big way.
They have to. We have to. China sees what's going on, and they're doing it.
What's that again?
Just twiddling our thumbs.
Yes. Well, I mean, we've got policy that's driven by people who imagine that they're going to have problems if renewable energy supplants them, which is probably true the way they do business. They just have a business plan.
Absolutely. Well, this one's from CNN. It says, designing an end to a toxic American obsession, which is the lawn.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful picture of greenery. I just titled it Greenery. It didn't have a title at CNN. It did have a thing saying credit Jennifer Roper, but it's kind of a pretty picture of the front of a house with
a garden.
With a garden that does not include grass.
Well, they mention that's kind of ridiculous when you come right down to it.
Yes, unless you happen to keep sheep or goats.
Well, this is a good article.
Yeah,
there's a lot of pictures in there of front gardens, and it's worth considering.
Yeah, lawns cover 2% of the entire United States. Maintaining them produces more greenhouse gases than they absorb. They are biodiversity deserts. Think about that for a minute. They're not places where a lot of things live. You know, the robin hops around and gathers worms, and the worms will live there. But from the point of view of a lot of biodiversity, they're just not good. And if you're going to use toxic chemicals to keep them under control, the worms don't. You got toxic worms.
You got toxic yourself.
Yeah. Biodiversity deserts that have contributed to vanishing insect populations, they require more irrigation than any agricultural crop grown in the country. And we've got alternatives. And that picture is actually a picture of an alternative to a lawn. So,
well, that's the article is full of pictures of front gardens.
Yes, it is. And imagine that picture with all of the greenery and all of the wood just cut out. So you've got a white building with a door and steps, and then have a lawn there. This is beautiful.
This is much more attractive.
I think so, yeah.
Well, in 2005, this is interesting, a NASA satellite study found that American residential lawns are nearly equal in size to the entire country of Greece.
Yes. I didn't include that.
Square miles.
Yeah. I didn't include that in the synopsis because I figured that most people don't really know how big Greece is. It's hard for me, and I've got a good sense of the maps and things of that nature. It's hard for me to picture the area of Greece.
I bet it's as big, as close as the Atlantic seaboard from Maine to about Virginia.
Yeah. That's easier, except how wide is the seaboard? Do you happen to know, Tom?
No.
See, it's
well, it's the width of the states. It would extend to the end of Pennsylvania, I guess.
Yeah. Well, you want to go on?
Yeah, let's move on.
We've got an item here.
You mentioned one thing here that I thought I'd mention.
What's that?
Victory gardens.
Victory gardens.
In the time of World War II, virtually everybody had a small garden.
There's actually a town in New Jersey called Victory Garden.
Is there really?
Yeah. It was part of Dover, and the people all had gardens, and they decided they were going to have their own community, and they did.
Good. Good for them.
Okay, our next item comes from
NBC News.
NBC News, and it includes a picture of a woman who has a very big smile. Even a small copy of this picture shows her big smile. In a canoe that she has made, and I want to tell you that every time I see this picture, I think about the Big Rock Candy Mountain.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a line in there about there's a lake of stew and of whiskey, too, and you can paddle all around them in a big canoe.
I don't know that song, but...
Okay.
No, there's a fungus among us. No. Is fungus the answer to climate change? Student who grew a mushroom canoe says yes.
She grew that canoe.
Yeah.
Catch a glimpse of Katie Ayers paddling her canoe on a Nebraska lake. I didn't know there were any lakes in Nebraska.
There's one.
There's one. I think there's more than one. On a Nebraska lake this summer, and you might do a double take. Her 8-foot canoe seems much like any other until you look closely, and then you see it's different. It's made out of mushrooms.
A little bit of an explanation here.
Yes.
Mycelium, the dense fibrous roots of the mushroom that typically live beneath the soil, is buoyant and waterproof. So she decided to try using it to create a boat, actually to grow it.
Yes.
So she built a wooden skeleton and sandwiched it with mushroom spawn and let nature take its place. The last step of the process was to let the 100-pound boat dry in the Nebraska sun.
Yes.
Now the boat is still alive, which means it grows mushrooms each time it gets wet.
Oh, yeah. I've gotten that. And I don't know what kind, does it say there what kind of mushrooms she used?
Well, if it did, I didn't record it. So
she might have used oyster mushrooms because they grow very aggressively. And if she did, then after she goes out and paddles around, she can take that canoe, and when the mushrooms
Lunch.
grow out of it, she can clip them off and eat them for lunch.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, we are up to Monday, April 20th, and we have a picture of cable on a cable-laying ship.
That's interesting.
That ship, by the way, is named the Safety First.
Oh, is it? You got the name of that ship, huh?
No, I'm just reading the sign, and it looks like it could have been put in a place where the name of the ship would be. That kind of cable, by the way, is not something that you can tie into a bow easily.
I don't think so. I used to work for a company that made submarine cables.
Yes?
Simplex Wire and Cable it was called. And they're not part of the consortium they mentioned here.
Yeah.
Well, Tennessee, which is the name of a company, launches a 2 gigawatt cable project.
Tenet contracted with an international group of cable suppliers to develop a new 2 gigawatt submarine cable, and I want to tell you that 2 gigawatt connection for offshore wind projects planned off the Dutch and German coasts. The project will deploy a 525 kilovolt high voltage distributed current extruded submarine cable system.
Well, first of all, it's not distributed current, it's direct current. This probably was written in Dutch and translated to English.
Well, very good point, Tom. I didn't understand that.
And it is an extruded submarine cable because virtually all of the cables are now extruded.
Yeah.
But in any case, Tenet is a system operator in the Netherlands and in a large part of Germany. It's owned by the Dutch government. And this particular system that they're building will be ready for deployment in early 2022.
Which is not that far off.
Not very far off.
Yeah.
Right now, not right now, but eventually, 40% of the Netherlands' electricity will come from offshore wind farms by 2030.
Okay.
So they're planning ahead.
Yeah, that item came from Renews, by the way. Our next item has a picture of an oil rig, and it's
going under a bridge.
BBC. Tom, can you tell where that oil rig is in the picture?
No, I can't.
Well, you see on the right side of the screen there a thing that looks a little bit like a nuclear power plant with.
It looks like a mosque.
It actually is the mosque. Those are minarets.
It is a mosque, huh?
It is. And I looked at that and I said, that looks an awful lot like the Cathedral of Hagia Sophia, which was in Constantinople, and it was taken over by the Turks, who turned it into a mosque. And now it's a museum. That's Hagia Sophia, which was built, I don't remember the year, but it was built like 1,500 years ago.
I was going to say about 800 AD or something.
Yeah, something like that. Very famous building, very interesting architecture. So, let's see. Did you read the, I don't think, no, you didn't read it.
I haven't read it yet. U.S. oil prices drop to a 21-year low as demand dries up.
You know, we're going to go further with this.
We'll hit this one again.
What?
We're going to hit something very much like
we
this.
are, yes. The price of a barrel of West Texas Intermediate dropped 14% to $15.65 in Asian trading, its lowest level since 1999. Earlier this month, OPEC and its allies agreed to a record deal to reduce global output by 10%, but some analysts said the cut was not big enough to make a difference. And my recollection, Tom, is that you and I talked about whether it was big enough to make a difference, and we agreed it was not.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Well, there's a quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about this again. Oil producers are paying buyers to take the commodity off their hands over fears that storage capacity could run out, which is happening.
We're going to get into that if we will.
Oil has all but dried up due to lockdowns across the world, which has forced the price of oil into negative territory, as low as minus $37.63 a barrel. And we'll touch base on this again.
That minus $37.63, by the way, was not the lowest level it went to. It was the lowest level that it finished the day at. It actually went down to minus 40.
Wow.
Fred. Do you want to go on, or do you want to talk?
Let's move on. We're going to be touching base with that on another, I think, 2 more articles.
Yeah, we have a picture of a big solar array in Mexico. This is from iNews.
iNews, yes, it is. Green energy investment could turbocharge economic growth. Could is emphasis there.
Yes. A report from the International Renewable Energy Agency says investment in renewable energy could turbocharge economic growth in the aftermath of COVID-19, leaving populations richer, healthier, and safe from future climate risks. And
what it says here is rapid scale-up of low-carbon infrastructure could revive the global economy after the pandemic.
yes,
Higher renewables investment promise more jobs, higher economic growth, cleaner living conditions, and significantly improved welfare.
yes,
Move to green energy could deliver a $98 trillion boost to the global GDP by mid-century.
and employ tens of millions of people.
Absolutely. It's a win-win situation.
Far more people than are employed by fossil fuels right now. But we'll have to see what happens.
Well, we got a picture coming up, and guess what? It's pump jacks.
It's pump jacks that look like painted ladies. You know the painted ladies?
There's a good question here. How can the oil price be negative?
Yeah. This is from Tuesday, April 21st, and this is an item from what is called Share Cafe. Oil is the world's most heavily traded physical commodity, but most of the trades are in the futures market, with the oil not actually changing hands until the contract matures. When that happens, the oil has to be stored someplace. In the United States, that usually means it goes into storage tanks in Cushing, Oklahoma, but the tanks are all full.
Well, it's saying here in the article, from the article, all available U.S. storage is now either taken or spoken for.
Right.
Which includes the filling of oil tankers and sitting them off the coast going nowhere.
And
here's the big kicker. Oil costs money to store.
Yes, it does.
So what is the cost of storage when there is no storage capacity left?
Well, all of a sudden, the cost of storage goes to whatever the person who owns it demands, doesn't it?
On that basis, anyone stuck with a futures contract has no choice but to sell at any price. Any price implies you pay just to get the stuff off your hands.
Yeah, and I want to explain here how the futures market works.
Okay, good.
You can buy potatoes today for delivery in November. If you're a farmer who's growing soybeans, you can sell part of your crop that's going to be coming out next fall now. And what happens with that kind of sale is you go into what's called a futures. It's a sale of something that doesn't yet exist, but will exist. And when it does, it'll get delivered at a specific date.
On that date, and this is the price you will pay for it.
That's right.
On that date.
I remember about 45 years ago hearing a woman telling me about a person she knew who was playing the market. That is to say, he was gambling on futures because
they do that.
They do that. Those contracts can be bought and sold.
Let me read quickly what I got about futures.
Okay,
to add to you what we know.
Go ahead.
Futures contracts are standardized agreements that typically trade on an exchange. That's like a stock exchange.
Right.
They are financial contracts obligating a buyer to purchase an asset and a seller to sell that asset at a predetermined future date and price, regardless of today's price.
Right.
Well, the price of that asset on that future date is different from the value in the contract. The buyer and seller make a profit or a loss, respectively.
Right.
The traders pay only a fraction of the value in the contract up front, which is called the margin, and they deposit that with a broker.
Right.
So the futures market can be used by many different kinds of financial players, including investors and speculators, as well as companies that actually want to take physical delivery of that commodity or supply it.
Yeah.
So it's an important part of the way we do business.
So if you grew potatoes in Maine and you wanted to get a little bit of money right now, you could sell a future on your crop for the fall to somebody who may buy potatoes in September, October, November, and the person who's buying them is going to be buying a huge quantity in the one market. The woman I was mentioning, her friend was speculating in the futures market, and he bought a potato future. and the price of potatoes went down, and
So he lost money.
he was losing money. He couldn't bring himself to sell the future. And one day somebody called him up and said, "So where do you want the potatoes?" And he very unwisely said, "I don't want them at all." But what he was doing was he was talking to a trucker who happened to be down the block. He wound up having a 14-foot high pile of potatoes on his front yard.
That's funny. That can happen.
It can happen.
That
now,
can
what
happen.
happened here is that people were buying and selling oil futures, and all of a sudden they realized they've got to put that oil someplace, or the person they sell the future to has got to put the oil someplace. So the speculators all of a sudden were not willing to buy futures that were for deliveries in May. So what happened?
Coming right up, we got a picture that shows exactly
Well,
that.
let's go to that. We've got a picture of the oil price crash. This is the oil futures crash. It comes from CNBC, and it goes with an article from CNBC. And
Which I will read.
I want to point out that the zero line here is not the bottom, it's the middle of the screen. And that thing was, the line was going up and down kind of as people started to realize that there was going to be a problem for May deliveries. And then all of a sudden, May contract, they said, we can't hold this. What are you going to do? Because an oil future is 1,000 barrels.
Yep.
That's 42,000 gallons. That is over 8 of those big tank trucks you see on the road. And if you buy a future, you're going to take delivery on that, or you're going to find some place to put it. And if you don't have it, you're in trouble. Because
they've been going on for a long time, so I'm sure they've got a nifty enforcement mechanism.
Yeah, they've got a nifty enforcement mechanism, and it costs a lot of money.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You're far better off selling the future at negative 37.63 than holding the thing and taking delivery, because that tractor truck loads of oil are not going to fit on your front lawn.
I don't think there's enough room.
Probably not.
Well, let's hit the article here.
Okay, this is from CNBC.
It says anyone who thinks oil has hit a floor, is playing with fire. Yes, prices can go lower.
Yeah, and
there's
oil
nice videos there that are worth watching, about 3.5 minutes each.
An oil futures contract in the U.S. made a historic plunge, with West Texas Intermediate crude for May delivery falling below zero for the first time to settle at a negative 37.63 a barrel. Oil demand crashed due to the pandemic and storage facilities being full. And Tom, this is where I want to bring up Harvey's third law.
Okay.
You and I have been talking about an upcoming oil crash for years.
Yeah.
Okay, I think probably 3 years. I've even had people as much as a year ago starting to make fun of me and say, George, when's the crash coming? And I have just said, well, it hasn't come yet, but it's going to come for sure. Now we're seeing that crash.
This is that crash.
How did you and I know that this was going to happen? Well, we didn't know that the pandemic was coming. But what
goes up must come down.
Yeah, the pandemic was that extremely unlikely thing.
Yeah,
that was going to happen. And it didn't have to be a pandemic. It could have been a war. It could have been a discovery of some scientific type. It could have been any of a variety of different things. It just happened to be a pandemic. And all of a sudden, in the face of this huge infrastructure OPEC Plus has to produce oil, which is producing oil like mad, the demand for it evaporates, and there's no place to put it.
And they got all this infrastructure in place that's working, and they're reluctant to shut it off.
Yes. And in some cases...
This is a lose-lose situation.
For them.
For them.
And I had never known it, but apparently, if an oil well is under production and stopped, that act of stopping it can damage the oil well. I had never known that, and I don't know.
Never heard that.
I have read that in a number of different places. I don't know for a fact that it's true, but you know, it is something that I've read, and oil companies are extremely reluctant to shut their supply down, their pumps down. But the thing is, we know that companies are going to go bankrupt. One of them already has.
I was just going to say that's happening already.
It's already happening. We know that many.
Didn't our friend Mr. Murray get hit?
He's coal.
Free energy.
He's coal.
He's coal, yeah.
But excuse me, the thing that I saw an article today in which the people who wrote the article were saying, okay, so the price is down, it's gone below zero. What's it going to be next year? We don't know.
We don't know.
What could happen is all of a sudden somebody comes up with a very effective a vaccine for the coronavirus. Demand suddenly returns. People suddenly go back to work, and all of that oil could be taken up. All the oil in reserve could be taken up in a situation where oil companies have been going broke, and so the supply declines. So all of a sudden, there's a huge increase in price next year. We don't know. That could happen.
Yeah, it could. Stranger things have happened, I'm sure.
But if it does, I'm going to be expecting another crash afterwards, because the underlying problem that made the industry weak is not going to be strengthened.
Well, we got a nice picture coming up of a wind farm.
Yes, things are.
I don't know how they got that picture. It must be a composite.
No, it's not. That's not a composite. That picture is what do they call an exposure that goes on and on and on?
Time exposure?
Time exposure taken looking at the North Pole.
Okay, it's looking out from the north. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And
the only place they could take a picture like that was the North Pole or the South Pole.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I was little, I was very into astronomy. I am still to a little bit, but I saw a lot of pictures like that when I was a kid. Anyway.
That would make sense, because I was wondering about that.
Yep. Okay, this is from mining.com.
Yes, it is. Renewables overtake coal-fired power production for the first time. This time they're talking about the world.
They're talking about the world. The International Energy Agency report on key electric power trends in the world's developed economies, released last week, shows the renewable energy overtake coal as a source of electricity generation for the first time. In 2019, coal use was 13.4% lower than in 2018. This is
in 2019.
Yeah.
Non-combustible renewable production accounted for just under 26% of the total electricity mix.
Yeah.
Coal made up just over 22%.
Right.
Natural gas right now is leading at 29%, and it remains, as it says, the leading source of electricity in the 35 countries that this report covers.
Yes. Although our last article, which is the third one coming, will address the position of
we're going to hit it again.
It's going to hit that thing about natural gas, yeah.
Yep. Well, we got a picture coming up, and it's the Strategic Petroleum Reserve sites. I didn't realize they were all down by the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, that's where a lot of the refineries.
Refineries are there, yep.
This
is a good, but a long article.
Yes.
From Clean Technical.
Yep.
And Clean Technica.
Yeah.
And it says, speculation, hopes, and tweets, and wishful thinking. Negative prices explained.
Yes, and that's what this is about. It's explaining the negative prices. This is from Wednesday, April 22nd, by the way. On April 20th, the price of a barrel of West Texas Intermediate fell below negative $40 a barrel briefly, sending shockwaves through the industry and leading to a 600-point drop on Wall Street. How can a barrel of oil be worth less than zero? Well, here is an explanation.
A quick explanation.
Yes.
If there is an oversupply of a product, it can be warehoused until prices stabilize. However, thanks to the global pandemic, storage facilities for oil are rapidly filling up. There is literally no place to store any more of it. You have to pay to put the oil somewhere.
Yes.
That's the explanation.
That's the explanation. And, you know, this was a weak industry to begin with. And Tom, you and I have been talking about that, and all of a sudden COVID-19 threw a monkey wrench into the works. And
pretty big monkey wrench, let me tell you.
Absolutely. And this is, I don't know, this is, it's hard for me to, I know that the coal industry, the oil industry as it existed 6 months ago is not going to recover. Big companies in that industry might recover. That's a different issue.
The little guys are going to get hit hardest.
The little guys were already in desperate trouble.
Yep.
All of a sudden they've got this come along. No, this is industry changing. Okay.
An interesting picture here of a ship.
Yep.
And the ship is loaded with wind turbine stuff.
Yep.
Turbines, well, we don't see the turbines, but we see the foundations and the pipe.
That's what the article is about.
And that's exactly what the article's about. It's heading for the U.S., where they're going to be assembled in Virginia.
Okay, this is from Renews. Dominion Energy and Ørsted are to begin construction shortly at the two-turbine coastal Virginia offshore wind demo project, as key components are now on their journey from Europe. 2 EEW fabricated monopile foundations will be the first ever installed in U.S. waters. We don't have much time left, Tom. If you don't mind, I'd like to just go straight to the next article.
Well, here we go.
Okay.
Desert turbines. U.S. renewable energy additions completely overwhelm those by natural gas in the first months of 2020.
Okay, this is from Solar Power World, and the picture is wind turbines in a desert. A Sunday campaign review of FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission data, has found that solar, wind, and hydropower provided 85.7% of new U.S. electric generating capacity during the first 2 months of 2020, overwhelming additions of natural gas. This is something that we saw coming.
Well, the mix of low renewables will add over 50 gigawatts of new generating capacity to the nation's total by February of 23, while that of natural gas, coal, oil, and nuclear power combined will actually decrease by almost 2 gigawatts.
That tells you something. Now, Tom, I think we're at the
last one.
What?
I think this is the last one.
It is, but we don't have any time left. So I think we're going to have
all right, didn't we?
We're going to have to say goodbye and wish people a healthy and happy week, and hope that they come back. Hope you all come back.
And stay out of the hot sun.
Stay out of the hot sun and stay out of trouble. Have a good week. Bye-bye.
Adios.
Call the meeting to order at 6:22. And is there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Hearing none. Members of the public? Kate, I think we have you here for a specific reason.
Yes, you do.
Okay, so do you have anything for the public?
Nope, no items for the public.
Okay, and then Lauren, anything from Lauren?
No, I'm fine.
How about you, Rich?
No, I'm in the background.
Okay, cool. Review and approve the minutes of the March 16, 2020 minutes. So those should have been delivered in the package. Is there anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of whatever it was you just said.
March 16th, 2020, Peter? Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Laura seconds it. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor give a thumbs up, or do we have to say, oh, we have to roll call, right, Bill? Okay, so Laura,
Aye.
Mark,
Aye.
Rick? Okay, I heard an aye, so it's unanimous, that part carries. I have nothing for correspondence. Was there any correspondence, Bill? No. Wow, moving right along to old business, equity, calendar for discussion. Laura, that was kind of your thing. Tell us exactly how you want us to deal with that, how you want us to move that forward, or if you want to take a break and talk about it next meeting.
I think that what that agenda item was striving for, it was equity, but it was equity for all of our students, making sure that we had a definition of equity for all of our students in both that, met with both buildings. I believe. I will stand to be corrected, but if I'm racking my head, that is what I believe that was. How do we say that we're providing equity? And I think that we may have to put that on hold right now, since all of our students are virtual. I don't even know if that's, so how do I want to, I am not prepared to deal with that tonight, Mr. Chair. How's that?
No, we weren't, and I don't think we were going to deal with it tonight. I think the idea was you had originally, the state has a definition of equity, and we were thinking we wanted to have a River Valley's equity. So we still want to do that, or are we okay? Or
I would like us to do that eventually. I don't know that that is in the top 5 priorities that we have right now.
so then,
I'm a little more worried about the state equity issue than, making, I think we're probably pretty close here. I think we're fine tuning here as opposed to, dealing with some kind of grave inequities statewide, which may get.
So why don't we just put that off, and Bill, in the future, let's just note that we want to have a discussion on an equity definition for river valleys. Is that okay with everybody? Thumbs up? Cool. Okay. Website design, and this is something, Mark, you were big with before. Do you want to speak to that a little bit?
No, I too am not prepared to speak on that tonight.
Okay, so do we want to make that a subcommittee? Is that a big enough project that maybe a couple people should work together on that to move that, especially showing my great ability with technology tonight?
So you'll be the chair, right?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know it's something that I'm not going to speak up. If somebody else has some ideas.
So I have 0 time, as unlike all of you who I know are just swimming in time. But I am interested. So I would not be interested in chairing or being, but I would be interested in, I'm assuming Mark would be interested going forward. But again, I don't know that this is in the top 5 for right now either. Well, though maybe it is. I don't know with where we're at.
I've started working on a temporary template that we can have to kind of unify all of our websites. I just haven't had as much time to work on it this past month as I thought I would. And it would be a temporary solution, not a permanent one.
I know last time we brought this up and we went a little ways. I know Rick and I had a little bit of sticker shock. I believe, I think we were thinking a few $1,000s, and I think Rick, I don't know if you remember, didn't he come up like 25 or 30 all of a sudden? Mark,
Rick, you have to unmute yourself.
Rick, unmute yourself.
How's that?
Much better.
Okay. No, I think it was significantly more than we thought, and probably something we need to budget for in the future, a total overhaul of the site. I think we need to figure out what we want from it, though.
So a committee of maybe, a central office, our administration, a couple board members and a couple staff members would probably be the best way to move that forward.
I'd like to have Anita on that committee.
Well, she could be a public, and then Bill, what do you think of that? Bill and Matt and Tammy, is that? Matt likes it. Tammy likes it. Bill, you good? Okay, so why don't we set up the next meeting, Mark, if you can just give us a brief under this website design, give us what you think you may be looking for money, and maybe like an outline of what you want to do, and we'll make it a formal committee.
Okay.
And give you like the summer, because I would think then, that would play into budgeting next fall.
Makes sense.
Everybody, thumbs up. Lori, good? Yep. Okay, thank you, guys. Next thing is the complaint policy with corrections. Mark, I think, had a couple corrections. Wasn't there a misspelling or something?
Yeah, complainant. Looks like it was changed from complaint to complainant. So this looks like it's correct.
And this has been approved, so we're all good with this. Public complaints, correct? No, there was discussion on B22. No, we approved
Right. This was warned.
Okay, so we have to approve it.
Correct.
Okay, here we go, Matt and Tammy. Was this posted in your building somewhere for everybody that comes in to see? How do we get around that, Bill?
Post in the buildings, and we put it on the website as a policy, that is warned. We do it at central office, but we can't not do those things.
So we need to sit and wait on this until the schools are open again?
No, they just have to be posted. You guys can wait, it's your call. I mean, the rules are different right now. I mean, we're following the same path as we normally would.
Tammy?
Yeah, it's posted, it's just no one can view it because the building's closed.
So is the board good to vote on this? Can we make a motion in a second that we approve it?
I'll make a motion that we approve B22A.
Second?
I'll second.
Rick seconds it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mark?
Oh, we have to do a roll call, Rich.
Oh, roll call. Laura?
Yes, aye.
Mark?
Yes. Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Okay, wow, we're getting this really good now. So, Matt, I'm not gonna, and Tammy, you guys gonna have to initial and write it that we voted on it, okay? Next thing on the agenda is, there's a bunch of papers we were given about principal advisory committees. And remember, this came up as a point of discussion. Andy McLean brought it up at one of the meetings to discuss the budget. This had been put into our articles of agreement when we had 3 different schools, and we thought it may be more necessary. So I guess the first question is, do we think it's necessary? And the second question is, do we want to follow the example that Bill's set up in the West River group? Laura?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Did I say something?
Well, no, I asked you. So what do you want to do with the principal advisory committee?
With the principal advisory committee. Principal advisory committee.
Or should we skip over this and come back to it in another meeting?
Let's come back to it at another meeting, I think. The
Mark?
principal advisory committee, this is for hiring.
No, the
teachers.
principal advisory committee was part of the group that Andy McLean brought it up at the meetings to discuss at when we did the budget meetings about a time where people can make suggestions to the budget.
Oh,
And it was in our articles of agreement when there was 3 schools that were going to come together. So there is some form of this at the West River group, but that was 5 different schools in the high school, and we're just.
so do our administrators have a way that they would like to have that happen? If they don't, then I am happy for us to take this up at the next meeting. But I think I would want to hear if there was a way that would be most helpful.
Okay, Mark?
I personally think we're small enough that we don't need this. I think we just have to warn the meetings, and I think now that we're holding them online, gives people even greater access to participate.
Rick?
I'm gonna be with Mark on this one. I don't think we're big enough to warrant it. There's not enough. I don't think there's enough people out there that are interested in serving on something like this, but I could be wrong.
Probably only if we say no, we're not doing it.
That's
Then
true.
there'll be plenty.
Bill, I'm sorry, Bill, you wanted to say something?
I just emailed all of you, and Lauren, I emailed you as well, just the language from Article 17 of the Articles of Agreement, kind of the forefront of how this was brought up. I think the origin is really important to understand that this came up when you were talking with 3 different districts across 3 geographical regions. So even then, you were very prescient to say may want to do that. I tend to agree with both Mark and Rick that you guys have set up a system now so that you have transparency and you have the ability to participate. So I think it would be a redundant layer that would be unnecessary at this time.
Matt or Tammy, any comments?
Richard, Dwight's here too.
I'm sorry, what?
Dwight is here also.
Oh, I see him in the bottom corner.
I do have a comment, Rich. The only thing I would like to say is I would rather put energy in and time in seeing how we can work together to do more events between Wardsboro and Dover versus putting time into a PAC.
Matt?
I agree with both Tammy and Bill and everybody that's talked about it. I think size-wise, we're small enough that we can reach out to families. I think families feel really comfortable coming to either school, talking to the principal if they have a problem, and if they disagree, they have the ability to go to the board. I think I don't think it's a huge need right now. I don't see that yet.
Okay, Dwight, do you have any comments? We're on the advisory committee halfway down in old business. Mark, can you unmute Dwight? Or is Dwight really there?
See a circle with a D on it.
Well, no, I know, but
He's muted on his end.
okay. Dwight, are you there? Can you say something? Unmute yourself.
Or use a chat box, Dwight.
There I am. Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Hey, can you hear where we were? Dwight?
I think I'm having technical difficulties, everyone. You're coming in garbled, sorry.
Okay. So we were talking to the advisory committee. Do you have any comments?
No.
Okay. So I think then for now, I agree with Tammy, and that's something that we've been asking for a while, is put more energy into doing more between the Dover and the Wardsboro building. So why don't we work our energies into that, and let's put that on the calendar. And Tammy and Matt and Bill, you just need to tell us how the board can help you with that. And why don't you guys include that in your principals report, next principals report, what you need from the board. Is that okay with everybody on the board? Bill and Matt and Tammy are shaking their heads. Rick is good. Bill's good. Mark, you and Laura? Dwight? Are you good with that, Dwight?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Rich?
Yeah.
Dwight, if you're having trouble with your audio, try calling in on the phone number.
Okay, it's a good idea.
Okay. So the work plan was something that we've asked Bill to kind of put a calendar together. And I know he sent us a calendar. And I believe I printed it, and I can't seem to find it.
It's on your screen, Rich.
Okay. So did people get a chance to look at the calendar?
Are there any changes to this from last month when we spoke about this, Bill?
I can't remember. I don't think I made anything major. I just made sure that transportation and budget development were part of the goals. After your discussion about, parental advisory councils, I think I would get rid of district advisory council and possibly add, intra-school collaboration or something like that.
Everybody good with that, Laura? Mark, you good? I can't see Rick anymore.
Works for me.
You're good, Rick?
I'm good.
Dwight, you back? Okay, well, let's move on then. Board member appointment. Dun, dun, dun. Tammy, where are you? You're right there. Okay. So Tammy, how many did you? I know we put some advertising out. You had how many hundreds and thousands of people knocking the door down?
You mean how many people's doors am I knocking down?
Either way.
So we did have one person of interest, and she has called in. So I'd like to introduce everybody to Kate Rideout.
That Kate
Hello.
came to the school board meeting in Wardsboro right after the town meeting, correct?
Correct. Yeah, in early March I showed up.
Okay. So one of the things we're required to do as a board is the legislation changed, or the rules changed a little bit when we went to Dwight, is that you as caller too? No. Is Dwight on, Mark?
I'm here. Whoa.
Okay, so Dwight, we're on the board member appointment. We have Kate Rideout from Wardsboro who's interested. Tammy beat her door down and dragged her to this meeting today for us. So
Okay.
one of the things we have to do is we have to consult with the select board in the town. So last Tuesday, I was on a conference call with the select board and told them what we were doing, and that we had at least one applicant. We may have more. It wasn't, closed until Monday when we met. Tammy said the only one she's had, Bill and Matt, you didn't have anybody from Wardsboro contact you guys. So we've got Kate here. Kate did come to the meeting after town meeting and express some interest. I believe, Kate, you said you won't run again because your appointment would only be to the next regular or special town meeting in Wardsboro.
So, yeah, so the appointment would be till the next town meeting, and then it would be an elected position after that point in time.
Yeah, and you would get the remainder of that term. You could run for an open term if you wanted to. And I think there's going to be some discussion, Rick and Dwight, and then you would be involved in that. We want to do the election in Wardsboro different. We went to the town meeting because that's what Wardsboro was used to, but you also had done it the night before school board meeting, before town meeting, the school district meeting. So does anybody on the board have any questions for Kate to ask? Anybody, Tammy or Matt or Bill?
Matt has a question.
Go ahead, Matt.
Do you want to type it, Matt? Would that be easier? And I can read it and answer it? Okay.
Well,
Yeah, you're muted on your end, Matt.
Now you're unmuted, Matt.
Sorry.
There you
Go
go.
ahead. Talk, Matt.
It looks like it just reacted. Thank you.
It
Sorry, it's that old machine. Kate, I just wanted to say welcome and thank you for stepping forward, and would love to hear a little bit about you and why you were interested in the board. I don't know if that's appropriate or not, Rich, but since Kate and I have never met, I'd love to just hear a little bit.
Kate, tell us why you're interested.
Okay, so I'm interested in the Wardsboro School Board, well, the River Valleys Unified School District, I believe is the appropriate name at this point, because I do have two young children in the community. I have my 5, almost 6-year-old Amelia, who's in kindergarten, and my 3-year-old Xander, who's just a couple of years away from entering school in our district. So that's why I want to just be a voice and, learn more about the education system that we have available to us and see what I can do to help. And for those of you who are on earlier, you would have seen them because they all enter the room while I'm on meetings, and yeah, it's been fun.
I noticed you have a trap set up for them. If they open the door, the lamp falls over.
No, it's not rigged appropriately. I thought about that, but yeah. And I also have a furry family member as well who tries to come in during meetings too. So Ajax is also, they all do much better if I just let them in, sit with me for a minute, and then they go about their day. So That's how we've learned to deal with remote meetings and working full time from home in the time of a pandemic.
Dwight, are you set? Do you have any questions?
No, I'm here, and I'm really happy to see Kate that she's come forward. I know she's come to a lot of meetings. I've seen her knitting in the back, listening to what we were talking about. So you won't be able to knit anymore, but now you'll be on the other side of the table.
We can knit.
She can still knit. What's her name from Wyndham used to knit all the time in meetings.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad it's still appropriate.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was Madame Defarge.
Lauren, do you have any questions?
Oh.
Lauren, the paper.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
And I see Katie joined us, Your Honor. Do you have any questions, or just saying hi and seeing what's going on?
Just saying hi, seeing how everyone's doing.
Hi, Carrie.
Hi, Laura. I know you guys are really busy. Thanks for doing all that you're doing.
Hey, Carrie, congratulations on your confirmation today.
Thank you. Yes, that's good to know. I have a job.
Okay, well, let's see if we can give Kate a job. So with any, so what we would do is we would make an appointment. She wouldn't be able to do her position tonight because we have to get her sworn in and she has to sign some paperwork, like everybody does when they get elected. But we can make a motion, or we can wait till executive session if anybody has anything they want to discuss. Or we can just do whatever the board wishes.
I make a motion that we appoint Kate Rideout, is that how you pronounce the name? To the open seat on the board from Wardsboro.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Dwight got it in before Rick shook his head. I'll vote. Let's start with Dwight.
Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Laura?
Hi.
Mark?
Aye.
Okay, congratulations, Kate. You're now the
Thanks,
new.
Kate.
Hey, Lori, how are you?
Hi, Kate. Congratulations. I would need to get your email. You'll have to do some paperwork also for the central office in order to get board stipend. So I just want to put that out there. Maybe Tammy could forward your personal email to me.
Yes,
Okay?
that would be great.
Thanks.
You know, this is like the what was it, the Hollywood squares, you know, like I feel like we should be putting X's and circles over people. For the Brady Bunch. Kate, congratulations. Thank you very much. So our next thing is auditor appointment, discussion, and possible action. So Bill did find out for us through the state that we do need to appoint 3 auditors. I was able to talk to one of them, the pastor from the Eastover Church, who's willing to serve. As difficult as it was last time, he'll be okay. If it's twice as more difficult, it won't be that good, because he said they had no meetings, they didn't do anything, and he's not sure why he's even there, but he's willing to serve again. The other 2 was the former teacher from Brattleboro up in Dover Hills and Randy Capitani. I did not get a chance to call them today. So does the board want to wait and do that at the next meeting? We'll have those 3 people, see if they're interested. If they are, we'll just appoint them. Yeah, cool. So does anybody else have anything other old business? If not, new business, we got the principal's report. We were submitted a written principal's report. Anybody have any comments or questions? Go ahead, Mark.
I was just wondering if Matt and Tammy could give us a little bit more detail on what's been going on the past month and how things are going.
Tammy, why don't you start, if you don't mind?
Sure. Really, we've been rolling out our continuation of learning plan, which we worked as administrators to develop. So the principals, as well as our director of curriculum, all worked really hard on that and getting it out. In addition to that, really, I've been supporting families, supporting teachers. I would say that, the teachers have made an incredible effort providing remote learning to students, as well as, supporting those families as far as, making sure that they have everything they need as far as internet access. We've, provided opportunities to meet via video conference, as well as individual phone calls to families of any children with, whom we haven't connected. Teachers, have really made the transition to distance learning well. And I really feel like overall, it's been a smooth transition. I would say more recently, we finally have gotten to sort of catch our breath, and we're feeling a little bit more comfortable in the new learning environment. And as many of you know, this week is actually April break, so families and students are taking a little break this week. And really, that's my update.
Thank you. Matt?
Yeah, I think I was able to get my mute off. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It took almost
We can hear you.
the entire time of Tammy's report, but that's the price I pay for video. I'd like to echo Tammy's report. It's been the same, pretty much the same in Dover as Wardsboro. And if we're listing things that we've collaborated on, I'd like to really tip my hat to Tammy, because we've collaborated, I think, at every step during this transition to distance learning. We've worked together on publicity for our parents. We've worked together on PD for the staff, and it's just really been a delight to have a partnership in Wardsboro, and certainly have another professional to bounce ideas off of and to work collaboratively with. So I'm very thankful for that. I think, like Tammy mentioned, the Dover staff, they started out of the gate, like a racehorse. And after the first lap, everybody was pretty tired. But I feel like they're settling into a groove now, and we continue to support families that are having trouble accessing, or I'm trying to provide technical support over the phone via video, and having people come in and talk through the glass at school. It's working pretty well. There's still a few families that are struggling to access, but that has really been the priority. So I think the families are very thankful. They're especially thankful for the food service and the work that the food service and custodial staff have been doing on that. And we're ready to get back to school in August.
Do you think that's going to happen?
Come on now. We're holding out hope.
Think positively. Rich, I've got two follow-up questions. That's okay.
Let Laura go and then Mark.
So just because we were talking about this before the meeting, I just want to say this during the meeting, not through the schools, but coincidentally, the state is putting 2 hotspots down in, they're putting one Microsoft hotspot in Wardsboro. And I was checking in with Tammy if there had been any communication with her. I believe it's going to be at the town hall library spot. And we were just touching base on whether or not she knew about it and whether or not she might want to have some input on it. And we had talked about, I believe the arrangements were made with the select board. So I think but I just wanted to say that during the meeting. I don't know if Tammy had anything else to say on that. And
no,
I have more to say on activity, but.
Laura, I just wanted to clarify, did you mean town hall? Because you said library.
I said library town hall area. I'm not sure where. I haven't talked to Peter since I first, I got the news and I sent him, the chair of the select board, and it was Reedsboro. I sent both of them an email and said, did you guys know about this? I didn't know about this. They did. So I believe they said town hall, library area. Maybe they were trying to figure out what it was. So, but if you
Because the
feel
one
like
at
it would be,
the library already exists. We already have an existing one at the library currently. So if they're adding one, I would think it would be in a different location. But I'll talk to Peter and get the details.
that's exactly why I wanted to make sure we brought it up. Just
Perfect.
so you had that info.
Mark, you're next.
So Matt, two questions. One for both Tammy and Matt. Do you have a count of the number of students that do not have internet at their homes at this point? Matt, you shaking your head?
Yeah, we have a count and we're following up with those families directly. And in fact, we've been working a little bit with Laura on gathering some data around the district. And so the answer is yes, we have counts for that and we're working with them individually. It's below 5 in Dover.
Okay.
So I feel a little bit luckier. We're actually, all of our families have internet service. It's just how reliable it is really the bigger issue here in Wardsboro. It seems like it sort of fades in and out depending on the day or the usage. I'm not really certain. Yes, so everybody fortunately has it. It's just whether or not it's working reliably. That's the bigger issue here.
Okay. And Matt, can you talk a little bit about how IB has translated to the online teaching world?
Yeah, it hasn't actually changed that much. The IB structure fits nicely into remote learning. The ability to be project based also fits nicely into remote learning. We've had to reduce the scope of work that we can do based on what the agency recommended for time of day and for what we've heard back in response from families in terms of the amount of workload. But nothing has really changed. It's, we continue to focus on basic skills, and teachers continue to work IB units into their regular classroom meetings and regular classwork. It's just at a reduced rate based on the amount of time per day that we're able to provide instruction.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Richard, can you, if I might, I don't know if this is the place, but I do have a little bit more to offer on connectivity and broadband. I don't know if you want to do it here or elsewhere.
Why don't we let Bill make any comment if he wants, and you can follow up.
Yeah, I don't really have anything specific other than I would just tell you that Matt and Tammy have been phenomenal leaders during this extraordinary time, and their calm demeanor tonight is exactly what their colleagues are seeing on a daily basis, and that provides an enormous amount of consistency and stability that is really important. And so I would just give a big shout out to both of them for their leadership during this period.
Now, how come Tammy disappeared on us?
I think she just turned her video off.
Okay.
Yeah, I was having a poor connection, so I
Bill.
just turned the camera off. I'm still here.
I think it's
Okay.
family movie night in Wardsboro.
Matt, you got anything else?
If I could, I just would add that on this issue of connectivity, Bill's office has taken on this project to try to identify families in the district. And it really has turned out to be a big project, but the staff at the central office have really done a fantastic job identifying and mapping out those households, including staff, and really allowed us to, actually, they've made all the individual calls, but it's really allowed us to dig in and see really which specific families are struggling to access. We got information about the ability for them to access at all versus, poorly. so we can distinguish those things. So I'd just like to thank Bill and the central office for the work they did on that project.
Okay,
Rich, can I ask a follow-up? It's
Yeah,
Dwight.
Dwight,
Can I ask?
go ahead.
Just a follow-up on, yeah, that you guys seem to be doing an amazing job, and thank you for everything. My only question was, based on the connectivity and some of the other issues, is there any absenteeism? Are you finding some kids just aren't at all of the, school classes they need to be at? And are we doing anything to try to catch those kids? And also, are we keeping track of those who aren't attending?
You want to go first, Tam?
Sure. I would say that overall our participation rates are extremely high. On a daily basis, I would say all of our teachers are connecting with most of our students. If not, they definitely reach out to them, whether it's via a phone call or email. And I think parents are being extremely proactive. If their child isn't going to participate, we get a phone call or an email saying, hey, listen, we're not going to be able to make it today. So overall, our communication has been really fantastic, and participation, I would say, we have maybe one or two students, maybe once or twice a week, not, connecting with their classroom teacher. So overall, we're, I would say I'm really thrilled with the amount of participation that is happening at our school.
Just in terms of Dover, it's similar. We do have, Dwight, we do have some students who are not accessing because they don't have access. So they're finding creative ways. Teachers are accessing kids by phone or by FaceTime, or parents are taking kids to work. They're driving up and sitting in front of the school and using Wi-Fi. So there have been a lot of solutions to having the convenience of having the internet connectivity at home. But I feel confident that we're reaching all the families. It's not necessarily a one and done, like you reach them and it's over. I mean, this is something that we have to continue to support, and we continue to support daily. I don't know about Tammy, but we're constantly working with families to access the Google Classroom and send out their kids' credentials, and they're finding the phone app and getting that set up. And so there's a huge broad range of ways families are accessing, but some are getting printed out materials that they're picking up still because they don't have the ability to access the materials online. But those are down to one handful, literally less than 5. So that's going pretty well, I think.
Thank you. You guys are doing a tremendous job. I'm only hearing positive things, and just really, really, just a tremendous job. Thank you so much for all you're doing, and all the teachers.
Tammy, did you want to add something to that, or you came back online? Mark, you had a question?
Yeah, I just want, sorry, turn that off. How are the teachers holding up now that we're, 5-6 weeks into this? And the staff, I'm just curious how they are doing personally. I stand corrected.
You want to go, Tam?
What was that, Kate?
We've completed 5 weeks. So we're going to start week 6 when we come back from vacation.
How many weeks is a semester?
18.
So you'll have a third of your semester will have been this way.
The teachers in Dover are, I think, again, I mentioned out of the gate, they were running hard and they were tired, and families were tired. There was too much work. I think they're finding a balance now after this period of time, and they're occasionally stopping into school to get materials. So I'm able to kind of check in with them. Everybody seems good. They seem strong. They're ready for this break. So I'm hoping everybody's taking this break and getting away from their computers and taking walks. But I think they're finding the balance with their family and creating boundaries with their students so that they're not Zooming on Easter Sunday, for example. But I think generally they feel pretty strong. They really miss the kids a lot. That I hear that over and over again. They miss the personal contact, they miss the face-to-face, and they're really just looking forward to getting back to normal so they can see kids and get them back in school.
Yeah, I would say at Wardsboro, it's very similar to the things that Matt spoke about. I mean, all the teachers are saying they would much rather fulfill their contract in the way it was meant to be fulfilled, which is, on a day-to-day basis, teaching the kids in their classrooms. Yeah. So other than that, I think they're holding it really pretty well. There's a little bit of anxiety about, what it will be like coming back after a little break. And then we've got about 8 weeks left of school after that. So we're trying to think of ways to make learning fun and engaging and exciting from now to the end of the school year.
Go ahead, Matt.
Just one more thing to add, following up on Laura's comment earlier in the meeting about how you all are getting more technologically advanced. That is also something I hear a lot from teachers, is just the amazing amount of learning that they've been forced into in the last 5 weeks with all the online learning how to run a meeting, learning how to keep kids engaged. Some of those things continue to be, things that we're working on, but it has been true for teachers that they have learned a tremendous amount these last few weeks and are growing under these circumstances, which is pretty remarkable, I think.
Well, thank you to you and your staffs and all the great work that you've been doing.
You're welcome.
Laura, you wanted to follow up on something about technology or Wi-Fi or interconnectivity?
Yeah, I just also wanted to thank Matt for highlighting originally an issue that was going on with one of our providers, Bill for gathering all of that data. With my legislative hat on, I asked Bill and the superintendent in the other district I represent for that information. It's been a pretty high priority in my legislative committee for my chair. Like his number one thing that he cares about doing right now is making sure that kids are connected. I don't know that we're doing so well in that department, but we are working really hard. Immediate solutions in this type of a situation are almost always going to be wireless, I think, and we're seeing some additional wireless go into Wardsboro maybe, but that's not like having it at your home. So people are really trying to think about how to get these kids more connectivity. It definitely illustrates even more, the inequities that we see for our kids all across the state, and our staff and our board right now, so luckily we're all able to be on. So I also want to thank you guys for gathering that information. I think it will be helpful eventually. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, you good or? Okay. So the only other thing, I was talking to Laura earlier today about something else and mentioned, I don't know if you folks saw on Fox 25 News, they're using school buses to make Wi-Fi hotspots. And the school bus pulls into a big parking lot and they have a big piece of paper on the side of it with the connecting code and stuff. And people that have more technology than me can go in there and you can go and hook up. So I didn't know if that may be something to do with their school buses, make them hotspots and move them around the town. And I'm not sure what is required to do that or what you need. But, we have a couple school buses that are delivering meals, I guess, maybe, but it was just an idea. Kate, watch out behind you. In case it was a murderer. Are we good with the principals? Go ahead, Mark.
I don't know if this is for Bill, Lori, or the principals, but I'm just curious where our budget stands in relation to where you expected us to be at this time of the year.
So that would be me, right?
Probably.
So yeah, I just looked at it the other day, and I think I had given you a basically an up-to-date last board meeting, maybe last month. And I'm not seeing, there's no big savings, if that's what we're looking for. It certainly seems to be keeping track. I will say the revenues are probably going to be off even a little further. For instance, I just heard today that the Medicaid billing that happens is not, it's still happening with remote learning, but it won't be, you can't bill for a one-to-one when you're not actually having a one-to-one service. So, there may be some reduction in some of the revenues on that. Food, we may have some increases in food costs there, but some decreases in some substitute costs. So those might balance each other out. So I would say, right where I thought we were going to come out for the end of the year is what it's looking like, within a 10 to 20% range.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Of the somewhere between 27 and 31, depending on the time of day that someone says it, money that's coming to the state for elementary schools, which I know is being distributed based on Title I. Any idea on how much we're looking at receiving?
So it's going to come to the SU, and it'll come down through probably the Title I, the grant funding. It's roughly about $281,000 for the SU.
Okay.
And then it will be distributed based on, we actually have a COVID-19 project code in all of the different databases right now. So any spending that's above and beyond what would have happened normally has been coded to that. So we're tracking expenses. For instance, when the SU was asked to create childcare for essential workers, we immediately coded all of those costs. It didn't last that long, but we coded all of those costs to the COVID-19 project code. So we're tracking expenses, and that will come out of there. The money, it will come down directly to the SUs. So it does not go to the Ed Fund. And so that is, it's another pot of revenue that will be looked at for grabbing back to go towards the Ed Fund. Trying to put it in simple terms of, I don't know if you remember, many of you were on the board, we had the healthcare recapture, where they, the estimated savings in healthcare due to the new healthcare plans, they reduced ed spending over a 2-year period by doing a healthcare recapture. And so I know that's been talked about. I don't know, and Laura could probably fill us in a little bit more about that, but I'm not sure where that stands right now. But we may see that 281,000 for the SU recaptured in a different way because this 31 million or 28 million dollars that you're talking about doesn't touch the Ed Fund, and they need it.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, just something for everybody to remember.
Richard?
This year's budget is pretty well set. Most of our income is in. We don't have a lot of income stuff coming in, except for grant money when we even up. I wouldn't be worried about this year at all. I noticed when I just signed pay warrants, there was, we seem to be in a good position. It's until the legislature decides what happens next year, that's going to be the big thing. And we could spend hours discussing it, but until the legislature actually makes some decisions, we're not going to know what's going to happen. And it's, again, this year's are pretty much all set. Most of the money goes back and forth. We asked I think last time, Laura, you were at our meeting, we asked that we not spend any money, that we didn't need to spend, absolutely need to spend. hopefully we're going to save a little bit of money on fuel, even though it's coming down, because the buses aren't going to be traveling. But the big thing is going to be paying attention. Once the legislature decides what they're going to do, then we need to be nimble enough to be looking at it and see how we adjust the budget that we've already passed. And that's going to be the important thing. I think more so than this year's kind of, it is what it is, and we're kind of stuck with it. Laura, do you know what they're doing?
No, no, I don't know what they're doing yet. I know that's been discussed in a number of meetings. And the other thing I was going to say is I was going to encourage all of us not to say they, but to say who we mean. Not to say they, but to say who we mean. I'm feeling very sensitive about us and them stuff these days. So.
And I'm not saying it bad. I just, the legislature doesn't know. I mean, they have as much of an unknown as everybody else.
It was not. It was not an attack on you, my friend.
Oh no, I mean, sometimes I'll say the wrong thing. Like I didn't mean to. I'm not nervous yet. I'm nervous about next year, but I'm pretty comfortable about this year. Lori, is there any reason not to be comfortable?
No, I think that we'll finish out the year, like I said, somewhere in the vicinity of where I had thought originally. Unless they do something with this recapture for this year, and I don't know that will happen in time for this year. So,
and they would be the legislature, and specifically the Ways and Means Committee and the Education Committees making a recommendation. Oh, yes.
Okay. Is everybody okay? We beat that topic up enough. Mark, I think you brought that up. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I just to clarify, this isn't a worry. This is just trying to get the information.
Okay. Now the dog's attacking Kate. Okay, so then if we're doing principals, let's move to Bill and the superintendent's report, which was a lot of information. Go ahead, Bill.
I don't really have anything to add. I mean, I'll take some questions. I'll capture the superintendent's report and the COVID-19 report, just to let you guys know kind of the landscape. I meet twice a week with all the superintendents from Windsor and Wyndham to talk through every issue that we're all going through. We're sharing documents, we're sharing concepts, we're sharing strategic approaches, so that we're all trying to work lockstep together. We meet once a week with the Secretary of Education for an hour on Thursdays. He gives us a debrief of what's going on. We get guidance every single day in written form that we share with all the principals and the cabinet members, and then we take action based on whatever the guidance is. We meet once a week with our COVID-19 task force, which is our leadership team, plus the association, the nurses, the counselors, food service, just so everybody knows what everybody else is doing so we can stay in touch with each other. And just trying to keep things as normal as possible and routine as possible during a very unroutine time.
Any questions for the superintendent's report? Okay, thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Laura.
Thank you, Bill.
Matt, one thing I missed during your presentation, I don't know how much you can say, but I don't know if everybody's aware of the situation you had up there with a staff member. Do you want to just, Mark, you have a comment?
I was waving at Dwight, who just showed back up.
Oh, Dwight's there. Hi, Dwight. Matt, can you give us a brief overview of what happened?
Sure. I think I sent out a release to each of the board members. We did have an employee have a medical emergency while preparing some meals on Wednesday of last week. And rescue was called. Deerfield Valley Rescue came to the scene. Dover PD, East Dover Fire was there, and the employee was transported to BMH and was released on Thursday and is home recovering. And the news is all good, and we are extremely happy about that. It was not related to her work in any way. It was not related to any of the work conditions. It was a personal medical emergency. And we're just really feeling fortunate that we were there to help her, and that she's recovering well and is ready to come back to work. Although I told her she has to wait 14 days because she's been in the hospital. So feeling very lucky.
Okay. Is there any questions for Matt? Okay, hearing none. Is there anything that anybody that I missed? Is there anything anybody wants to see on the next agenda? Mark, you had sent something that said go to meeting best practices. Did you send that to everybody, or was that just for me because I didn't know what I was doing?
No, I sent that to everybody. There's one small correction to that, which is the link on there to the meeting documents. I mistyped it. It's only HTTP there, and actually has to be HTTPS. Hey, Cabernet. Sorry, dog and cat are fighting. But no, that's it.
So just how do we do an executive session now?
We are going to kick everybody out who doesn't belong in the executive session, and then come back from it. And anybody who wants to come back in can, but won't be the easiest thing to communicate about.
Okay.
So Mark, is there
Yeah.
a waiting room?
There is. If people want to dial right back in after I kick them out, they can wait in the waiting room. And then when we come back from executive session, I'll let them in.
Do I need to wait to be sworn in to go to executive session? This is Kate.
You should be, but I think we can, and I don't see Bill anymore. Is Bill gone? No, Bill's there. Bill, we can invite who we want to bring into an executive session, correct? Okay, we can invite you in.
Okay.
Is there anything I'm missing? Because I think all I have is contractual issue. Yes, Peter.
How shall we know when to come back?
Well, I don't know if we're going to make any decisions, so I can just send you an email again, like last time. I have that technology.
Okay.
Okay. Is everybody good then? Board members, just give a thumbs up if you're good. Okay. And I'm sorry, it looks like I'm looking off to the side, but I got a bigger screen in front of me and my computer's on the side. That's why I'm really not looking at you guys. So why don't we? Pardon?
It's your good profile.
Better profile. Thank you. Why don't we do an executive session for contractual issue? If somebody would make such a motion.
Rich, Bill just asked whether you want Tammy and Matt to attend.
No, as long as Bill attends, he can fill them in. We'll let them get off. Poor Matt is struggling down there in Guilford. Bye, Tammy. Bye, Matt.
Bye, guys. Thank you, and have a great night.
You too.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Did we have a motion?
I don't know. I'm waiting for one.
I'll make a motion that we move into executive session for contractual issues.
Okay. We have a motion. Somebody second that, please. Rick?
A second.
Okay, so we got a motion in the second. We should note in the motion that we're going to invite Kate into the executive session.
Got it.
Okay.
Bye,
Is there any
everyone. Keep
discussion?
safe. Nice to see you all on video.
Bye, Carrie.
So let me just let people know that on the contractual issue, Rick and I will let the board know, and hopefully we'll have some more information at our next meeting. And then, is there anything else before we adjourn, Mark?
Yeah, Bill, I was just wondering where we were on the status of the couple hiring positions that we had.
Sure. Matt has posted the positions. We've received over 10 applications, many of them local. So I would agree with the board's approach to contractual negotiations and investing in what you have invested in. I think that word gets around and people see stability and durability in what you guys provide in River Valleys.
Great, good to hear.
Okay, so if there's nothing else, Bill, I don't know, do we need to meet the first Monday in May, or what do you folks think? Do you want to put it off to the middle of May, see what's going on more? Do we want to maybe just have a written report from the principal administrators and see what's happening? I'm not sure what the board's thoughts are. Laura, go ahead. Oh, Mark, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say, I think I'd like to meet it. It's helpful for me to hear from Bill, Matt, and Tammy about what's going on. So that's my opinion.
Laura? You're good?
Nothing.
Oh, Dwight's muted.
What's that?
Dwight, so are you up for meeting on May 4th?
Yeah, I'm available.
Rick,
It is helpful. I mean, the meetings are, I mean, I'm not sure how much more we need to do, what other things we have to accomplish, but I agree the meetings are helpful, and, you know, I miss you guys.
Now it really looks like that tic-tac-toe game, you know? Rick, you all good?
Yes, that should be fine to meet. If we want to meet, that should be fine.
Kate, you're all good to meet?
I'm ready to go to meeting.
There you go.
Send me an email and just let me talk to Andy and see how you get sworn in. I think any notary can do it. Do you know any notaries over your way?
I think so. I think there's actually one up in my neighborhood. I'm up in the Sheldon Hills Mountain Farms neighborhood, so I think we've got one up here.
Okay, and if not, I could meet you over in Wardsboro, like post office there by the cemetery at the base of Sheldon Hill.
Yep.
So, and stay 6 feet apart. So let me check with you and I'll let you know what we need to do for you.
Okay. Thank you.
So if we're all set, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Just so everyone knows, it will be the same link for all of our meetings, so that won't be changing.
Okay.
Thank you for doing this, Mark, for us too. I really appreciate it. As you can tell, if it was up to me, we wouldn't be doing it.
All right, motion to adjourn.
So moved. It's what is it? It's 7:37 p.m. We'll see you guys all on May 4th. Bill, and we'll get together the week before, and Bill's gone.
Welcome on board, Kate.
Thank you.
Who is it?
order. Hopefully he calls in shortly, but we are 6:32 p.m. and we will call the Tuesday, April 21st, 2020 meeting to order. There is a lot of noise if you are not speaking. If you could mute yourself, I'm not sure where that's coming from. Additions to the agenda. We will add in under old business, we should talk about the building use of the town offices.
Is that all you have?
I think so. Maybe while we have Seth here and you as well, Gene, maybe we should add number 7 and discuss that email I sent out. Sandy, I did get your email saying that we should look into some others as well, but let's just have a brief discussion about that and see if we can get that ball moving.
So that's like fundraiser, library,
yeah,
and
yeah, that's fine. Department fundraiser, sure.
Rec and library fundraiser.
I like it.
Okay.
Did anybody else have additions to the agenda? Seeing none, I don't have any chair's remarks other than I think we're doing okay here, Vernon. We had a great weekend with the parade, and we see a lot of people coming together on Facebook offering to help each other, looking out for each other, and it is great to see, and hopefully we can continue that. I know that this is tough and we all want to get back to some sense of normalcy, but as long as we keep up the good fight, I think we're headed in that direction. Open public comments on agenda items only. Seeing none. Yeah.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair. Do you want a motion on the additions?
Oh, sure, we could do that. Yeah. This is why you guys are here.
We all work together. I move that we add under new business, recreation and department and library fundraiser, and under old business, building use of the town offices.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Harris. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Perfect. I was hoping that Mr. Emery chimed back in here, but Mark, if you're able to get us started, and hopefully we can catch up with David after you go.
Can everybody hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hope everyone is doing well and healthy. Just a few things. Dave actually is the one that wrote the report, and I was hoping he would lead off first. Unfortunately, he's having technical difficulty. So there's a few things from the Vermont Department of Public Health that I'd like to go over. As we all know, on Friday, this past Friday, the governor, state of Vermont, announced a path to restart Vermont. And he indicated and issued some guidelines on some small businesses that the state would allow to reopen and start work and try to get the economy going back in Vermont. Few of those businesses are small crews for outside construction or other outdoor trade jobs, and single worker, low or no contact professional services. The governor also clarifies the guidance for retailers to allow additional operations using delivery and curbside services. And he also outlined the safety requirements for these entities and others already operating to ensure continued social distancing, hygiene, and disinfection. This is all well and good, though I don't think Vermonters should let their guards down. I think we still need to practice the safety measures that have been imposed by the state. That means social distancing, personal hygiene, washing hands, wearing mask when out in public. So we all still have a part in this pandemic. I know last month's meeting, we discussed briefly the cloth face coverings, and there's discussion on how those should be cleaned. I did mention that the CDC's website did have some information on the maintenance and cleaning of the cloth face mask. The state has come out with a guideline for that. It's actually a fact sheet. I'll be forwarding that to Tim, hopefully tomorrow, and he can post that on the town's unofficial webpage for people to read and know the do's and don'ts for a cloth face mask. Another item that the governor discussed is that they want people outside. However, they want you to continue distancing yourself in practicing the safety guidelines. In addition, they have, as you know, ticks are really bad, and those cause problems as well. So the governor has issued, or there's guidelines for ticks. Make sure you take proper precautions for ticks. That's pretty much what I have for right now. I'm not sure if Dave's on yet, or if you have any questions of me.
I think we got David. Oh, it's connected.
I can hear you.
Oh, there you are. Mr. Emery, welcome to the meeting for the second time this evening. Mark Snow just gave his update. And I guess, Mark, do you want to just catch him up quickly and let him go from there?
Sure. Dave, I just went over the Vermont Department of Public Health's today's update. Pretty much the governor's path to restarting Vermont. I did not go over the report that you have prepared. I was hoping that you would get online and be able to read that.
Well, I get it, Snip. Obviously, I am somewhat technically challenged, as one might say. And this doesn't seem to work well for me. I can't wait till we can go back face to face. So let me start with today's report. And as you know, somebody, am I muted?
No, you're connecting.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you too.
Okay. Yeah, I'm on the phone, but okay. So this is the beginning of week 6. And I don't know how many weeks we're going to continue, but I can tell you that nationally things have changed a lot. Vermont, as you know, has lightened up a little bit. However, just keep in mind that the numbers, for instance, today's numbers are, we're still climbing, however, not rapidly. As of today, there's 816 positive tests for COVID. There have been 13,100 tests and 40 deaths. There were 2 deaths up from yesterday. So all in all, keep in mind that we're not out of this thing. We are probably right at that peak, at the plateau. Let's hope that it won't go higher. But having said that, as you know, the governor is allowing some people to go back to work. So I strongly encourage everyone that is on that list to follow the guidelines that are put out. And I guess I can't stress the importance of maintaining the social distancing, washing your hands, wearing a mask. And this is going to be the norm, I think, for some time to come. If that doesn't happen, if we don't continue to do that, what I'm afraid is that we're going to see the virus return with a vengeance, and it's going to be worse. So with that, I know that town office has the opportunity to figure out how they want to open in other businesses. So I'm suggesting any business that does decide to open, that you write policies now, and you write the stringent policy. And it should include who's coming in, how they're coming in, when they're coming in, and what they're going to wear, if they're going to wear masks, which is certainly the way it should be, and setting some guidelines and times and adhering to it. Also suggesting that cleaning your office, and I don't know what the town has presently for cleaning public spaces in the town office, but you might want to look at that and write the policy to effectively clean it either on a daily basis or wherever you go. I might say though, that's above and beyond the norm. So reading some of the recoveries, that might be part of money that could be recovered. And I would probably, defer to Tom on that as that goes. So with that, again, I've got to, any money that we're spending above and beyond our norm for COVID-19 is going to be at least 75% recoverable.
Yeah, and it needs.
Okay. I can't, what? Okay, I'll keep going then.
Lost the audio.
He's doing so
Okay.
good.
Yeah.
My phone's saying I'm muted and unmuted, so I don't know whether you're getting this or not.
Yeah, you're on.
So I'm just going to keep talking. So the updates from our local stuff, as you know, school is still in its spring break, and they're still doing the meals. That's still working extremely well. No problems that they've reported, and everything's looking good. Deputy Whittle reports no significant issues other than the norm down here. Fire Chief Capon, as I reported last week, said calls are lower than normal, and their PPE is still okay. They're still okay with all that. I see Seth here, and he will certainly report on his closing and what he's got planned. And probably one I'm most concerned is the green, and Skip is still diligent with keeping that well in hand. And so far, and I'm knocking on wood, there's no cases reported to staff or residents. We're still maintaining a list of volunteers. So if there are people that want to volunteer, you can call Tim. Email him or call him. Tom was successful last week in talking with all of our caretakers and our list of people, and so far that has not changed. So now I would open up. Anybody have any questions or anything that you want to know? I see Bronna.
I just
I'll
like,
wait till the select board does it and then I'll take my turn.
I would just like to add to what Dave said earlier in regards to the small businesses reopening and the town hall per se. When that is, this decision is made to reopen the town hall and these small businesses, that they do practice the safety guidelines that have been handed down by the state. And also I would encourage continuous cleaning of any public building where there's business transactions being that are occurring. And also a tracking record of who's in and out. That way, if something does happen in the future, there are records and there's policies in writing that indicate what proper steps or what steps are being taken for the course of the business. That's all I have at this point.
Select board, any questions for this team here? Seeing none, Bronna, go ahead.
I have two. One is there any suggestions for use of restrooms in public buildings? And the second question has to do with, can we get, we're meeting, the library trustees are meeting on the 13th of May, and I think it's imperative that we adopt the policies. Is there any possibility of us getting copies or suggested language?
Well, Mark, do you want to go with that one? You got any thing?
In regards to the use of public restrooms, if a business is offering public restrooms, then the business should be responsible enough to make sure that the restrooms are cleaned on a regular basis and that proper sanitizing is done, as well as hand sanitizers available on the outside of the restrooms as well. As far as policy, there's none that I'm aware of. However, you can go onto the healthvermont.gov website. There's frequently asked questions and answers section in there. You might be able to find some key points in there, or there may be a section that may have some templates for policies that you're referring to. Other than that, I don't have anything personally.
And guidelines?
And guidelines, yes.
Thank you.
Bronna, we'll discuss that again towards the end of this meeting as well. So
I'll stick around.
You're welcome to, or we could certainly include you in that on that email that will go out tomorrow, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions for David or Mark? Jean, you had something?
From the Department of Libraries and the state librarian, I can tell the questions they're asking that they're already starting to formulate a plan for how to at least reopen libraries, which would really be similar to the public building. I feel like the governor is going to really lay out how this should be done. And that's where we should take our cues and do at least that, if not more. So I feel like that is going to be coming as the openings are allowed.
And I think you're right. I think, Dr. Levine, and they've done lots of press conferences, and they've all been, very, very clear that the social distancing, washing hands, and masks are probably going to be truly what's going to be enforced.
Yeah.
Even in library or wherever, any of that. And unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit tougher because people are going to be turned away from entering that type of building if they aren't complying.
Yeah.
But the CDC has been very clear with the same thing. So if you narrow it all down, the policies and procedures are probably going to be pretty simple. We just got to figure out how to make them work.
Yeah.
Those four things are going to be the simple ones, and now figuring out how to make it work. You know, for instance, making appointments. You know, I don't know if the library could do that. You know, you might be able to reschedule different times for different people, different age groups. But again, I think I would absolutely agree that we'll see some guidance come out from the state very quickly. Matter of fact, I would assume by the end of the week.
Right.
Rana, was that helpful?
Yes, thank you.
Right.
I know like before we had lockdown that the assistants were washing down books or disinfecting books covers as they were coming in. So I assume that those kinds of practices will, and others. I know that Jean has been thinking about it, and I've also seen questions on the trustees listserv.
David or Mark, is there, when we start talking about square footage of a building like the library or something like that, is there recommendations or guidelines as to how many people are allowed in those specific size places? I don't know if I'm making sense with that.
Yeah, there are. However, square footage hasn't been the topic of the discussion. Unless you're talking fire code, then square footage and the number of exits make the difference. In this application, with the virus, it's the 6 foot thing. So however you look at that, if you took, you know, 30 by 30 building and made 6 foot circles around that is going to be the key. So I think one of the things that we've seen is that they're putting marks on floors, 6 foot marks. So giving people a good indication of where they can and can't be. Doing everything that you can to help the public decide, you know, it's funny, I've heard people saying, well, I'm carrying a 4 foot pipe wrench, and I've been put on. So, you know, it's funny that that 6 foot measurement comes out in a whole bunch of different ways. So I would say that the 6 foot is going to be one of the tougher ones to do. I know in my case it's extremely difficult. You know, I'm a hugger from way back, and so 6 foot is difficult. So it's going to be one of those things that we have to do, and we need to get used to it because it's going to be here for a very long time. Until in today's press conferences, that said these guidelines are going to be pretty much the norm until there's an effective vaccine, and we could be looking at 12, 18 months away.
And just to add to the occupant load, I'm not aware of any restrictions on occupant loads here in Vermont, though I can say that in neighboring states that, such as grocery stores, they're using the rule of thumb of 40% of their normal occupancy for their, and that's based on square footage. So if they were approved for, say, 200 people, as an example, 40% of that is now what they're using as a guideline for during this pandemic at this point. And that's just a reference. But again, that's not in the state of Vermont, that's in neighboring states.
Rana, you had something?
Yeah, I was just thinking about the lobby of the building, and I think that, I'm sorry, Jean, but I think we should remove the sale books and even the chairs and tables, so we don't encourage congregation.
I don't disagree with you. I think that rather than going through all of that work downstairs, we do have those velvet ropes for the election. I don't know if that is a possibility to just rope that off for now. I will rely heavily on Mark and David for that one. And also, while we're talking about all of these spaces and we have the rec director here, let's just have the discussion about the rec center. Your thoughts on that, opening that up slowly, or what are we looking at as far as this weather starts to get nicer, allowing the kids out? I just want to get your guys' professional opinion on that.
Are you looking for my opinion specifically, or are you looking for those who maybe have a little bit more experience in this field than myself?
So I think that this is a good time to have this discussion while we have the select board. We have Mark and David here as well as you. I think it makes sense to just kind of throw this around. Certainly not saying that we're going to remove signs and barricades tomorrow, but what does that look like for the future here, gentlemen?
I would ask Seth what he's been hearing and monitoring around the state.
Sure.
What are other recs departments doing?
Yeah, and I have spoke with my colleagues from surrounding towns and how they're working through this. And it sounds like we're all kind of in the same boat. Kind of closed down parks and those things where people could congregate, or there are surfaces that we simply could not clean adequately. Slides and things like that. So, or often enough, I should say. We can clean them adequately, just not often enough. So we're all in the same boat. Those places are all closed down. We're kind of really taking directives from the governor at this point. I think that decisions will be made clear for us. I don't see individual departments, rec departments, making too many individual decisions. I would venture to guess that the directives will come from the governor, and we'll follow those directives. Right now, I don't see us opening the park, in the immediate future. But I guess time will tell. We'll have some answers hopefully in the next couple of weeks.
I certainly agree with what you said, Seth. The term the governors use regularly is opening the spigot slowly. And my opinion is recreation departments are not in the beginning of that spigot.
I would agree.
Recreation departments in reality are always group things that take place. And the businesses that are being allowed to open are 2 people. So in your application, I think the discussion's important, and I think it's good to start looking at that plan. But I would certainly say that that's not this week. That might be as that faucet turns.
I would agree.
And to add to that is the gathering of 10 or more has not been lifted. So, so that's still in place. Certainly that falls under the rec department.
Yeah, and that was part of the original challenges that we were facing. I had people say, "Are you going to, ask me prior to the closing if we were going to close down the park?" And my initial thoughts were, "Well, no, we'd love to keep it open." But it became pretty clear pretty quickly that if a couple groups of people, independently decide that they're going to go, use the park, that more than 10 happens very quickly. We had upwards of 15 or more on multiple occasions, and we just said this can't continue to happen. We can't be the ones that are essentially authorizing this by having the park open. So it's kind of forced there, which understandably so.
One question, what about the pavilion? I know you have a lot of events there during the summer months. Are any of those being scheduled, or are you not scheduling any of those until further notice?
Yeah, we schedule those up to a year in advance. So we do have a calendar of events scheduled. At this time, no cancellations have been made, though that certainly would be something that we'll have to visit in the very near future. But we do have events that generally start, I say events, we have rentals that begin late May generally, and I don't have the calendar in front of me, so I couldn't tell you when the first one was this year, but certainly in June. Decisions will have to be made for sure.
So Seth, let me be the first to cancel. Our fundraiser for June has been canceled, and I hadn't called you yet, but I'll tell you now.
Yep, that works, Dave. Thank you. I'll make a note of it.
All right. Any other questions for Mark, David, or for Seth pertaining directly to the rec opening? Seeing none. Let's go ahead and move on to the approval of minutes from our March 17th meeting. That.
The only thing that I noted was that on page 5, there were actually some minutes from the executive session, so I think those have to come out. It's under executive session. Oh, wait a second. I'm sorry, I had read that wrong. Forget that.
You're on March 27th, right?
Yeah.
On page 4, it says page 3, but it's the last page. It's at the conclusion of the all of this discussion. I have no idea what that means.
On page 4?
Yeah, it says page 3, but then it also says page 4. It's under it's 6 paragraphs up from the end. It's after bullet number 4.
I don't know where that is.
Do you see where the motion is to pay the employees not considered essential? It's a last made motion before the adjournment motion.
No, I don't see it.
Okay, I just printed these off today.
Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, I see what you're saying now.
Yeah.
Bottom
then,
of page 5.
Oh, it's page 5?
What's suggested that both right, some online.
And if we can't figure out what it means, we might as well take that out. Or
well, it's the end of the sentence, because it was suggested that the preschool and after school consider providing online activities. I guess in a similar manner to what the school is doing is what was kind of said.
Okay.
That is taking place at the preschool.
Cool.
Yep.
So I was hoping that Tom would, because I believe he took the notes that evening, I was hoping he would weigh in on this.
I'm just looking for the corrections that need to be made. It was meant, when that was stated, it was based on Mr. Dunkley's discussion that the preschool and the after school should try to offer online activities.
Okay.
And I kept it as short as that.
Okay, so I'm not sure I have the same minutes everybody has because I only have literally 4 pages, but there's 4 bullets. Number 4 is the town should be keeping track of all expenses for possible FEMA reimbursement. Then it says at the conclusion of all of this discussion information, colon. That's as clear as mud.
And I'm seeing the same thing.
The 17th to the 27th.
Pardon me?
The 27th.
All right, 27th. Yeah, that should be page. Okay. So where are you? I'm sorry, I'm looking at it now.
Page 4, bullet 4, the very next line after bullet 4.
At the conclusion of all of this discussion and information, made a motion is what I've got.
Before the motion, it says at the conclusion of all of this discussion and information.
She's saying the sentence is not clear, Tom.
Yeah, the word "the" should be the conclusion of all of this discussion and information, colon.
Okay.
There was a motion. So the word "the" should be eliminated.
Okay. And then on the motion, seconded is S-E-C, not S-E-N.
You're correct.
Motion was seconded, not senated. I mean, Jean is very talented, but I don't know how she did that one.
Any other corrections to that?
No.
All right, can I get a motion?
I move that we accept the minutes as corrected.
And those have been corrected.
I know.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Root. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Perfect. I am intentionally dragging my feet. I saw Mr. Dunkley drive by. He should be joining us shortly here. But I think we can move into the bills and warrants.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve payment of the following warrant. 21T accounts payable, $53,801.37. 14S payroll, $9,630.33. And 15S payroll, $7,344.32.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Sandy. I'm sorry, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. While we still have Mr. Emery here, is there any objection to us moving the adoption of the LEMP plan up to now so that we could get him out of here should he so choose?
Great idea.
All right, having no objection, you're up, Chief.
Okay, I think I got this thing working. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There you go.
Welcome.
By the time we're done with this, I'll be good at it.
Yeah, so we all feel.
Right, Rich? Rich will teach me. So the LEMP, that's a document that a few years ago we created, and I'm going to give you some brief history. Prior to the LEMP, you all remember that there was the RERP plan, the Radiological Emergency Response Plan. The LEMP is a statewide plan. However, it came out of the federals, FEMA, and so it's actually tied to FEMA. So with that, the state phased it in. They phased it in with what they called the short form and the long form. We elected to do the short form last year because last year was the first year that it was mandatory it be done. So we did the short form. It was planned to do the long form this year, but given the crisis that we're in, it didn't allow us the proper time to do that. And it is time stamped. Even though the feds and the local government and state government has extended deadlines on everything else, this is one that they did not extend the deadline on, even at the request of every EMD in the state of Vermont. So having said that, the LEMP is tied to the plan that you approved back in October, called the Local Hazard Mitigation Plan. I don't know if you all remember that, but you have a copy of that. So for us to get federal funding, we had to have that plan and the LEMP. So the short form and the version that you have is the short form, and there's no changes on the plan itself. The only changes are names and contact things. Other than that, it doesn't have any changes. And on the sign sheet, and it has to be signed, it has to be approved by the board and signed by the chair. There is a little box that says, mark this block if readopted plan has no changes from the previous year. So that is what you're seeing right now, no changes other than names. And then hopefully next year, you'll see a much thicker document with a lot more stuff in it than you have in the past. So what I need to do today, this has to be into the state by May 1. So once it's signed, someone there needs to send me an electronically signed copy. I will forward it to the local regional planning commission, and they review it. Then they send it on to the state, and the state reviews it and sends it on to Waterbury, and Waterbury sends it to the feds. And because we may be tapping that federal funding for the COVID, we need this document done. Yeah. So I think I made some of the changes. I talked with the chairman earlier, and I think I've made all the name changes. However, those can be made at any time during the year too. So let me entertain what your preference on the LEMP, Local Emergency Management Plan.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that we approve and have you sign the LEMP as presented by David.
Second.
I'm sorry, who was that second, Michael?
Michael.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Moved and seconded. All those in favor of signing the LEMP as presented by Chief Emery, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Perfect. So Chief, I will take care of that tomorrow. If you get that over to the town office, and we'll make sure that that gets, or I'll print this off tomorrow and sign that, and we will scan that over to you.
Yep, you've got the, and anything else you want to, if I've got some names wrong or we can change that anytime. Thank you. Stay safe, everyone. I'm going to click out. Let me know. 579-9931. Call me and I'll do whatever I can to help you. Thank you. I appreciate everyone working hard on this program. See ya.
Thanks, David. Appreciate you.
Thanks, David.
Bye.
Tom, you had something?
Well, David's gone now, so I'll have to wait till tomorrow.
Wait a minute. I'm still here. I didn't click out yet.
Yeah, this is the one that Chris sent over to us about 5:55. The one you sent about 3:12 this afternoon, and all it takes is the signature of the chair. Is the format that it's in okay, or does it need to be on formal letterhead?
No, in the format that it's in. Yeah,
okay.
Use that particular document.
It just needs to be, it needs to be the most recent one, because that's the one that has the name changes, Tom.
Yeah, that's the one you sent me.
Correct.
Just before the meeting. That's what I'm looking at now.
Okay.
Yeah. And the top of it only says Local Emergency Management Plan Adoption Form. That's the form. And then it's got my signature on the front page, contacts my signature and the chairs.
Got that one, Tom?
Yes. Local emergency adoption form, 22K. Yeah, it's fine. It's the one I received late today, not the one I sent out earlier today.
Correct.
Yeah, we'll just print that off, Chris, and whenever you can come in to sign it, it'll be ready for you.
Okay, I'll be there tomorrow morning.
Okay, excellent.
All right. Mr. Emery, thank you, sir. We appreciate you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night.
You too.
You too.
Thank you. You too.
All right. And in an effort to, oh, Seth is not right there. So we will do the update regarding the emergency meeting and the work session meeting. Tom, did you have the minutes from them? I'm not sure if there's, if you have the minutes readily available, would you like to just give an update on that?
On the emergency meeting, hold on. I sent those out. I don't have them. I'll have to go to my desktop to find them.
Right. Well, while we have Mr. Dio here, let's try and get him out of here as well. I've got two places that I'd like to, three things I'd like him to weigh in on, but as everybody's aware, the pay for town employees has been spoken about multiple times. I had asked Seth to come up with, just let us know what that budget looked like, because that had been a question I believe, Jeff, you had asked about after school programming and the revenues not coming in and how that was going to affect the bottom line at the end of the year. So I had asked Seth to take a close look at that and lay that out for us so that we could make a more informed decision and make sure that that we were really wrapping our head around this and not backing anybody into a corner. So with that, Seth, if you want to jump in here, that would be great.
Yeah, I will. So I guess I'll kind of give a general synopsis of what our projected numbers will look like for the department through this fiscal year. There's two scenarios we really need to look at, but it's important for people to first understand the bottom line number that is the goal of our department. Basically, you're looking at our actual budget of $350,429. We project revenue of about $190,000 prior to the pandemic challenges we're facing.
Nope, that's not going to work. Go ahead, sorry.
All right, which means our total for taxpayers to raise, as approved, the previous town meeting, not this previous one, but the one prior, was that we would cost taxpayers $160,429. So that's really the magic number that we need to hit. And there's two scenarios that we have to look at here. One, and forgive me, I'm looking at a sheet here, so if I'm not, visually looking at the screen, I'm just making sure I'm getting my numbers correct. We have one scenario well, first of all these numbers that I'm going to tell you factor in all department staff that are currently receiving paychecks, receiving those paychecks at their current levels through the end of the fiscal year. That includes preschool and one after-school program staff member. We do have two after-school program staff members. However, one was scheduled to be out with medical leave, and she has not received a paycheck since that scheduled out date. We felt that that was the appropriate way to approach that. So that leaves us with one after-school program staff member that has been receiving a paycheck, and we would like to see that continue. So these numbers that I'm about to read to you.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Seth. Can I ask, you said the end of the fiscal year, would that after school personnel, would that be until the end of what would have been our normal school year?
Yes, sorry, I wasn't clear with that. Yes, it would be through the end of our normal school year. There would be no additional paychecks. It would be the normal end of the school year, correct? Right.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. So the first scenario that we would be looking at and again, it's hard to throw a lot of numbers at you here, and I apologize for doing that, but I'm going to do the best I can to articulate it. we still start out with that $350,429. We do have a couple of different accounts that we will be under. We're going to come in under in seasonal staff and programs as well, at a tune of a total of about $16,000 under there. And we also have some fundraising dollars available to us to offset some preschool salaries. So with those numbers factored in, our projected year-end spending drops from 350 to 320. That also, with the reduction of programs and some loss of revenue, the projected revenue would dip from 190 to 160. 320, 429 minus the projected 160 revenue gives us the total to raise of 160, 429, which is exactly, that's the number that we need to hit. So we can certainly hit that. That scenario is played out in that the pool opens on time, June 19th, with full programs. Probably not a likely scenario. So here's scenario 2, which factors in the fact that the pool does not open as scheduled this fiscal year. There are no programs until the following fiscal year. That could, in theory, be July 1. It could be August. I don't know. But just it doesn't factor those revenues of those programs this fiscal year. Looking at our budget, we would have about let's see here, $24,000 in savings between seasonal staff under budget. We would have about still that $9,000 in programs we would still save. We do have some fundraising dollars to offset preschool salaries, which means our projected year-end spending in this scenario, without the pool opening on time, projected year-end spending of $310,429. We would have a little less revenue in that case without those early programs in the pool, dropping our revenue to 150, which still puts us at our bottom line of 160,429, which is exactly where we need to be. So budget-wise, while we have had loss of programs, and that is certainly unfortunate, we are able to hit our bottom line to the taxpayer. And to sit here today, that's something that we're as comfortable as we can be, I suppose, in this situation. We are using this time to try to get ahead with some things and planning for the summer as if it's going to happen. There's some, we have our paint for the pool. The pool has been cleaned out. We're not going to paint it or start filling it or anything along those lines until we have some guidance from the governor. We do need about 3 weeks to make that happen. If they say, hey, you can open your pool and there's going to be restrictions and this is how, it's going to have to operate. We do need about 3 weeks to go from where we're at now to the pool being operational. Pretty early to really say whether any of that's going to happen. So, I mean, I guess that's a lot of numbers to throw at a computer screen without having any visuals to look at here. But the bottom line is we are able to hit our total to raise to the taxpayers, maintaining payroll, and still operating the best that we can. The principal is running a similar programs that the school is. They have, some Facebook groups. They're putting together packets that they're getting to students. They're communicating with the students to the best of their ability. While I would personally say teaching is extremely challenging, in the classroom, the current situation that they're all working through is every bit as challenging, if not more. And so they deserve a lot of credit for what they're doing.
Thank you.
So the reason that I had asked Seth to chime in here this evening is not because we're making any decisions tonight, but because this was scheduled to be a large part of our discussion at the May 5th meeting. So I wanted to make sure that we had these numbers. Seth, if you could send those out so that now it'll make more sense for them to see that, and we can have that for discussion on the 5th. Having said that, Jeff, I know that you had raised the question at one of the previous meetings about the preschool teachers doing similar to what grade school and middle school teachers were, and Seth has confirmed that that is happening. So I guess anybody have any questions for Mr. Dio?
First question, Seth.
Sure.
What was the projected income or revenue for the after-school program?
Right now, it'll be a little bit over 11,000, I believe. That revenue would cover salaries through May 8th. So we would be looking at a month basically of uncovered salaries for one person. However, the total department budget still comes in equal to what we had need to raise.
So that means other expenses are less than what was originally budgeted?
Sure, yes. Which some of that is reflected in the upcoming budget that starts, July 1. Like the fact that we have a fair amount of savings for our seasonal staff this year, I say savings, coming in under budget. We did reduce seasonal staff salaries starting July 1 as we've been able to figure out how to do things, similar services, but still reduce staffing from what we had previously done.
So in the past, I know you've looked pretty hard at individual programs, I believe with the idea of trying to make as many self-supporting as possible.
Yep.
So after May 8th, the after-school program is not self-supporting.
In this particular environment, yes,
okay.
That is the case this year.
That's what I wanted to know.
Okay.
As far as the opening up the pool and the rec, who's going to make that determination? You mentioned the governor.
Sure.
Is it the rec board, or like I said, who's actually on the ground going to make a determination what to open?
Yeah, I don't believe those decisions will be made here locally. I believe those decisions will be in the form of directives from the from the state, whether or not it's number of people on a given site, whether or not it's 6-foot rules. I believe there will be some guidance that will be coming down. I know that the Vermont Recs and Parks Association has drafted some letters and looking for some protocols from the governor's office to say, hey, what can we do and how can we do it? So I believe those directives will be coming.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
And Jeff, we did discuss that briefly while we had Mark and David here earlier to just to get their kind of recommendations or input on that. And their feeling was the same, is that was going to very much so come from Montpelier at some point. At least this is the quarter turn that the governor keeps referring to, and how that's going to reflect in the reopening of our parks. Any other questions for Seth in regards to that? Okay, so if nobody on the board objects while we have Seth here, this is how organized I am. I'm just all over the place, but I had sent out an email earlier about I believe it's called the Gray Shirt project. And I just reached out to him to see, I saw that he was working with a local business here in town. It seems like a fairly straightforward, it doesn't cost us any money, but there's potential to make money to offset some of these costs, to offset some of the fundraising dollars that Seth might have to dip into, as well as the library. So Brana, this was where I had said, or mentioned you might want to stick around for this. I just think that this is worth looking into. The shirts sell for, I think they're $19. Each department would get $10 from that specific sale. $9 stays with the company to cover their costs and their salaries. So ultimately, it's a small business trying to help other small businesses or entities like this and keep everybody's head above water and make this hurt a little bit less. My personal opinion would be that our town recently has very much shown that we are in this together. They've worked together. They have looked out for each other. So I feel that this is a potential to put a few extra dollars into each of those funds to offset a little bit of this. So questions or comments from the board on that?
Oh, sorry, I'm not the board. Go ahead.
Sandy, I know you had said that there might be some other places out there. Just curious what your thoughts are there.
Well, I know that Seth uses different silkscreen companies, which might be offering the same. I think he's still using them, but there are 2 silkscreen companies in a short radius of us here that might offer something similar. I just feel that we should open it up to see if somebody else does it. I'm not against it. I think it's an awesome idea. I just don't want someone coming back and saying, well, I didn't even have a chance to tell you what I could do.
That's fair. Seth,
But I'll
you
go
usually
on.
deal with Melissa, right?
Yeah, we use Pure Green Teas. Melissa Galati from Dummerston. She does a great job for anything we need.
Okay. So I don't know, Braun, I apologize. I should have sent that email to you earlier as well. I can send it over to you later, but between Gene and Seth, I think it's something worth looking into, reaching out to Melissa or Sandy, if there's another one closer that you're aware of. I agree that we should continue to support those local businesses, but I would absolutely love to see both of your departments be able to bring some money in. And at the same time, I think it would give the Vernon residents a chance to show their support and a little bit of pride in their town. And I think that they are more than willing to do that right now. So we should utilize that.
What would the t-shirts say?
So ultimately, you just have to give them a, I don't remember what the format was, but whatever your logo is for, so like the thing that's usually on your fundraising pamphlet, I believe that Vernon Free Library thing. For Seth,
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you guys have for a recreation logo, and it might just straight up say Vernon Rec on it. I don't think any of that's going to matter. I think that it's just going to be a sense of them pitching in and helping, and I mean, hey, we all get a shirt out of the deal. So that was my only thought with that, was that if every little bit helps here when we're starting to talk about Seth potentially dipping into fundraising money because he feels so strongly about making sure his staff is paid, and I agree with them on that, that this is a way to kind of help out with that. So
That's good.
Very well. I did briefly look at it, and I would be one of those things I'd love to bounce off my board as well before I sat here at a meeting and said, yeah, let's do it. I'd like to bounce it off them.
I would love for you to do that too.
I almost feel like we maybe don't need to aim it at either department, but maybe just some kind of Vernon pride kind of thing. If we sell them in the library, that's our take. If they're sold through the rec department, that's their take. But I don't know. I mean, that's just a thought too. Just
it's a good
something that addresses what we're surviving here,
I think that we should look into a little bit more and put it on the May 5th agenda and see if we can make something happen with that.
Sure.
At this point, I don't think any fundraiser that costs us $0 is a bad fundraiser.
Right. Right.
So, all right,
Okay.
perfect. Seth, unless the board has any further questions for you, I believe that we are set with you, sir.
All right. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Yes,
Seth.
All right. So town policies update and review process. I am perfectly fine if we table that. If there's no objection with that.
No.
Perfect. Is that gonna, Brana, go ahead.
We, at this point, I'll just tell you what the library does. We have general operating procedures for the library specific, and our personnel policies, we follow the town and our, except for paid holidays. And we, at this time of year, should be reviewing, we should have started in April, my bad. So that will be on our agenda for May 13th.
And Brana, you have all of the pertinent information that you need to log into Zoom and host a meeting and all of that stuff. If
Yes.
not, we'll get that to you. Okay, perfect.
I have my own subscription.
Oh.
For the library and some other stuff.
Okay.
In my life. Thank you.
Update on bid regarding John Deere. So we have 2 bids. Neither of them came in time. So with that in mind, I guess I'm curious what the board wants to do about that. My opinion is we have a lawnmower and attachments that are sitting there, And I truthfully don't care when those bids came in. I think that we need to just get rid of it. But that is my opinion. Jeff?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the time frame I don't think should matter.
Okay, Michael?
Better late than never.
Gene?
I agree.
Sandy?
Move them out.
With that being said, Tom is the holder of the bids, and I'm not sure how we proceed from here.
So if I could, Mr. Chairman, I'll just let you know when they came in and what they were for. We received a bid on the 16th of April from Mr. Deo for $551. That was from Peter Deo. And on the 20th, just to make sure we understand the dates, we received a bid from Mr. Pond on the 20th for $550. So, but the dates are important here.
Mr. Chairman, I move we award the bid to Peter Dio for $551. That dollar could help the rec.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Dunkley. All those in favor of accepting Mr. Dio's bid of $551, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Perfect. Congratulations, Pete. It is all yours now.
Now get to work.
That's right. And I guess this has absolutely nothing to do, not on the agenda, but it has to do with the North School. The shed that was outside of the town office blew away in that windstorm that we had last week. There was absolutely nothing of any value in that. It is still out there. It is held down so that it doesn't blow away again. And I would like to say thank you to David Emery, Seth, and Ian Dio for cleaning that up. The things were strewn all over the place. And when I got there from work, those guys were so unbelievably soaked in the pouring rain, and it was miserable and cold, and I was out there for 5 minutes. So thank you for getting that cleaned up. Everything that was in that is in the North School at this point. I think we will put that on our next agenda as far as what we want to do with that. It's a lot of old police department stuff that, as far as I'm concerned, probably needs to find a dumpster. But I think I will go in there and lay it all out and take pictures, and then we can discuss that at the next meeting if everybody's okay with that.
Okay.
Sure.
Perfect. Zoom to town accounts update. So that's been moved over. That is under Cindy's name now. It is paid for by the town card. I believe, Tom, you've been reimbursed or will be reimbursed.
Yeah, I'll be made whole. It's all good.
So thank you for letting us utilize your card in the beginning of this nightmare until we could get that switched over. So ultimately now any committee has the option of using that account to host their meetings. And this was in an effort to continue to move the town forward and keep business operational. So I don't think that really needs much more discussion unless anybody has anything. Seeing none. Town picnic discussion. I was asked this week if we were in a place to make a decision about the town picnic. And the reason for the question was because if we are not in a position for that, we need to cancel the fireworks by, I believe it was the end of the first week in May, or else we get billed 10% and we continue to get billed until we either cancel it or allow them to come and do it. So I will just start by saying that my opinion is that yes, this was all voted on last year. It was made pretty clear at this year's town meeting that this isn't an overly supported thing. And my feeling is that we should potentially be looking for some type of a townwide party, whatever we want to call that, in maybe September to celebrate making it through all of this stuff. So I understand that is in a different fiscal year, and I'm not sure how that works. That was just my thought. But I don't think that we are in any position to say that, yes, we could have a town picnic at the end of June. Having said that, Sandy, your thoughts?
I think for them to require us to make that decision now, my decision would be forget it. This is
Jeff?
not something we planned on. And it's not something, we can't tell when this is going to be over.
Yeah, I agree with both of you.
Gene?
I also agree. I don't think that crowds like that are going to be allowed that soon. And I think the money's in a fund, so I don't think it goes anywhere.
It just hangs out.
So that would have been my only other question to that would be if we did something after July 1, would those funds be available to offset that, or are they directly earmarked for fireworks only?
Have to ask Cindy.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. Michael, any comments?
No, sir.
All right. So having said that, if there is no, and please let me know if we need to vote on this, but I'm comfortable reaching out to the organizer of the town picnic and saying at this time, we will not be hosting a town picnic in this fiscal year.
I think I would make a motion that due to the coronavirus situation, that we do not host a fireworks and town picnic this year.
Second.
I'm sorry, could we put a friendly amendment in there that says this fiscal year? Are you okay with that, Sandy?
That's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Gene, are you all set to continue with that second? Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded to not have a town picnic and fireworks display in this fiscal year. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right. On to old business, town administrator recruitment discussion. So we had our workshop meeting last Wednesday to discuss that. There's been a few changes laid out to the job description. I believe everybody saw that email today. There were some highlighted things, some things taken out, some things that were changed around. So I think that we should discuss when we want to meet again about that. Did we set up a meeting last time? I thought we did. No?
I don't think so.
Okay. So is everybody okay if we look at next Wednesday to do another workshop? And hopefully that would be the last one that would, I think that we would be able to have everything discussed and be at a point where we could involve whatever recruitment we might be looking for.
Fine. Here.
Yeah, next Wednesday is good.
Yep, Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
Yeah.
you will not need me at that meeting as I will not be available that night.
That's fine.
Okay.
So that's going to be April 29th at 6 or 6:30. What's best for everybody?
6:30 is better.
6:30, please, so I can get home from work.
Okay. So Wednesday, April 29th at 6:30, we will host another workshop meeting for a town administrator recruitment. Just putting that in my calendar, sorry.
Me too. So I won't forget.
All right. Stair replacement bid. We've gotten some comments on it. I personally think that it is not an overly welcoming sight when we drive into town and the first thing you see is caution tape on the stairs to the town office building. And I know that there's been some discussion about this before. Apparently it was supposed to have been taken care of. It wasn't, it was. I have no idea. Either way, those stairs are still in terrible shape. I think that we need to do something about that before it looks any worse or before somebody gets hurt. The only problem I see with it, and I'm hoping that with the governor's orders that some of those things start to open up again, is that nobody can get concrete right now, is what I heard the other day. What truth there is to that, I'm not 100% sure.
I've seen six
but I was,
concrete trucks.
What's that?
I seen 6 concrete trucks on Route 30 the other day.
I don't know if it depends on what the project is or where it's from. I did hear from a employee at one of our local businesses that if a truck crosses from New Hampshire with it on it, that there is a fine waiting for them for doing that. So I don't know what the ins and outs are of that. I don't know if there's any truth to that. I just wanted to pass it along that this might be something that we get bids on and then the work is actually pushed out a little bit. Having said that, I would like to open it up to a discussion. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, well, I agree that it does look pretty unsightly when you drive by seeing the caution tape. You know, and again, I don't think they're dangerous if you get the caution tape up, but anyways, yeah, I think whatever we can get done sooner is the best.
Gene?
Well, I have rallied to have those stairs replaced for a long time because they're not consistent measurement. And then, you know, the crumbling, which I'm not sure patching that is going to be the answer. I think it'll, you know, resurface again, you know, what's happening to them. So, and I'm not sure that a staircase needs to be that wide, you know. It could perhaps be a little bit narrow, whatever the state codes are, and, you know, fill in on the sides and go with that.
Sandy?
I think you find that the instability of that area there goes right up to the foyer. You'll notice the crack goes across the steps. I think if we do it, we really should do it right before we have, if we had done it when it came up back in the early 90s, would have cost a lot less money.
So is there, where is the, and Michael, I'm intentionally holding out on you because of your experience with that, but I'm curious where the funds for that are. Was there something set aside at one point? Where, because I thought we had said that that had been discussed previously and it was supposedly supposed to be taken care of and wasn't. So where were we spending that out of?
I don't know if that's just like building maintenance and repair.
I didn't see it in the capital plan.
No.
It would definitely be a capital plan.
No, it's not in there. I think that like under select board budget, the buildings and grounds, well, it'd been right now, this fiscal year, we've got $250,000 was budgeted. I can't tell you what was spent. I don't have that, but next fiscal year, there's only $8,000, but we also made that other fund for kind of emergency things. So, yeah, not knowing what that's going to cost, I don't know how we're going to do that.
All right. So I know that, Tom, I had asked you to reach out to some people. I'm not sure if that's happened yet or not.
Yeah. Do you want me
Go
to
ahead.
answer that or?
Yep.
I've reached out to 3 different firms. I've reached out to Reno Brothers. I've reached out to Zaluzny. Spoke with the secretary there, and I know, Chris, you've spoken to people down at Zaluzny as well. And to King, Andrew King, who does concrete work. He's out of Putney, but his son lives on Franklin Road. He and his wife live on Franklin Road at the Damien Flooring former house. So all 3 of those folks are going to be providing bids. And I've also asked them to in a separate quote, not only the stairs, but to look at the landing, if you call it, to the patio or to the foyer. where that is also, the metal is all, stairway there is all crumbling as well, and that's falling apart, as Sandra so aptly mentioned. And so I wanted to get a price on that repair or replacement in that area, not the whole foyer, but certainly going up to that top landing where it's fallen apart as well.
I think whatever bids we get needs to be to do that job the right way and not piecemeal this back together and just put a Band-Aid on it for a year. And having
Right.
said that, I would like to open that up to Michael, where this is a large part of his experience in with his military career. So Michael, your thoughts on the stairs at the town office?
I think it's going to be cheaper all the way around to replace them completely. Band-Aids are very expensive. In my experience, we only used them for dignitaries coming to visit, but they're very pricey.
Okay. So it sounds like everybody is in favor of having some bids on this, doing it the right way, and hopefully doing this once and for all. And it sounds like, Sandy, did you say the 90s? This has been.
Yes, and I don't know if Christine or Steve Zaluzny have any of Walter Gold's stuff or if it's in the files, but I believe they had engineering look at that. I know they talked about it back then, doing the whole thing. So it might be good to research what we've done in the past for what would be required. Because when you do the RFP, we're going to have some information.
Tom, is that something that you can try and dig into and find that stuff?
Yes, I will try to hunt it down both through the minutes and through the files as well. I don't see anything jumping out at me in the file cabinet behind me, but that doesn't mean that it's not somewhere else in the building.
Tom, the select board minutes at that time were put into PDF files on a disk. And I think if you research it, you might be able to pull them up that way. I don't know.
Okay. I shall look at it that way.
All right.
That was from the 90s?
Yes.
Sandy, do we need a motion to move forward on any of that, or where are you at? What are your thoughts?
I think we ought to see what he can find and then bring it at the next meeting.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I think all that we have left here is a quick discussion on the building use. We all received the email. Tim is allowing certain people in. He admittedly felt like he maybe stepped on toes without more communication with the other people that share that office space. So then he sent out kind of an amendment to that and some thoughts on how we could compromise and everybody could utilize that space. I did speak with David Emery today, who also touched on this during our meeting this evening. He said that it would be in everybody's best interest to have a written policy. So unless the board objects, Tom, I would like to ask if you could possibly organize that between the lister's office, the treasurer's office, the clerk's office, and Bronna and Jean, if you guys want any weigh in on that. I think that you guys might be coming up with your own policies and procedures to move forward, but you might be able to take some ideas from what we get there. Ultimately, I think that they're all elected officials and they can do what they want in there. But I think that I think they need to work together the best that they can to come up with a plan that suits everybody's needs as far as continuing to operate the town without potentially putting any of our employees at unneeded risk. So a written policy from each of those offices and a tracking system David had mentioned. So I do think that we should have a sign in, sign out log there so that we do know who is coming in. Should something happen, we have a place to check with that. And I am curious everybody's thoughts as far as, and if it's a possibility, but increasing some of our cleaning companies' time, and if that would be available under the COVID, the federal funds that would be there, so that we could potentially recoup some of that cost, but ensuring that, because I think, Gene, how often do they come into that building to clean?
One night a week. The governor's directive had said that areas where the public is coming in needs to be cleaned 3 times a day, the beginning, the middle, and the end of the day. Any day that the public has come in.
So I guess, Gene, you've got the floor. What are your thoughts on this as far as moving forward and how we should be looking at this building?
You know, I think it's doable. It would be great if those people were in the minimal amount of areas. Just walking through the lobby, I think the lobby is okay unless they start coughing or something out there, and then they need to go back out the door. But handles, you know, door handles need to be done. Really, in Tim's office, I feel like the tables that they've been at should be cleaned. Hopefully they don't use the restrooms, because those, any handles there need to be cleaned. That's really what you know, that's what you need to do right now with this. You've got people.
Go ahead, Gene.
I was gonna say, you've got people coming in that you don't know where else they've been, and now it's obvious that they're becoming more mobile and they're out there more. So we need to protect on our end.
Michael?
Do they have cleaning supplies that they can clean in between the cleaners? Because I know my office is open to the public, and I clean multiple times a day because my traffic volume is way higher than you guys are going to see. But I hit all the hot spots. Anything people touch, I'm doing them every 4 or 5 customers. So I spend a lot of my day doing that.
So I do know that the other day when I was in there, some researcher had come in, and Tim did go over and he cleaned that counter afterwards. He was very on top of that person, making sure that they were wearing a mask and that they sanitized their hands upon entry of the office. So not to say that that is happening for everyone. I don't know. I'm not there for everyone, but I do think that there is an honest effort being made to do this. Tim's whole purpose for this was that if we had residents that wanted to refinance with the new interest rates, or because out of necessity, that the only way that that could happen is by having those offices open so that researchers could come in. I know that he had discussed only having one in there at a time, making sure that they were doing certain things. Again, he did clean after they left. And as far as your question, Michael, there is some cleaning supplies in there. I do think that if we needed to purchase more, that at this point, COVID would probably cover that for sure. I know that it is in my school district. All of my increases on paper supplies, which were unexpected, is most likely going to fall under there. So I would venture to guess that if we needed more of the disinfectant type stuff, that would be covered. Jeff, your thoughts?
I guess I probably expressed most of them in an email to all of you the other day. I just had one idea as far as the bathrooms. I'm just going to throw it out there that perhaps the ladies' room can be restricted just to town employees. The men's room can be relabeled as a public use bathroom. So, but other than that, I don't have any fresh new thoughts about this.
Sandy?
I know that at the Vernon Green and stuff, they have this really strong disinfectant stuff that when a person comes through the door, of course they have to have their temperature taken and all this other stuff, but they wipe down the door after every single person. And that nursing home is so far, and the assisted living is clean. I mean, they don't have the COVID,
Right.
which is something to be very proud of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Carol, since we have you here, could I get your thoughts on this? You share that office.
I see no one.
Okay.
Nobody comes back. I have once in a while, I think Sandy popped her head in one day, and that is the last time I've had anybody in there.
Okay. Right. So with this kind of quarter turn, as the governor calls it, you're feeling that you're okay to be in that building to continue to do your work?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Tom, any thoughts from you on that? You shared as well?
Yeah, a couple of quick things, if I could, Mr. Chairman. One, Mr. Dunkley brings up a good idea. I think it has to be reversed, however, with the bathrooms because of the handicapped accessibility issue. That's one. Tim's, the town clerk's protocols for anybody coming in, you kind of highlighted, Chris, but they've got to come in with gloves and a mask. If they don't have gloves, they got to wash their hands before they enter in. We still have some of that material that we purchased from the distillery up in Brattleboro. That will disinfect just about anything. It's pretty
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty strong stuff. And Tim's real good about that. I know the treasurer has some concerns due to, I can't get into it. There's some HIPAA stuff that we got to discuss, that we have to be concerned with. And we did, Tim did spend some of his money out of his budget to put a pretty nice stainless steel, I guess, for lack of a better term, diamond type box out in the front for people to drop things off. The Reno brothers made that, and that's a really good piece for people to drop off tax bills or letters or things like that. No checks, no cash. The custodian I did speak with last week when we were here for our work session. He happened to be in the building. You know, they can come in more, but they are getting booked up more and more. So their time is limited. If we want them in here more often, we need to let them know that quickly. If the budget allows for that, then I would think we'd want them to come in. If we're gonna open the offices up for attorneys to do title searches and those types of things, I'm not talking about library at this point. I don't know where that's the trustees are gonna go with that. I don't think we're ready to open that yet myself.
No.
No. But, you know, if those are the days, if he's going to open it Wednesday and Thursday afternoons type of thing, then we need to have the MFT come in here and perhaps do a really good scouring of his office as well as the lobby. We can do we can do the door handles after everybody comes in and out. We're not talking about hundreds of people coming in. It's going to be very limited. It's by appointment. We can manage that, and we can clean off those things that need to be done with each patron coming in and out. But I do think you may want to have MFT in here if they're available. Those nights for just this extra cleaning of the bathrooms in the lobby in Tim's office.
Ron, I do see your hand. I'm just curious the board's thoughts on reaching out to MFT about increasing their hours. My thought would be that if the treasurer is going to be in the office Monday and Tuesday, that maybe they come Tuesday night, and then if Tim's there Wednesday, Thursday, maybe they come back on Friday or something. Yeah. And that's covering after each separate office is kind of open, if that's making any sense. Curious what the board's thought on that would be. Sandy?
I think we need to have them clean whatever's the best possible.
Jean?
You know, it certainly doesn't replace the constant disinfecting that needs to be done.
Not at all.
Otherwise, in terms of doing the floors or whatever, other than cleaning the bathrooms more often, you know, there isn't a lot of traffic to warrant more mess on the floors, but the bathrooms would be important.
Jeff,
Yeah, I agree.
Michael?
I think as long as people are handling the hot spots when people come in, and the cleaning schedule doesn't need to change. My work hasn't, other than doing hot spots.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So it sounds like we're kind of up in the air on that one between. Gene, you don't sound sold on that either, the necessity of it. I mean, I think if we went to more hours with them, we would have to be sure that we were asking them to focus on bathroom handles, stalls, and making sure that there was more of a disinfectant type of work happening over multiple vacuuming of the same rugs or something.
Exactly. Yes. I
So
agree with that.
Could we task Tom to reach out to them and see what their availability is and what they could offer and what that looks like? And then he could send that to us so that we could see that. Is everybody in favor of that?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Sounds good.
Brana, you've had your hand up. Go ahead.
Several suggestions based on experiences in Brattleboro. I know Brown and Roberts does not allow any customers to use their restroom, and the co-op has people outside. These are staffers just giving you, we saw you yesterday.
Yeah.
That you get in line. I was first yesterday. I got there early. But I was thinking, if we're going to allow people in, public in, we definitely need to put up those ropes that you suggested earlier, Chris, to keep them away from things like the books and the chairs, and just literally have traffic, you know, in where we want them to go. The library is very complicated right now. And also I think it might be people, unless the researchers, the legal researchers are in there for a long period of time, restrict the use of the bathrooms to just staff.
Yeah.
I know that's really hard, but
I'm fine with that. I think that is really gonna, well, I guess that's probably one of the only decisions that we as a board could make. The rest of it comes down to each department. So I think that we could certainly ask that they do that. The restrooms are reserved for staff only. My only concern is that in a time where we are highly encouraging people to wash their hands after every move that they make, we're taking that away from them by
Good
telling
point.
them that they can't use that.
Good point.
So I'm not sure that that's the answer. I do like the idea of from Jeff. See, there you go, Jeff. You got 3 supporters tonight.
Wow.
That we
On a
close
roll.
one. That we close one for just our staff, and when we start talking about the library, I believe you guys have 2 bathrooms and just one.
No,
Oh,
one.
Okay, all right.
Unisex.
So maybe at that point,
Gendered.
the town clerk's restroom would become your staff restroom that we could designate until this is over. As far as roping things off, Brana, yes, we can absolutely do that. However, I don't believe that we're allowing public in just yet. I believe that this is strictly all about title researchers and things like that. So it is going to be very limited. We are going to know who they are. But yes, for any type of comfort reasons, if you would like, I will go down tomorrow and put those up across that lobby so that that's off limits.
Well,
And I'm fine with that.
So tempting, even if you're, you know, it's like, oh, I'm on
That's
my.
fine. I've got to go down there to sign that. I'm more than happy to bring those upstairs just to keep everybody feeling comfortable. So we can certainly take care of that. So Tom, I would ask that you work with the treasurer, the lister, and the town clerk to come up with a policy that works for allowing people slowly into that. We understand that there is going to be some complications out of the treasurer's office. Again, trying to not get into any details there. And we'll do everything that we can to make everybody comfortable in that building to the best of our ability. Ultimately, it's going to come down to Cindy and Tim and what they see fit for that building, as well as their assistants. So
aren't the taxes due the 7th?
they are. So
They
Tim
could
had
be-
said that he would not be scheduling any researchers for that day to make sure that the treasurer's office could operate at full capacity, as well as I believe he was trying to not work on Mondays and Tuesdays because of payroll, to make sure that the treasurer could be in there undisturbed and not having to worry about this. Any other discussion on this?
Maybe just postpone tax day for a month or so.
We could.
Well, you know, just south of here, they did do that, but they didn't do it across the border up here.
Well, they did it for income tax. Why couldn't we do it?
Are we entertaining that discussion
No.
at this point? No?
I'm just joking. Anything I can do so I don't have to pay taxes
Yeah.
Jeffrey.
on time.
For your pay later.
All right, any other discussion on building use? Seeing none. Public participation. Bronny, you got anything for us? I think you've been involved in all of it. You got anything else?
No, I just need to call Jean, or we need to have a conference call separate for this stuff. But thank you. This has been very, very helpful.
I would think that you would be able to steal the language right from whatever they work with. I would imagine that, Tom, we could keep that in mind as we're coming up with things, making sure that we're including that lobby to protect anybody that might be in and out of there. And then you guys could look at that and see what works for you and what changes you might need to make there. I do think that utilizing the one designated bathroom that would be available in the clerk's office would solve your problem, so that you could still have the public restroom, should you choose to go that way. Or we would have to get some type of a hand sanitizer, those wall mounted ones or whatever. We would have to have something in there for your guests when we get to that point. However, I think that we're still probably a couple of weeks out from having to really worry about that. So
yes.
Correspondence, town admin report. What do you got, Tom?
Been working with a couple. We had a call today. You should not be aware of this, from a senior from the housing development down on Huckle Hill, relative to the town reimbursing people for ambulance runs. And that's not, and speaking with the treasurer, that's not what we do, but upon request, I guess there is a policy to cover the cost of the Rescue Inc. membership. And I let her know that. And she was very clear that she was going to be sure that everyone in the complex knew that. So I think you might see a run on that from some of our seniors over the next few weeks, just so you're aware of it. There is a fund. I also put her in touch with Mary Lynn Sherlin if she was having difficulty paying that copay, that there's the senior, there's a fund to help, and Mary Lynn was involved with that. So I put her in touch with her as well. As it relates to the FEMA reimbursement process, I've been on one webinar conference call. There's another one on Thursday that I'm going to participate in. I just want to put a little caution out to the board that, you know, we think all of this will be reimbursed. at 75% if we meet the threshold, but there is a threshold we have to meet. And there's a minimum cost that we have to meet before we can submit. And I think with the Tyvek uniforms, if you will, that the EMD has ordered, I think we should be okay with that. But I don't want people to get a false sense of hope that everything we spend is going to be reimbursable or accepted for reimbursement. We're going to submit everything we have, all of the payrolls, all of the other things that we can that are overtime, and those extra costs that the town has incurred since the declaration of the emergency by the governor and through this COVID piece. But I just want the board to understand we can submit all of the invoices. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're all going to be accepted. And I just want people aware of that. We submit, I've submitted before hundreds, the thousands of dollars, and thousands of dollars less X has come back as reimbursement at the 75%. I just want people not to be expecting 100% of what we submit to get 75% of that back. We probably won't. But just that way, no one's going to be surprised.
Is that all you got?
Yeah, I think that's really all we got. Tim and I have been working. You asked me a little earlier about the minutes from the emergency meeting. Do you want a recap on that meeting? I had sent the minutes out, but do you want, I've got them up if you want a recap of what the board did so the public's aware.
Sure.
The board met on Easter Sunday and met with Dave Emery and the board and myself. Since the governor declared a state of emergency, it was important that the town declare a state of emergency as well. So it would be eligible for up to 75% FEMA reimbursement. And Sandra made a motion to adopt the local jurisdiction for emergency declaration to be dated 4/12/2020 at Vernon, with the correction that the two corrections that the town administrator be interim town administrator. That's correct. And that the date was put in correctly. That was part of it. The other piece of the meeting, support of the select board to support the rec director and rec committee on closing the parks. And a motion was made there by select board member Harris to support the actions of the Vernon Rec Committee to close the recreation facilities, including the recreation center playground in the town, while excluding the town forest and hiking trails. The motion was seconded by select board member Carr and unanimously agreed to by the board. And the board adjourned a little bit before 12 o'clock.
Perfect. Next select board meeting will be May the 5th at 6:30. We do have a work session that will be scheduled for, what is that? Is that the 29th? I believe so, next Wednesday at 6:30. That will be more town administrator discussion. And with that, I would entertain a motion to get out of here.
So moved.
Second.
So moved.
Oh, Jeff beat you, Gene. All right, moved in second, and all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Chris, I'll have that document with Tim for you to sign in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Everyone.
I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. And our first item of business are the minutes from April 8th.
I would move that we approve the select board minutes from our meeting of April 8th.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Moving on, we have warrants 22 and 22P.
I'll make a motion to approve bills for payment warrant 22 and 22P.
I second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? Warrant 22 is for a total of $10,351.20. And that covers some payroll transfers, health insurance premiums, the sheriff's monthly cost, and supplies for the highway department, parts and fuel. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right. Doesn't look like we have any visitors. Moving on, the road foreman's report, we have some curb cuts. One for Kipling Road, the Bacon residence, and one for East West Road, the Beach residence. What would you like to do?
I'll make a motion to approve curb cuts for Bill and Pat Bacon on Kipling Road and Richard and Rosemary Beach on East West Road.
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion?
So the one on the East West Road is set for driveway with a culvert, but the one on Kipling Road, as noted on our application, is as for just access into the field for mowing or any logging. That's it. It's not for driveway use.
Okay, and Lee's given the his okay.
Lee has given the okay for both of them.
Yep. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Is there anything under correspondence for information that you'd like to discuss? Most of it's reports on the COVID-19 virus.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to just thank Terry for joining certain calls and providing us with summaries. I find that really helpful. I feel a little inundated by, you know, I'm not quite sure all the emails that I'm getting, who they're from, and, you know, what I should be looking for. So Terry, your summaries are really, really useful for me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Thanks. There wasn't a Tuesday. There wasn't a regional one yesterday. They had the training that I didn't need to do this year. So there wasn't one to do, but there'll be a Friday one again too. But really the two reports we get in the evening, especially the situation report, that really gives you the best ballpark of what's really going on.
Yeah.
And who does that come from?
That one comes down from the, I think it says DOS when it comes down.
Okay.
And it'll say situation report on it.
Great, and they highlight all the new information in red. So.
In red, yes.
Yes.
I think I get that twice, yeah. Mhm.
Right.
Yeah, so it is helpful.
It is very helpful.
Right. Yeah, and so thank you, Terry, for
You're welcome.
on top of that. Under discussion, correspondence for discussion and or action, there's just quite a few emails from the Wyndham Regional Commission, just keeping us up to date, providing information should we want or need to apply to FEMA for reimbursements for costs that are associated with the virus in town. Anything you want to add to that?
So you'd have to have a cost of $3,300 to get any reimbursement. We don't have any at this time. So the Wyndham region was just looking to see what towns would be applying to give them a one-up on it. So it's So the reason I put this, this put on is just so that we could say to Alyssa, we don't have any costs right now. So at this point, we are not going through the process of doing all the application to go forth with it, but it leaves it open should something happen and we do go up over 3,300 weekend in the future. But the time, I think I put it in one of my notes. This is a far-reaching thing, but once the head of the emergency management up there goes from a pause or whatever, they stop at what they're doing now, then the 30-day clock will click where you got to have all your stuff in. But we, at this point, we're not there.
Okay.
And so is there an example of something where the town would be incurring cost that would be related to COVID-19?
Well, if we had like a, well, we're all the emergency management, so therefore our costs are here. I mean, we're it, and we're already getting paid our stipend for the select board. So that would be probably time-wise, especially if you had a nursing home or assisted living or a hospital in there where they're trying to deal with the emergency management, trying to deal with that. And I'm assuming Brattleboro's going to get on some of that with their revenues and their. We just don't have it.
Yeah. Okay.
We've kept everything going along the way it is, and you know, we're working it as our own group.
Right. We have no loss of revenue from the parking meters.
Right. That's a good one.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion about that?
So I'll just let Alyssa know we're just we're not there.
Right. Great.
Okay.
Thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
And I saw the list of towns that don't have their local emergency management plan completed. You know, we were not on that list of
No.
late comers. So thank you, Terry, for.
You're welcome. We were the first one to have it done, actually.
Okay, great.
We got that distinction.
There's nothing under new business. There was an email. There's a resident, well, not a resident, a resident that's going into a hospital in Connecticut, and his daughter is trying to get a cat down to the Wyndham Humane Society. And I don't know what the current status is in the last couple of days, but if someone wants to check in with her, it's a little, not quite what we usually deal with as animal control, going to catch a cat for someone, but.
Yeah, so Zeke, I'd like to share something relative to the email that we got about that incident, that situation. It seemed to me that a lot of the response and activity fell on Lori's shoulders because we didn't really take responsibility for it as the select board. And so I would just like to be clear about how we as a select board, as a group, are going to deal with being the animal control officers. And then a side question is, so we have a pound keeper, and I didn't know, I mean, David's probably in the same boat. What's the difference between a pound keeper and the animal control officer?
It's sort of like, the difference is the pound keeper is sort of an honorific position with no, since we don't have a pound, the duties are pretty light. And so it's almost like the weigher of coal.
Okay.
That's essentially what it is. And so the animal control is the one, it's the person or persons who are appointed to carry out the to enforce the animal control ordinance that we have in Boston, which
And
says
wasn't,
nothing about going and catching a cat for someone. So it's a little outside our usual.
it wasn't catching a cat. They were looking for a place to,
No, well, she couldn't catch it, actually. She was having
I
trouble
see.
catching it. And,
Oh.
you know, neither Lori, so I was the only one that responded from the select board that I know of. And both Lori and I decided neither of us were interested in going and helping her catch the cat. Neither of us felt, you know, like we would be very good at that. And Zeke, I called you more to just see, so as an animal control officer, what would your response be?
If, let's see, she had spoken with me, you know, and I had told her I was in, I simply wasn't in town. And so,
Oh, I didn't know that she had spoken with you.
and that she should send a email to selectboard@dummerston.org so it would go out. I guess in the future we should just, if we have something come up, you know, if I am around, then you know, most likely I'll be happy to take care of it, or willing to take care of it, I should say. Or if I'm not available, then you know, we can chat among ourselves and see who's available. Or
But we just need to know what to do. Like, I was just looking for instruction. Like, as the animal control officer, I wouldn't go and catch a cat. I would put her in touch with the Wyndham Humane Society.
yes, because our contract with Wyndham Humane Society allows residents to take animals there directly. It doesn't
Right.
have to go through the animal control. And you know, if there's a dog roaming around the center of town or the gas stations on the highways, you know, then in the past, Wayne or I have gone and tried to catch that animal, or someone has a, that's the sort of thing. We generally haven't gone into people's houses to catch an animal for them, or to, and we don't deal with skunks in the basement or bats in the bedroom or anything like that. Mostly dogs. There are occasional cat problems that fit a little bit more with, you know, the ordinance. But if this person,
plus wasn't she was only looking to have, I mean, she basically wants the Humane Society to board it for her until her father comes home.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either, and apparently they're willing to do that, or you know, the situation is they're going to put the cat up for adoption or whatever. But
right.
So it's pretty much, if let's see, I guess
I guess my thought was it really didn't fall under animal control.
Yeah, I thought it was more if someone felt like helping this person out, but that'd be fine. But it wasn't technically.
Right, which I didn't know. You know, like, I'm just getting familiar with what it means to be the animal control officer, and I would have contacted her and put her in touch with the Wyndham Humane Society, but I wasn't confident to say, and it's not, you know, our role to come and catch the cat for you. I don't know. If I had been more confident, I would have given her a call directly.
Right, right. And I sometimes in the past have thought, well, I've gotten these calls where, you know, they can't catch this animal. I don't know why they think I would be able to. We don't, you know, have a lot of equipment in the animal control locker room. So.
Should I call Ron Speck, who is our pound keeper. And since he is a vet in Dummerston, ask him for suggestions of who might be a good person to contact about being an animal control officer?
I think that'd be great, a great idea. There's in fact someone I've been meaning to call who works as a technician there.
That's perfect.
I thought this person might be interested and certainly has some, good training. And we do have that $500 stipend now.
Right. Well, would you call that person? And if
Yeah,
that person says no, then I will call Ron.
Okay, and I'll let you know.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I'd like to take it off our shoulders. I mean, I appreciate, Zeke, you wanting to shed this responsibility, and you're trying really hard to do that. But I don't think having the select board as a whole shoulder it is really taking it off your shoulders, and it ends up being on Lori's shoulders, which is not a good thing.
Right. Right. Okay, so I'll make a call and I'll get back in touch with you. Anything else under new business?
So at our last.
Oh, right, there is.
What?
Go ahead, Maria.
Go ahead.
Okay, so at our last meeting, we did some appointments, and then I had sent a list of the still open seats to be published in the views. And now talking about animal control officer, would you like me to send that list also to Lori to list on the website and maybe in her weekly newsletter that she sends out?
I think that'd be great.
Yep.
That'd be
Okay.
perfect.
I didn't see that list. Did you send? I'm sure you sent it to everybody though, right?
No, I sent it to Roger Turner to publish in the views, just the open seats.
Okay.
Yep.
The other thing was when I was talking to Lee about the curb cuts, he mentioned about the town office painting. So I got a hold of Jeff Dixon. He'll be starting in probably about a few weeks. He said it'll be done before the deadline there. And if he'll let Lee know when he starts in case there's any questions or anything, because Lee seems to be the one that's out and about more than all of us now. So, but that will be commencing here very shortly.
Great.
And it seems like they should let Lori know too.
Yes, if he calls Lee, I'm sure Lee will let Lori know that it'll be coming along. Yeah.
Okay.
But it'll be a few weeks, but he knows the time frame.
Great. Good. Okay. All right. Anything else under new business?
Oh, by the way, I sent you an email around that the Herald sent me, but disregard that one. He's going to bring me over the correct one. It's regarding Rescue Inc. for our next meeting. I guess it's a letter from Drew that wants to go to the select board. He just sent me the wrong one, so he's got to actually print this one off and bring it over so I can scan it in. But I believe our contract's up this year with Rescue Inc. for the end of it's a 2-year, and I think this is it.
Okay. I thought
so. I haven't seen the letter yet, but when I do, I'll scan it around and he'd be available at our next meeting if we had any questions.
Okay, great. Okay, anything else? All right, guess we're done, I think.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
There we go. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you all. Good to see you
Bye-bye.
all. Glad everybody looks
Bye.
healthy.
Yep.
Yes.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
No.
We're calling the meeting to order at 5:30 p.m. And actually, we're calling to order the Sewer and Water Commissioners at 5:30 p.m.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So first, we're talking about the next stage reallocation of sewer water rate. And there should be an email in everyone's packet from Pip Bannister.
Are we talking about the co-op first or next stage?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. No, we're talking about next stage first. I went
Okay.
out of order.
That's okay.
Oh.
So it's a letter from next stage.
They've been closely tracking their water usage.
Yep. So do you want a little history?
Yeah, please, Karen. Thank you.
All right. So back in January, I got a request to change or look at the allocation because they feel like they're being overcharged because right now they're paying a flat rate and they're actually not using a whole lot of water. And they've been kind of tracking it too. Now, they have metered water and sewer is at a flat rate. So I had a conversation with Chris Hayes, who's with Simon's Operations, and he had spoken to Cynthia a few years back. And Josh, you might recall this. And anyone who has metered water should also have metered sewer because water in, water out, and that is based on actual usage, not how many like ERUs, okay? Let me look, bear with me for a moment and see how many ERUs they have. So right now, for sewer flat rate, they're getting charged 4 units at $164.10 each. Okay. They have 4 water bonds, and then they have 1 meter. So what would happen is the sewer flat rate would change from 4 and go to 1. And it would be based on their water usage. Chris Hayes also said that anyone with water, metered water, should have the sewer meter as well. It just makes more sense.
I thought we couldn't meter sewers. Am I confused on that?
No, it would go through that same water meter.
Oh,
you are
okay.
correct. You are correct that we cannot put a meter on the actual sewer, but
Okay.
it goes through that water meter. So somebody who has
the same
a well,
number.
somebody who has a well, Laura, you could put a meter on the well to track the usage of sewer, the amount of sewer usage.
Okay.
So one of the things that people, can you remind me, what did Chris say the conversation with Cynthia was related to this?
So he said back then he had spoken to her about putting, getting everyone consistent. So anybody with flat rate sewer with metered water, it should be a metered rate. Now he also explained too, and I don't know how this is going to work, but at some point in the future, the select board and I will have to sit down and revisit our policy. Chris explained too that if you have someone like Landmark College, right? So they're all on a flat rate right now. If they were on a metered rate, they would probably be paying more because of the amount of usage up there. So any commercial or multi that has metered water, it would most likely be more money at a lesser rate. So, but the rate, I think we got to relook at the rate too, Josh, and calculate how that would look. Now, I started the process of investigating it, so I cannot tell you right now how many people have metered water and are on a flat rate basis. So until we figure all that out, it's too early to tell.
There's two things that come to mind for me that I think are important related to this. One, I believe our commercial and our residential rates are the same. And you may have already mentioned that, Karen, and I don't know that they should be. Because if somebody has I understand Next Stage is a nonprofit. Obviously, we want to be favorable to them, but at the same time, the system has to be paid for. So, when both of these organizations, Next Stage and the co-op, did their most recent renovations for Next Stage, that was several years ago. For the co-op, that was more recently. They had to get state permitting based on their size. And so that's what the allocations were based on.
Correct.
So if the state is telling us that's how much they need to have for an allocation, I think that we could choose to or not choose to allow them to go to a metered rate otherwise. And they may well have a legal argument to say, you have to let us be on a metered rate. But as far as the bond is concerned, if the state is telling us this is their minimum requirement, my personal feeling would be perhaps that bond payment route stays the same, but I don't know. That's something I think we need to explore also. The other thing that's important, and I explained this to Pip, for these entities to remember, is that that bond payment is, and the number of ERUs they're based on, is, for all practical purposes, a reservation of that amount of quantity of water allowable to them through our system.
Right.
Right now, we have sufficient water, so that's not a problem. But if we get, more affordable housing moving in down at Putney Lynn or at Putney Gateways, and we get 12 more residences built in town over the next X number of years, if they come back and say, hey, you know what, it turns out we really need those 9 ERUs and we don't have them, that's their problem, not ours. So I think we have to be very clear on that risk to them, that if they decrease their usage, then they have also decreased their allocation in our system, and that they are not guaranteed to get that allocation back if their circumstances change. But I also think we need to be clear, and I don't know whether this is ANR or somebody else, but we need to be clear what the implications are from the state. If they're the ones telling us this is how much these organizations need to be allotted for, then I don't think we should change that until we have pretty clear guidance from the state to say, A, we can change that, and B, sort of what the implications of that are if we do. So I guess my feeling with both of these is, without a little bit more information, I would be hesitant to change anything unless you feel confident, Karen, that you know those things. And also that we probably should notify these organizations in writing that information that I just said about it, that then they lose their reservation of that much volume of water should they ever need it. I mean, Next Stage, for example, if they were to go to having shows twice as often, their usage may jump significantly. And if we don't have the water when that happens, we don't have the water. So
Right.
that's part of what the bond payment is paying for that reservation. So we just have to, I think we need to be clear on that, and we need to be clear with them before we make any changes. And I'm not adverse to making changes, but I also do know that, I mean, the co-op being the more, it wasn't clear to me in the next stage letter, and maybe I just missed it. I went through it fairly quickly, what their actual usage is versus I mean, I know they're allocated for ERUs, but was it clear on what their actual usage is? And I worry that if we're, chopping people's bills down, by very significant amounts based on their usage, where does that financial pressure end up? It ends up on all the other users as well. And again, if these are commercial entities, again, nonprofit might be a different category, but if they're for-profit businesses, then somebody's got to pay those bills. So I just think we need to have more information before we make a decision. But
okay, let me make a comment. I agree with you, and I'm not prepared to make any changes without looking at this further. If we start changing ERUs, equivalent residential units, so like this one's 4, right? So we drop it down to 1, so that gives us 3 units, right? So we're going to end up with all these ERUs. It drops, like you said, it potentially can drop the amount that we're going to collect. Somebody's going to have to make it up in the end. And I think eventually what's going to happen, Josh, is we're going to have to raise that rate to cover the loan payment.
Yeah.
To run.
I think there's no question about that. I think that it's a question also partially, well, again, for the state to help us with guidance on that, but also it's partially a discussion amongst us. I mean, we have always tried when we're making decisions like this to be fair, and I'm happy to be fair. That's our job, but they need to be fair to us too. And just because they're using a fraction of the water that they thought they were going to use doesn't necessarily mean that we should allow them to just pay for a fraction of the water. I mean, maybe, for example, with next stage, maybe we drop it to 2 ERUs and call that good. Or, I don't know how we do that, but I think until this is something that when the policy was designed, I'm not sure it was foreseen, this potential loss of revenue that then increases the cost for everybody else. So
Right. So I think
if an organization like Landmark were to switch over to metered, there's a potential, from what you're telling me, there's a potential for them to be paying a considerable amount more into the system. It seems like this is not a really great system. It's not really well balanced. If somebody like Landmark is paying less than what they're actually using, and next stage is, and the co-op are paying more than what they're actually using.
Well, the ERU system is based on an average, essentially, it's average of maximum amount. So many people don't use the amount of water, and especially as toilets get more efficient, so on and so forth. I don't think the state has caught up with that quite yet, but it's a maximum amount. One of the reasons that they do ERUs for municipal systems is because it's actually quite expensive to install a meter. So, I mean, like the meter, I don't know what the meter for Landmark would cost, but it wouldn't be cheap. Next stage and the co-op put those meters in probably when they did their renovations. But the idea with ERUs is that you're taking that burden of the added expense off of a meter on the assumption that they're going to use about an average amount. it's clear that that doesn't necessarily happen going in both directions, as you're pointing out. But I don't know what it would cost for Landmark to meter, but I'll bet it would be a chunk of change.
Right.
Okay. So it sounds like we're nowhere near making a decision on this tonight. We have Tom here, who I am guessing has had a very, very busy day and a really full agenda. Can we close this out? Can we table this and close this out and discuss this when we have more information?
Yeah, I mean,
if you want to, I'm happy to talk with you, Karen, if you want me to help you think through what the exact information we might want to have is before we revisit it. But if you're comfortable, that's fine too. But I'm happy to.
Yeah. So if we table it, it may be tabled for a while. So
Is there a need to? Is there a need to come to? I mean, it sounds like we have to table it because we don't have the information we need.
Historically, what we've done in a situation like this is, as of the time that these requests were put in, we will, if we change it, when we change it, we will retroactively adjust the bill accordingly. So if you record these as having been a discussion that started at this time and the request was placed now, even if it ends up being 2 months from now that we make a decision, we will retroactively adjust that financial burden. Or that's what we've done in the past. Not that we have to.
That fits well with me. What do you think of that, David? Oh, David's muted.
You're the
You're muted. Oh, I thought you were. How do
I can't get him unmuted. Hang
Hello?
on. There you are.
Here he is. Okay. Oh, I see how I do it. You're with us now, David. Go for it.
Thank you. I would like to know what it means financially to these people, the difference between 4 ERUs and 1 ERU. Is it $100 a month or $1,000 a month? I mean, it seems like the smart thing to do is to keep the system, the whole system, as inexpensive as possible for everybody. How do we do that fairly? I don't know. What's the difference between a nonprofit and a school and a for-profit business? Was any of that thought about when we put the system in place? How do you come up with fair? I don't know the answers to any of those things. I need to know the answers to those things before we decided about it.
Yeah, I agree. I think we need to devote a lot more time to this.
Yeah.
So, and
do a thorough review of the existing policy, to see whether add those. I mean, I've certainly looked at it in the past, but it's been a number of years, to see how it, the policy when it was created was relatively loose, and I believe we updated it, I don't know, 8 years ago or something. I don't remember exactly, but it was pretty loose when it was created because it wasn't 100% clear how it was going to work out. So I think that's, again, in my saying we try to be fair, it's sort of looking at the big picture and the time frame that we're in and seeing what we can do. But I think we should look at that policy, decide whether it's appropriate, and decide whether we agree with it, and then go from there.
Okay.
I agree.
Well, can I ask
do
one
we
more
want? Yeah, go for it, David.
The next stage, does it have a water meter now, or would we have to put one in?
No, it has a meter.
Yeah, if they're saying they're metered, then they should be metered.
They're metered already, so expense wouldn't be added. Okay, got it.
And I don't think the expense is ours if they meter, is it?
No.
I thought it was on them.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So do we want to make a motion? Do we need a motion? I guess, Josh, you would be the best to answer this. Do we need a motion to table this, appointing this as the retroactive date? Should we make any decision regarding?
I think it'll be in the minutes. I don't know, Karen. I don't know whether you have a feeling about that. I mean, I'll make a motion to table it if you want.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, and I second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to table this. All in favor? Or any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So Is there a motion to adjourn the sewer water commissioners meeting?
So moved.
Seconded.
Been moved and seconded to adjourn the sewer water commissioners meeting. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, so moved. And now I'm calling to order the select board meeting, the Putney Town Select Board meeting. Sorry?
Vote on that, but we
Oh,
didn't actually.
I'm just moving right along here. No. No. It's, thank you. Okay, so it has been moved. Now we're calling to order the select board meeting at 5:51 p.m. Are there any adjustments to the agenda?
No.
Okay. The approval of minutes for April 8th and April 15th.
Approve the minutes of April 8th and 15th.
Yep.
And I second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. I was going to share some notes. Oh, we do have a caller on the line. Okay. So I was just going to share how we do this again. We'll start every meeting with introductions of the select board and participating staff. I am Laura Chapman. Oh, sorry, Karen. Go, you're waving.
No, I was going to ask who the caller was, but I guess we'll get to that person in a minute, right?
Okay. Yeah. So I'm Laura Chapman, the select board chair.
Josh Laughlin, select board vice chair.
David Babbitt, select board clerk.
Karen Astley, town manager.
Oh, I'll take Alyssa.
Sorry, I was muted. Alyssa Harlow,
Yeah.
administrative assistant.
Tom, you're unmuted.
No, there he goes.
Yeah, I thought I was.
Tom
and that is Tom Goddard, the everything man.
Who's caller one?
This is Lionel Chute from
Hey,
Force for Learning. Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. So normally the town manager or myself, I guess in this case, will mute all participants with the exception of the select board and the town manager. All participants should send a message in the chat app if they would like to speak. The mic will always be handed to select board members first and the town manager first. Public comment will be during the following times: the agenda item public comment on items not on the agenda, discussion on any moved agenda item, and the agenda item other business. Depending on time and participation, public comments may be limited. Please state your name before making comments. Video is encouraged if you are able. The easiest way to share your webcam is to click the button on the Grab tab, or you can click the Share My Webcam button on the control panel. And if you are unable to attend a meeting and would like to have a comment submitted, email it to myself or Karen, and we will read it during public comment on items not on the agenda. So moving on, public comment on items not on the agenda. Karen, I don't know how to monitor the chat app because you just made me an organizer and I've never done that.
Do you have a little chat icon up top?
I don't see it.
No.
Typically, if somebody puts something, they direct it to you and it just pops up on your screen. I could try that, Laura, just so you.
Yeah, just to make sure it works. Thank you. And I'm going to unmute Lionel just to make sure he doesn't have a public comment.
I don't see one from him.
Okay. Oh, here, I got it. Okay, we're good. Thank you. I got one from Karen. No. All right. So we're moving on to select board items. We have the local emergency management plan adoption from Tom Goddard. and everybody should have received this from Karen in many, many, many links.
Yeah. How come I can't unmute Tom. Tom, can you unmute yourself?
Let me try.
How's that?
Oh, there he is.
That's good. It's weird. I just can't unmute people. I can mute them, but.
Huh.
So, the document that each of you received is in fact what is our draft 2020 LEMP. By May 1st, we have to have that submitted to the Wyndham Regional Commission, who then forwards it to the state of Vermont Emergency Management, and then it's recorded officially. As long as they approve it, it's recorded officially for FEMA. So not only does that, again, just to review, not only does that plan certainly provide us with some framework and guidance during a large scale event or a long duration event, but it also, as long as it's fully approved by the state and submitted to FEMA, it keeps us in line with the ability to receive federal funds from FEMA should that come about. So this year there haven't been that many updates to the plan. There's been a few, again, just to keep us in line with where we need to be. So I'm asking that you folks approve the document as it stands for submittal, and then Laura will have to sign it, as well as Karen, and then we'll get things submitted.
So moved.
All right.
Okay.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? I have a few questions. They're really quick questions, I promise. So looking at the available equipment, computers, I'm just curious how old your computers are. Like, when was the last time they were serviced, updated? How?
They range from literally brand new, a couple weeks old, to 3 years old.
Okay. And your printer, copier, faxer, does it have wireless function?
It does
It says
not.
that it's hardwired.
It's all that's hardwired.
Okay. And then looking at the Emergency Operations Center, and obviously I have a few new questions based on current circumstances. The operations section, planning section, logistics section, finance admin, I believe the finance admin's already been outlined in here, but and the safety and awareness coordinator, do you have people in mind for these already? Have these positions been filled under our current circumstances, or do you have someone waiting in the wings should circumstances get worse and you need to?
Yeah, those will be filled should we need to.
Okay. Do you have people, but do you already have people in mind for that, and do they know who they are?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's not a requirement, Tom, to have those spots filled until they're necessary.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah.
Well, only if we find we would need to, and that would be based upon volume of work being done. Excuse me.
Under hazard analysis, this is more of a comment than anything. In the infectious disease emergency, the economic impacts and the environmental impacts are put down as a 1, and I found that really interesting, and not fully understanding the scale, how it's utilized. I guess I can't make a whole lot of judgment, but it seems like the economic impacts that we are likely going to be facing from COVID probably weren't more than a 1.
Well, you're absolutely right. That was always I hate to use the word, but a generic, if you will, over the years, because honestly, because it had never happened, we'd never experienced it.
Yeah.
So now we are experiencing it, and that will be modified.
It'll be adjusted. And the environmental impacts are probably going the other way.
Exactly.
Depending on how you look at it, I guess. Right. And then in the Putney Emergency Management Event Matrix, which I have to say, this document is amazing. Every year that I've looked at it, I've been more like in awe of the work that you do. In this checklist, where are you? Have you been using this checklist? I imagine you're using this checklist actively. Where do you feel like you're at in it?
Honestly, after the first couple weeks, we haven't used that because everything's just naturally been in place.
Okay.
At this point, we're still in the response section, in the response mode,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously approaching the recovery mode. But no, that checklist, if you will, that matrix is more of a. It certainly is applicable in a situation like this, but that's more geared toward an event that's coming about very, very quickly or without any warning at all.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that we don't forget anything.
Yeah. I had marked off the continuity of government plan. There were a few, the lack of predetermined successors to key municipal leadership and governor positions could create a significant degree of confusion and seriously affect the ability of municipal governors to make timely decisions when such decisions would be most necessary. It made me really think about, like, what does it look like if something were to happen to everybody on the select board? How do we? And I'm guessing, Josh, you would probably have more input on this, but
it's really just an appointment process, and I mean we certainly could talk about that and talk about specific individuals that we would invite to do that if necessary. But I think, not having had to do that before, the odds of something happening to all three of us at once, I would think, are pretty low. But thinking about some sort of succession in the event of an emergency would not be a bad idea. I mean, I think that, historically how we've sort of thought about it and looked at it is that, there are those members of the community who clearly are better informed, more involved in things as it is, and they are the likely people we would approach if it were necessary. We can certainly talk more about that. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea to at least touch base with some people. I think that previous select board members often come up on a list. Just, to be able to jump in and not have a big learning curve is helpful. But certainly there are other, and Karen might have input on that as well, but certainly certain community members are just, I think it would be a process of decision in the moment. Wait, what do we need and why? Okay, who's the best person for that?
And there is a list developed that's going to be brought to you soon. And in reality, it would be much nicer to be able to, if we can, at whatever point we transition back to actual meetings in the same room, it would be nice to go over it then. But like Josh said, that list includes former select board members, former listers, some folks some citizens who have worked in town hall in the past, or certainly could transition into town hall roles very, very easily. So, but we'll talk about those more.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate that. And then I'm curious, there's a section missing from this.
Yes.
Enclosure 8.
Yep. And that's because that's protected information. What's in that portion of the document is all protected information. It's not public.
Okay. Is that something that could be shared with us during an executive session, or can you elaborate on that in any way? Okay.
If it's not appropriate, that's fine. Yeah, as Laura said, can you elaborate on that in any way?
Absolutely. It's our vulnerable population.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, is there any other discussion?
I just have some minor typos, Tom.
Okay.
So, and some are right on the signature page.
Okay.
Oh.
We probably want to correct those. So
Yeah,
we have,
absolutely.
yeah, we have.
We can get, all right, we can get together on them.
All right.
That won't be a problem.
All right.
Great.
And my second question is, there is a form in here, Town of Putney Emergency EMD Delegation of Authority. So signature of Chief Executive Officer or Chief Elected Official, is that something the Select Board signs off on?
No, that's within the document.
Correct. It's this
Sure,
one,
that's
right?
within the plan.
I don't know if you can see it.
No. No, that would be for use during an actual incident.
Okay.
During an event. And the answer is yes, the select board, the most senior select board member would sign that.
Okay, it just stays in the document.
That's right.
Okay.
So Karen, are you concerned? Can we go ahead and vote to approve this with the necessary typos corrected, or are they egregious enough so you're concerned we need to correct them before we vote on it?
No, you can vote on it, and then we'll make the corrections, and it'll be good to be. She can sign it, and I'll have to sign it.
I will just amend my motion to approve the LEMP with the appropriate corrections.
And I'll second that.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded to amend the original motion to approve the LEMP with corrections to the signature page. Any further discussion? Okay. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it's been passed. So, and now we're going to get an emergency management preparedness update from Tom.
In reality, nothing has changed for us since last week. We're doing the same things. We're still, again, it certainly continues to appear that statewide we're plateauing and flattening out. So that's all good. And it's simply a case where we see what the governor does as far as opening things back up. And hopefully we don't have a second spike. But as far as our responses are concerned, as far as everything else goes, there's absolutely no change in the last week.
Do you want to offer an opinion, Tom, about whether, I mean, obviously we would follow the direction of the governor, but if we have the option to open up things a little bit more sooner rather than later, do you have an opinion about that?
I think if we were to do that, I think if any community were to do that, I think it would be, first off, disrespectful toward the governor, and what he's charged with, and what he and his cabinet are truly trying to do. And I think if we went rogue on our own and something bad came of it, that wouldn't set well for any of us.
Yeah, no, I must have misstated my question, because my question was we would adhere to the governor's recommendation, but would you have any opinion on whether, for example, if the governor were to say municipalities can open up their municipal buildings if they choose, would you rather we wait on that or don't wait on? I mean, I don't know. I'm saying sort of the opposite of I think how you heard.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I did misunderstand your question. No, if the governor's given the clearance to begin to do things, at face value, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't be able to follow suit. obviously we'd have to take a look at things and if something was there that said we might not want to do this right now, then certainly we have a discussion about it. But at face value, to follow the governor's orders, that would be fine.
I can kind of imagine, though, a scenario like what you're talking about, Josh, where the governor puts out because we have such varying populations throughout the state and some areas are more rural than others. I can imagine him saying something along the lines of, depending on your particular circumstances in your community, your numbers, you can make a decision. And I would think that we would probably heavily lean on you, Tom, to decide, to influence our decisions on that if that were to happen.
Okay, that would be fine. Certainly, we'd have some discussions about things. Yeah.
Tom, I don't know. I haven't heard the last couple statements from the governor. As far as testing in the state is concerned, and I would think, to your point, Laura, guiding any decisions of that kind of thing, increased testing, I would think, would be necessary to make well-informed decisions. Do you have a sense, Tom, of where that's headed for the state and or for localities?
I don't. I know it's being talked about. I don't know where it's headed. And one thing that people are also talking about is, yes, we can, or any state, any state in the country can increase testing. A big issue that would come about would be you could test person A today,
right,
and it would be negative. Tomorrow they're positive,
right.
So it's like just how much testing is going to be done, and I don't know the answers to that. Again, I know, just like everyone else, more testing is being looked at. Widespread testing is being looked at. I don't know the logistics of it. I don't know operationally how it would be done. If as we get more information on that, or more information is put across to us on that, then certainly we'll keep everybody updated.
I know they've started some strategic testing too, like Thompson House is being tested, the whole facility.
Right. They had an individual there who was unfortunately infected. So now they'll go in, and that's been standard for the most part after a couple of specific other cases in the state. Now they're going to go in and test everybody.
Is there any talk about the test for the antigen and not for COVID-19? The information that would give us to see who has already had it? Is there any?
I know the question has been posed to the health department. There wasn't a clear answer given to that because there's still so much that's unknown.
Yeah. Yeah, my understanding is accuracy in those is a real issue because of the, and I don't fully understand the science behind it, but from what I heard last time I heard something about this on VPR, it has to do with the actual population of people that have already had it. So we don't have the numbers to compare to, and therefore it lowers the accuracy rate of the antigen testing.
Yeah, it's just not a large enough body of data to be able to accurately assess the accuracy of it. The other thing that comes into that is that they're not 100% sure yet, or not. I'm not even sure they're any percent sure that having the antigen necessarily assures any level of actual immunity. And I think they're still working hard on that to figure that out. We may not know that for quite a while for exactly the same reason you're talking about, Laura. It's just there's not enough data until you see a whole bunch of people get sick a second time, or you see that nobody is getting sick a second time. But in order to have enough data to make that accurate, that's a ways off.
Yeah. Do we have any other questions for Tom?
How you feeling?
Yeah.
Tired, but holding my own. Everything's good.
So Tom, do you want to announce you made a shift in your department or? Not a shift.
Yeah, I can. In order to improve things across the board, we've held vacant a captain's position, which was an individual in charge of the EMS division of the department. We recently filled that position. So Chris Pennell was he's an advanced EMT with the department, considerable amount of experience, knowledge base. So he was actually promoted to fill that position. So that'll be very good for us moving forward.
Chris who?
Chris Fennell.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Congratulations to Chris.
Yes.
And to our town. Hey, anything else for Tom?
No.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, folks. All right.
Thank you very much, Tom. You too.
All right. All right.
All right, so we are moving on to the Forest for Learning property transfer, and I'm assuming that's why Lionel is with us.
What?
Yes, that's true.
So,
so this is ready to go, according to Larry Slyson. So we need to have a date for a closing.
Okay.
So basically, for everyone to know, it's the 4.11 acres that was adjacent to the pool, plus the school forest that we had a purchase and sale for. What was it, 2 years ago, Lionel?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So both are going to be transferred to Forest for Learning. The survey has been recorded with the town of Putney, so we're all set there. There is no property transfer tax value because it's property owned by the town and transferring to Forest for Learning.
Do we want to put forth a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the, I can't change screens to bring it up, so I might not have all the language, but I will make a motion that we approve the transfer of properties, both the aforementioned properties from the town of Putney to the Forest for Learning. And before I actually move that, are those now one entity, Lionel, or are they still two separate properties?
I get it off.
Get what off? Hello, are we there?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Okay, so you're
great. It's going to be one property. It's all we're doing is we did a lot line adjustment where we added the wet meadow right in front of where the kiosk is. We just brought that as part of the property as well, and there's no point in Forest for Learning treating that as two different properties. It's really all just one property.
I guess my question to clarify is, for the purposes of our motion at this time, is it recognized as a single property now, or is it still recognized as two separate properties?
It's recognized as a single property because it was a boundary line adjustment. And so It was we've gone through the whole process, and it is one property right now.
Okay, so I will restate my motion to say I would like to move that we approve the transfer of the property belonging to the town of Putney that we've been holding for the last 2 years to the Forest for Learning.
And I'll second that.
Is that sufficient, Karen?
Yeah, I just want to mention that the forest is a total of 167 4.7 acres.
That was breaking up. Lionel, you got quite a bit of noise coming through on your end.
I'm trying to.
I'm sorry. Is it any better? We're trying to drive to Brattleboro.
I just muted Lionel. So, Josh, I want to clarify that the forest property is 167.7 acres, and then the pool property is 4.11. So right now it's two properties merging together as one in the
Right. But that's what I was just asking Lionel to clarify, is that has already occurred.
And in this quitclaim deed, it says it's 163.6 acre forest land and a 4.11 acre parcel for the adjacent town pool lot.
So it'd be a total of 167.7 acres.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification, Laura. I was looking for that, and it's like, it's got to be buried in here somewhere. But
So do you want to just unmute Lionel for a moment to make sure he agrees with that?
sure.
Yeah.
I
think I did it.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. The quitclaim deed takes into account the additional 4.11 acres. So I believe the total amount, and also the boundary line adjustment, the DRB's ruling over the boundary line adjustment also references that total number as well. So as far as I know, I think it is 167 point something. I'm sorry, I'm not in front of my computer.
167.7.
Correct. And I have to agree with that statement.
Okay.
And
so I think
the Schedule A does, I'm sorry, Josh, the Schedule A does actually say containing 167.7. So I think we're all on the same page.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So Josh, both parcels are going to be transferred in this one deed.
Right. So that was the nature of my motion. My motion was to approve the transfer of the parcel from the town to the Forest for Learning.
Yes.
So it's been moved and seconded, and we've had some discussion. Is there any more discussion? So the only thing I'm going to point out, because I am that woman, is that this quitclaim deed starts with "know all men" by these presents. And in the future, I would really love to see gender neutral paperwork. So
I don't know if you can change that. I think that is just the language that's.
I'm not. I'm just saying. It doesn't have to be changed. I'm just saying for.
I think that if it can be changed, it should be, though. I would agree with that, and I don't think we need to have that in the motion, but I think it should be reflected in the minutes that we would like to see that changed if possible. I don't know where that document was generated, but I totally agree with you, Laura. That's pretty offensive, really. It should just say all persons.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Should say all persons. Yep.
Something we can ask the attorneys, right?
Yeah. So I am willing to sign it as it stands, just because I recognize that we're going through changes as a society and these things are going to keep coming up. But as long as we're recognizing it and in the future being more aware of it, I'm okay. I'm okay signing it as it stands. I hear you, Josh, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, and I think if it can be, yeah, I mean, I would agree.
Yeah.
I sign it too, but I would like to see the document amended if that's not unreasonable at this time. I mean, if
I don't want to hold anything up.
Yeah, and if it's $600 worth of work to get it changed, I'm not sure it's worth it. But if it's a matter of somebody printing a new one before Laura or whoever is officially signing it, I would be in favor of that.
Can I comment that the signature page is on the second page, so we might be able to get that one word changed.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded and it's been discussed. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion has been passed. Sorry, I'm not at my normal state. All right, here we go. So we are moving on. Go ahead.
Before we move on, I just want to say thank you to Lionel for all his work, because I know he has put a lot of time and effort into this, and I think this is a win for everybody. So thanks, Lionel, for the work you've done on it, and others, Karen included, I'm sure, and those who have made this happen. I think it's a good thing for all of us.
Agreed. Thank you, Josh. It's actually pretty amazing to see this coming to a close.
Yeah.
It's been almost 3 years total for the whole process.
Right. So when do you want to schedule a closing, Laura?
I can I can do that this week, I'm sure. Tomorrow or Friday, if that works for you.
Now, how about Monday?
Monday could work. Do you want me to just get in touch with you tomorrow to schedule it, or does it need to be scheduled now?
No, it doesn't need to be scheduled now because I need to talk to Lionel too to make sure that we can line everything up.
Okay.
Karen, was it inherent in the motion that we approved that Laura would sign it, or do we need a motion to approve her for that?
I think
it's in the document.
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
Yeah, Monday's pretty good for me. Oh,
we should probably have that changed too, Laura.
What's that?
On the signature page, it says chairman.
I didn't even notice that one. I get.
I'll accept a friendly amendment.
So I'll work with Larry on getting a couple things revised.
Okay.
And let's shoot for next week for a closing. You and I and Lionel can coordinate together.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So we are moving on to rules of procedure, policy, paper of record, and attorney of record approval. And this is some housekeeping that we normally would have done.
Yes.
It's weeks ago, but just because of circumstance, it's been delayed. So in your packets, there should have been a rules of procedure for Putney Select Board. And this came from something that I checked into after you pointed something out to me, Josh, was how strictly are we supposed to be adhering to Robert's rules? And I went into our handbook and actually found that the Vermont League of Cities and Towns recommends that we don't use Robert's rules as our rules and procedure for our meetings. That's their recommendation to select boards and committees, that they adopt this standard that they've put out. So Karen updated it for us, and I've reviewed it. The only thing I'm going to say again, Karen, is that there's a lot of gendered language in this, and I would love to see, instead of his and hers, or he and she, their and them, just to reflect the possibility that not everybody serving on this board at any time may identify as any gender.
All right, I can make those changes.
So did everybody have a chance to review this?
I did not. I had missed it. So I mean, if we want to go ahead and do it, and others have reviewed it and they're comfortable, I'm fine with abstaining from that vote. Or if I can't bring up two screens at once, so I can't really look at it right now.
So I'm really comfortable. I think that we we function pretty well, all things considered. And so I'm comfortable tabling this for our next meeting if you want to take time to review it. It's 3 pages, and then I think we could discuss it at our next meeting.
That'd be good. Thank you.
I'd like to table it too. I'm actually looking it over right now. I did once before, but I'd like to read it more.
Okay. And it's something very similar, if not exactly the same, can also be found in the back of our handbook. So, all right. Well, then, paper of record. Normally, we have gone with the Brattleboro Reformer, and we've had some discussion about changing that at times. It's the last 2 years, at least, that I've been on. I know it's come up. The thought about changing it to the Commons. I know that the reasoning behind the Brattleboro Reformer is it's an everyday print, which makes it, if there's a need to warn in a really, in a way that wouldn't work on the Wednesday print, that's been part of the decision-making process behind it. I will put in a pitch that I feel pretty strongly that the Commons is available to everyone, and so it feels like it's maybe more equitable to our community to have access to that. I don't have.
I think the language, and I can't remember whether you were part of this discussion or not, Laura, but that we've used in the past when we've been talking about that, this is to have the Brattleboro Reformer be our official paper of record, but to make all reasonable efforts we can to include the information in the Commons as well, for exactly that reason. I mean, essentially, the wider we can distribute the information, the better. And when it comes to equity also, I think that's a good observation as well. So I think we could, whether we move it that way or whether we just have that as included in the minutes.
Karen?
So I want to make a comment. I know Westminster uses the Commons, and the Brattleboro Reformer is expensive. And I have to use them for legal notices for like Development Review Board. I have to use it for, putting out bids for projects and stuff like that. So it is costly, but to do 2 papers, it would cost more money. And I will let you know that the Commons is less expensive for what I'm sending to Brattleboro. So our legal ads would be less expensive in the Commons. So, and we can get on their schedule because Westminster makes it work. So I'm not considering them.
Okay. I really like the idea of supporting a community newspaper like the Commons, and knowing that actually makes a big difference to me, knowing that we would be paying into them where we might not have been in the past.
I certainly don't object to that. I think it's the question of timeliness. If you're comfortable with that, Karen, I guess the other thing that I would say, and I have no idea, is readership numbers. And I also am very aware that in the current circumstances, newspaper readership is shifting rapidly. And so I don't know whether, I have no idea whether even if we had the data on readership, it would be even remotely accurate now compared to 6 weeks ago. But I don't have a problem with it being the Commons as long as you're confident, Karen, that you can do what you need to do.
Yeah.
David, you realize we are obligated to have a newspaper of record? So we just have to be clear about that.
I think if they both provide the same service and it doesn't cause any problems for you, Karen, we should go with the one that costs less, and feels better to everybody. And seems like Laura has it's important to her that we support that paper. Frankly, I don't read either one of them very often, so I don't really have an opinion. But I certainly think if you can get the job done with the less expensive one, go with the less expensive one.
Right. Laura, the Commons is online as well too, right?
It is, and I want to point out that the Commons actually distributed in the first week of the COVID crisis, they sent their paper out through the mail to every post. If I'm remembering this correctly, it was every post box in Windham County, but it could have been a smaller area than that. But if I'm remembering correctly, it was every, and that's kind of the importance behind a community paper to me, that's the kind of thing a community paper does.
Right.
So
yeah, my last comment about the newspaper is, from my experience in Westminster, if we did not meet the deadline for the Commons, we were able to put it into the Brattleboro Reformer. So we have a backup plan.
What's the difference in money? Like you say, it's much less expensive. What is that?
So when I run like a development review board, depending on how many applications I have, it's close to $200 every time I run an ad, for a legal notice. So, and I know the Commons, the Commons is a lot less. It's probably not half, but you do save probably $50 every time you run something. So you will save money with the Commons.
And on average, how many ads do you run, say, in a year? Just
I can do as many as 12, and then if I have to add select board legal notices, we're over budget right now on our advertising in the newspapers.
Depends on how many hires we have. It depends on, tax sales. It depends. There's a lot of variables that have legal posting requirements in a paper. So that I would say that varies quite a bit year to year.
Right. It could be as many as a couple dozen, and you're saving $50 a shot or more.
Yes.
Absolutely. That's
a lot of money.
Yes. Yes. Especially now when things are so uncertain. Any way that we can get the good enough service for less money, that's a good thing. Yeah.
Let's see. So I don't mind shifting to the Commons because I know we can make it work.
Is there anything else that we should consider? I have no experience with this, but does the Reformer provide us any service besides this that not using them in this way would be detrimental to us? Do they do anything else for us, Josh or Laura, that I don't know about?
Karen would best answer that. Sorry.
No, again, I mean, if we wanted to be as thorough as we could be, probably knowing readership numbers would be helpful for that. But again, I just can't imagine that the readership of the Reformer is going to be the same, or either of them for that matter. But the fact that the Commons, I think, not that the Reformer isn't online, and I don't know if there's public announcements, you may not have to have a subscription to see them. I don't know. We could put this off and gather all the data about it if we want to, so we know what the cost difference is and what the readerships are. But I'm open to going with the recommendation of going to the Commons as long as the confidence level is fairly high that it will save us money and that we have reasonably complete coverage.
I think readership would be a hard thing to fully assess because the Commons distributes for free. So, they do drop-offs in widely visited areas, and people pick it up and read it that way. And then they also read online. So that may be easier to track. But but I think it would be hard to compare them apples to apples.
I agree, especially a weekly versus a daily. I don't know. I know that's been part of the discussion in the past, but I have no idea how those numbers look. So, and I'm not sure there's any reasonable way to assess it. But.
Okay.
So do you want a motion or do you want to wait on it, Laura?
I think as long as Karen's comfortable and feels good about this, then I think we should make a motion. So I'm going to throw the ball into your court, Karen.
Yeah, no, I'm comfortable that we can make it work. And like I said, it's, we have a backup with the reformer. So.
Okay. I can't remember. There was one other part on the agenda, the list. It was approval of paper of record and
attorney of record.
Oh, okay. So that's separate. So, okay. So I'll make a motion that we approve the Commons as our newspaper of record.
And I'll second that.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? No? All right. So it's been moved and seconded to make the Commons our paper of record for the town of Putney. And hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's been passed.
And I will make a motion to approve Salmon and Nostrand as our attorneys of record. I don't think it needs to be specific to Larry. Would you agree, Karen?
I agree.
So Salmon and Nostrand as our attorneys of record. I'll make that motion.
And I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded to appoint Salmond and Nostrand as our attorneys of record for the town of Putney. Any discussion? I guess my only question is there any reason to consider anybody else at this point?
No.
Okay.
And may I also add that our, so Salmon and Nostrand is primary legal counsel, with Robert Fisher being a secondary if there's a conflict of interest.
Okay.
Do you think that needs to be in the motion? I don't think it does, right?
I think it should be. Just
okay. So I'll withdraw my first motion and make a second motion to approve Salmon and Nostrand as our attorneys of record and Bob Fisher as our backup attorney of record.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I'll second that. Yes.
So it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
I think just the one thing I would say is that, Larry, they give us a pretty good deal, or a very good deal, I think. And that idea of considering somebody else, I don't think it's unreasonable that we would consider somebody else, and maybe at some point we might want to do that. But we've been with them. I mean, it goes back as long as I can remember. Richard Coutant, who was a member of that firm previously, and since passed away, but they've been doing our legal for a long time, and just having the historical knowledge is very helpful for us, I think.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Any further discussion? So it's been moved and seconded for Salmon and Nostrand to be our attorney of record and Bob Fisher to be our alternate should there be any conflict of interest. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, yard sales. This came up to me from a couple of concerned residents that have noted that they're already hearing discussion from people regarding potential yard sales coming up quite soon, from what I understand. And I was asked if I could bring it up to the board that maybe we should consider a yard sale ban this summer, or at least for the time being as a town. So new territory for me. I don't even, it's,
I looked for a policy or ordinance on yard sales, and I wasn't able to find anything.
Yeah, I'm not aware of one. I would have to guess that I don't know whether you looked in any information from the governor's office, Karen, because I would imagine that if they haven't addressed that yet, they probably will pretty soon. But
Right.
I don't I don't know whether I don't know what our legal rights are as far as that's concerned. I guess my feeling would be we probably should check with VLCT before we make that decision.
Okay.
I'm certainly not opposed to it, but I would be interested to see what VLCT had to say and/or the governor's office. I mean, I'd be amazed if they aren't, or the Secretary of Commerce office. I'm not sure. I'd be amazed if they aren't thinking about this, but it may be premature and it'll hit the radar pretty soon. I don't know. But
maybe by us bringing up the question, it'll hit the radar.
Yeah. No, and you know, my only concern is that in these challenging times, taking any way for somebody to generate income away from them is unfortunate, but I understand the logic behind it. So I guess it would be my preference to let somebody at a higher level make that decision if we could encourage them to. But I think we'll find out what we can find out and then decide from there.
Yeah.
So, Laura, are you just talking about during the COVID crisis, or?
Yes, not permanently, but yes, just during this crisis, there is a concern that people are going to go ahead and do it, and that we as a town should make some kind of statement on that. And I'm not Josh, as you said, I really don't know. It's never been on my radar. It's not something I've thought about before, but I do think it's something that we should bring up and explore further.
So Laura, I'm in weekly meetings with different groups, and I might be able to ask that question because maybe it's been asked already, but maybe not. And what I'm finding out that if they don't have answers, they get them to us like
pretty quickly. Yeah.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah. So let me investigate a little further. I'll start with VLCT, and then I do use Michael Maricki sometimes too, because he's a point of contact that might get, an answer quicker too.
Yeah.
I just pulled up Vermont yard sale law during COVID, and I've got nothing specific here. I got conflicting information from two different places. One saying that it's legal to have them as long as you observe social distancing, and another one saying it's not legal to have them during COVID. So I don't know. Anyway. So.
Well, I mean, I think you'd have to be able to assure that you don't have a gathering, that goes outside of the governor's mandate, and how can you assure that during how can we rely on private citizens to make sure that they're assuring that every time? So it's
also, I would have a hard time imagining that it would be considered an essential function, but I again, if it generates income, I don't know. So yeah, we should find out. Given that we're meeting again in a week, I think, maybe there will be a spate of them this weekend, but I sort of doubt it. And if so, then we find out the following week.
Yeah. And I'll just take a moment to encourage folks that have the accessibility to use online mediums to sell their goods and do that in a safe way that has no contact, rather than bringing people to their home, which could be dangerous for them and for those people.
I was wondering, it makes me think about the farmers market rules that they're working on still. And I'm wondering if this isn't falling under that category too, if they're thinking about that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Although the difference again to me would be essential versus non-essential. I mean, you know, food acquisition is obviously essential. Acquisition of yard goods is not necessarily. So
it's only essential, and it's probably one of my favorite extracurricular things to do in life is to go yard sailing. I just absolutely, which is
I would think there would be those that would debate. Well, and actually, I mean, the other point that it raises for me is, you know, I don't know. For example, there's that property up on 5 just south of the Putney-Westminster border, and I don't know whether that's technically a business or technically a yard sale. And if it's a business and it's a primary source of income, I don't know, a little tricky. I do, since I mentioned that property though, I do have to say it does sort of fall in the same lines as another piece of property that we've been having a discussion about. There, you know the one that I'm talking about, Karen, on 5 just south of the 91 overpass.
Yes.
On the right. Basically across from just north of Santa's Land.
Yes.
It has some similar features to the property just north of town of Putney, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And it looks like Cynthia was keeping an eye on that. So that's a potential zoning violation.
Yeah.
So.
No, and actually, I mean that would highlight perhaps for us the importance. I mean, one could probably argue that that is a yard sale and therefore would not necessarily fall under zoning. But if without an ordinance to clarify what a yard sale looks like and its duration and things like that, it would be hard for us to argue the opposite. So that's something we might want to explore. And in fact, if you're gonna call VLCT, see whether they have a yard sale ordinance document that they recommend. We could at least have a look at it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Good discussion. So I feel comfortable moving on. Does everyone else?
Yeah.
Great.
Yes.
Putney public pool discussion.
All right, so I wanted to put this on there thinking about the future and trying to be optimistic, after May 15th, hopefully. So Alyssa and I met with Katie and Beverly. So Katie does the swim lessons and Bev, gets all the lifeguards in the pool pulled together. At this time, we're usually doing swim lesson registration. And because there's no school until, June, and that's when the pool opens up, usually right after the kids get out of school. My intent is to be optimistic and plan to open the pool, but I have a question to Michael Maricki, who is going to go to the governor's office regarding what is the criteria for public pools. Now, if we sit on this and wait, and then the governor says, yep, so restrictions have been lifted, we can have general swim, you can have your swim lessons, the camps are open. See, that's the thing. So summer camps are not open right now. We're limited to small groups, possibly of maybe 10. So when you have swim lessons, you have parents, you have other children. General swim is going to be out of the question if you can only have a small group. I want to prepare the pool, but there's a possibility that we may not be able to open it. So I'm curious what everyone's thinking about the pool.
I personally think the steps that you're taking are the right steps. There's no way for us to really know how this is going to play out. My guess is based on the approach that he's taken thus far. We may not have a pool this summer, and I'm really grateful to you for doing the prep work in case there's a possibility of us having a pool this summer.
Okay. Go ahead, David.
Besides the paperwork and the communication to prepare getting ready to go, what does it cost for us to actually prepare the pool? Are we under contract for that already and we're paying for it already for them to come in and shock it and do the chemicals and make sure the filters and pumps all work? Or do we, if we find out we're not going to have the pool functioning, do we save the cost of not doing that?
So Joe, who works for Simon's Operations, has always drained the pool in the fall, and he gets it ready in the spring. So he does all the chemicals, he does the shocking, he opens the pool up. So there is no extra cost, David.
Okay, all right.
There is an issue with the pool right now, again. So the ramp leading into the pool, so it has this fiberglass skin on it. Last year there was a crack in it, and Tim Carrillo had helped Joe repair that crack. Now, because of our winters being cold, and then it warms up and it thaws out, and then it gets cold again, everything freezes, and then it warms up again, there is another crack on that ramp, and it's worse than last year. So I went ahead and I called Tim, and I had Tim work with Joe on it to determine how to repair it and see what it's going to cost. Now, Tim has not gotten back to me because all this just happened this week. I haven't been up to the pool. I should go look at it and then talk to Tim and come back to you, but the pool is going to need some money. I think it's been overlooked for several years now, but if we want to maintain it, we're going to have to put some money into that pool. And people enjoy it. You know, the kids enjoy it. It's a good asset for the community.
It really is.
Who is Tim, Karen?
Tim Carrillo has his own pool company.
Okay.
And he and Joe went to school together. So
okay. I was wondering whether it was a fiberglass repair guy or a pool company guy. And I think having a pool company guy is probably appropriate. You know, the one thing I'd say overall, I agree that proceeding as you are makes sense. The only thing I would be cautious about is not entering into any contractual agreements that are going to, I think any contractual agreements need to be, you know, I'm blanking on the term, but that we are not obligated unless the pool is open. Conditional on the pool opening. So, I mean, you know, for example, with Beverly, much as I would like to be able to hire Beverly and say, yes, definitely go ahead, this is what we want, I think we should be cautious about spending money on something that we aren't likely. So maybe we could do, you know, in preparation, do per diem with her or something that is fair compensation for work that she does, but doesn't obligate us for a longer period of time than we need.
Okay. So I called Brattleboro Carol a lot. She's in charge of the rec department. They're going to proceed ahead too, and they're going to do interviews for lifeguards. They're not even going to have a date, a start date. It's a tentative job with a date to be determined.
Yeah.
And it's not guaranteed.
Yeah.
I think that's how we're going to approach it. You know, if we don't have the camps, if we do not have the summer camps at the pool, That's like $1,000 of revenue. So we'll be relying on swim lessons, which is 6 weeks, and those could be pushed back as well. So, you know, she usually starts in July. So if we're looking at August, you know, she may be able to consolidate her groups, but it's going to be a short time period for the pool. So we may not make money on the pool this year. We don't make money anyway, just to let you know and be honest, we do not make money on that pool. So if we're okay knowing that, I mean, we still might have a short summer, but
I don't know that we ever looked at the pool as a big money maker. I mean, I think that it's like having a town park.
Right.
In fact, maybe it's better than having a town park, because I think the pool normally comes close to breaking even, correct? Where a town park might cost us. No, doesn't break even.
it depends. You know, it's
not a huge number in the hole, though. I mean, in my recollection, we've never profited from it, but we've never lost a fortune either.
No, we haven't lost a fortune, but
I think of it as an asset. I don't think of it as a money maker. But yeah.
No, and I you know, it's possible, because I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, I think that our single largest expense is employment.
Correct.
It's possible that a short season might actually work in our favor in that sense. And you know, not that we're looking for it to work in our favor, but it might prevent us from losing more than might otherwise. So.
Right. So, I mean, again, I want to move forward opening the pool, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah. I am hopeful. I did see some really controversial information coming out of New York with their pools closing, the concern about kiddos and families using swimming holes that maybe weren't appropriate, and more accidents happening because of you know, people having to find ways to cool down and using inappropriate places to do so. So it feels like our pool also helps keep people safe.
Yeah.
And not that I want to discourage people from using Vermont swimming holes. We have wonderful swimming holes, and I want them to use those too. But having the pool is great for little ones, and to have some kind of responsible oversight.
Huge asset to the parents of young children.
Yeah. No, we'll see.
Okay, well, I'll keep you updated on it.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
All right, so we're moving on to the town manager's report.
Okay, so moving along. Sandglass Theater grant request update. Just to let you know, so we know the history. You know, they came to us in February. I tried to work with them to get the application packet together. I finally received it at 3:30 in the afternoon on April 8th. The grant, Josh, was due April 15th.
Right.
So I was not able to accommodate that deadline. And, you know, before I knew it, it was Wednesday, and they had sent me an email and asked if I was going to be able to complete it. And unfortunately, it didn't happen.
So and they
go ahead.
I saw the communication, and they sort of implied that they would just wait for the next round and go ahead in the next round. Is that, yeah?
That's what they had stated. So in the fall, now that I know what I'm looking at, and I can, you know, if I had had like 3 weeks, I probably could have got it done, but that wasn't the case. So if they want to resubmit in the fall, I'll make sure that we pull it together, and we can be ready.
And you've communicated that to them?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's that. So dog complaints, running at large, and a reminder to license your dogs, please. So I've gotten some dog complaint calls, whether it's a barking dog or, you know, a dog just coming out of somebody's driveway and a walker, the dog comes towards the walker. I've talked to the person about it. We had another incident where a woman was walking a dog and the dog latched onto somebody's arm. They did not break the skin and the person did not seek any medical attention, but all of a sudden we have all these dog issues. We still have an animal control ordinance that's in draft format. And right now we can't get a public hearing pulled together to vote on that ordinance. So I'll watch the governor's orders and try to get that scheduled for the select board. I think it's important that the Animal Advisory Committee put a lot of work into it, and I think we should move it forward.
Agreed.
So I just wanted to mention that. Also, Laura, I want to mention that there are, let me see, 168 dogs that have been licensed. And then we have 121 that are unlicensed at this point.
Oy.
Yes.
Is that how different is that from other years in the past?
John seems to think that it's there's more this year, and he's done his due diligence. He's sent out 2 letters now, and I just want people to know that if I get a complaint on a dog and it's on the unlicensed list, I will be coming. I'm going to call you. So last year we had Jonathan. I had Jonathan send out certified letters.
Mm-hmm.
And people came in and they licensed their dogs. So
it's a lot of certified letters, though.
Please do the right thing and license your dog, because we don't know if your dog's not licensed, we don't know if it's up to date on its rabies certificate.
Mm-hmm.
If a dog bites somebody, especially a child, there's going to be bigger ramifications than paying like a $12 license fee.
Yes.
So please get your dog's license.
And just remind us, Karen, that can be done by phone and or by online, or just by phone, or? You
can call the town clerk's office. He's at extension 13. You can email Jonathan at clerk@putneyvt.org. Yeah, and all the reminders went out to everybody. So everyone on this 121 unlicensed dogs list has a notification, or 2, or maybe 3 at this time.
It seems like, go ahead. Go ahead, Josh.
No, go. All right.
I just wanted to say that from my small picture of the window of the world here, there's at least 4 or 5 times as many people with dogs walking as there normally are. My loop here, the Black Locust Road, Hickory Ridge Road loop, is a really popular loop. And there are so many people out walking with their dogs, and they need to be more responsible than ever, because there's so many, the possibility of encountering people and other dogs is so much higher now that people have the time on their hands and are walking.
Right.
So I've seen many near incidents from my driveway alone where dogs came together. They didn't know each other on
Yeah.
unfamiliar territory.
Yeah.
And so hopefully people will do the thing.
What are the penalties for not licensing your dog?
All right, so back to having no enforcement. Okay, and that's part of the new draft ordinance, Laura.
Mm-hmm.
So without an animal control officer, which like a retired person would be really good, and we could issue tickets for fines. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I have the books in my office, you know, the tickets, but whoever writes a ticket, they're the one that has to go to court to defend that ticket.
And you have the right to write those tickets, though, don't you, Karen?
I do.
Okay. Not that you want to be running to court regularly, but.
No, but what is the fine for an unlicensed dog?
Yeah.
I think the first offense is like $50.
Yeah.
And then it goes up, you know, I think the highest it could be like $100.
And remind me what the licensing fee is. My husband takes care of this, so I don't remember.
I don't know if I know, because if you have one dog and, you know, males.
It's $14.
There you go.
Yeah. So 14 versus 50 and headaches.
Maybe it ought to be more than 50. Maybe it ought to be enough so if you have to go to court, it covers some of your time. Maybe it ought to be enough so if someone does it once, they never do it again. You know,
I mean, that's a good point, David, because
really, maybe it ought to be $250. You know, maybe it ought to be a bunch so people take it seriously.
Yeah.
Well, that
maybe,
will be
but
when we can.
don't have enforcement, and if we don't have any way to back that up, it doesn't matter what it is. And we also, if people don't know that fine exists, then it has no relevance in their life either. I think helping people to understand the importance of I hear what you're saying, David, and I tend to think that helping people to understand the importance of licensing their dog is probably the better route. But I hear what you're saying too.
Well, my biggest fear too is if a dog, you know, if a dog attacks a child, that's a big concern. And it's like, you know, just do the right thing, be a responsible animal owner, and just, it only takes 2 seconds. It's, you know, you can mail your payment in, you know, call Jonathan, he'll tell you what you owe. It's a pretty simple, you know, responsibility. It doesn't have to be difficult.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the state has given us the right to forgive penalties for late licensure at this point, haven't they?
Correct.
Due to COVID.
Yes.
So even more incentive.
Am I remembering correctly that we did have that on the sandwich board for a period of time? And or do we still, and or should we if we don't?
No, there's something else on our sandwich board. It's
eat local, buy local.
Farmers. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, if we have other sandwich board opportunities, then maybe dog licenses should be included also.
Maybe we just need more sandwich boards. I say more sandwich boards.
Just need sandwiches.
We'll give you a sandwich if you license your dog.
I want to say I believe that, you know, the honor system and believing in people doing the right thing is basically how I think we should function. But I also think that there's going to be a certain percentage of the people who don't do the right thing, even though we put the information out there. And if there's going to be a consequence, it ought to be enough so that it covers any expense we have, Karen's time, and it's a fine big enough that people don't think, oh, well, what the hell, who cares? It's just $50. It ought to be enough so that it teaches a lesson, and then they run their mouth to all their friends, and then all their friends get their dogs licensed because it costs them some money. But
you know,
I would be supportive of that. The question I have for that is there an opportunity for a hardship appeal? So,
yes, of course. Of course.
I think that's a topic that should come up in the public hearing when we're looking at the dog ordinance.
Right. So Laura, just so you know too, so licensing your dog is an annual responsibility.
Yeah.
And dog licensing is due by April 1st.
Right.
So, and I know this year has been a little bit tougher because of the COVID and the stay at home. I understand that, but there's still ways to get your dog licensed.
Yeah. And as we said, the governor has given us the right to forgive penalties. So just mail in the $14 and the paperwork and get it done.
Yeah, call Jonathan. He'll give you the fee and you just mail it in. It's pretty simple.
Okay.
So that's enough of that. So requests for proposals, we have, Alyssa and I worked together this week. So we put out the heating oil and the propane request for proposal. And we've also put a proposal out for auditing services. So we're supposed to advertise every 3 years for the auditor. So that went out this year. We're working on mowing and landscaping. So mowing of all public spaces and cemeteries. Okay. So, and I'm going to look at that on a 3-year rotation. So it's going to be a 3-year contract versus, you know, putting it out to bid every year, because that's kind of specialized.
Does the cemetery commission, they do that separately though, don't they?
They do it separately because there's so many cemeteries and it's kind of a specialty because they got a weed whack and you know, all the headstones that they have to mow around. So it's a little different than just mowing like the town hall or the library or the fire station. So yeah, that's going to be a little bit harder. I'm not going to put them out together, Laura.
Okay.
So
we have bundled them before, and then last year the cemetery commission went ahead and contracted separate from us. So whether we want to do them as 2 separate RFPs or as a single, we could do, as long as we're not competing with our own cemetery commission to get bids.
That's why I was asking, because last year
well, all I can say too about the cemetery is the mowing costs more than what we appropriate to them. So I think we're going to need to look at that budget hard next fiscal year. So I'm putting it out to bid because I want to see what we can get for competitive prices.
And you have confirmed with the cemetery commission that they are not doing that also?
Yeah, no, I've already talked to Jonathan. He's one of the commissioners, and Greg sent the contract to me. So they're all on board with it right now. And I think too, the cemetery, you know, we got a few complaints about, you know, headstones knocked down or chipped. So I know these people are in the business to make money. So the faster you get it done, you can move on to the next, you know, contract or the next property. And I'm kind of looking for somebody that's going to take a little more care when they're mowing the cemeteries, because those headstones, you know, they mean something to somebody. And when you go there and there's a chip out of a piece of granite, you know, you want to know why, you know, what happened. And I think care needs to be taken when they're mowing in the cemeteries. So I will keep you up to date on that. Of course, with landscape services and mowing, we got to get that out soon and get bids back. So you might see them in like probably a couple weeks, maybe. Alyssa, did we put a date on that? Yeah, like May 15th, right?
May 8th.
May 8th.
Does that seem right?
Yeah.
No, 18th, sorry, 18th.
Yeah, we might push that up.
It was Monday, May 18th.
Okay. So we still have time to get somebody, you know, contracted to get our lawns mowed and our gardens taken care of.
Historically, we've gotten sort of depressingly few responses to our proposals for that, but what it is.
I've found a few more that were never, I don't think they were ever
solicited.
Sent. Yeah, solicited. So I've got a bigger list together. Still not very many, but I have a, so if you know of anybody that maybe I can't find online, let me know.
Whoops, Laura, you're muted for some reason. All right, she's back. The other request for proposal is going to be cleaning. So I'm going to put that out for some competitive bids as well. Again, like Alyssa mentioned, you know, cleaning, there's not a whole lot of companies out there, but I just want to see what we can bring in and see if we have some competitive prices.
And what I had said about the mowing also holds true for the cleaning, and I don't think you heard the mowing, was that they all need to be insured, and that's a part of what might limit the pool for us a bit.
Right. Yep.
They also need to have workers' comp if they have employees.
Right. So broadband communication union district development. Because there's a lot going on right now, and we can put this right on the table too. So Deerfield Valley has created a communication union district. There are 7 towns that have joined that district. They are Wilmington, Halifax, Marlborough, Reedsboro, Stratton, Wardsboro, and Whitingham. So, as you know, we have a grant to do. We did the survey. We got some pretty good results. They're moving forward with a feasibility study, and then they're going to come up with the business plan. And all of this should be done by August, okay? At this point, I want to let the select board know that any town right now can join any communication union district at this point. And, you know, so we can do that now if we choose to do it now. But my recommendation is that we allow Wyndham Regional to continue getting data and then deciding on what to do.
Is there any advantage to us joining now versus later? Is there any penalty to joining later? I mean, why are people joining now, I guess, is my question.
There is no penalty, Laura. So what has to happen after the business plan is in place, And I don't know how far Deerfield Valley has gotten. They're having meetings, and I have not been privy to them because I just learned all of this. This is all brand new, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where they're at in the process. So once you've created that district, so you have to put a RFP out for providers, to come in and give you the service, okay? So that's like laying the fiber and then providing the service on, the particular plans that people buy into.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm not quite sure about that end of things because we're still in the front part of this process. So I just can't answer too many questions because it's still all new and it's still evolving.
Karen,
Yes.
You said the 7 towns. Can you name them again? I didn't type fast enough.
Oh, sorry. Wilmington, Halifax, Marlborough, Reedsboro, Stratton, Wardsboro, and Whitingham.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So once the RFP is out, Laura, and then the costs come in,
Mm-hmm.
then the district decides, who that service provider will be. So right now we know that it's $18,000 per mile, through EC Fiber to lay the fiber. Okay. So somebody like maybe Consolidated Communications could lay it for $10,000 per mile.
Mm-hmm.
So that's part of this whole process.
Mm-hmm.
But again, you can have more than one communication union district too. And yes, we could join this one that's already created. But I mean, it's not going to hurt us to wait and see what the feasibility study and the business plan looks like. And, we may get that plan and it may be, higher than what this new district might have. So.
Yeah, just geographically, it doesn't make sense to align ourselves, in my opinion, with that group of towns that has already formed a district. But
Right, because I think too, Josh, if you look at, those towns right there, somehow you got to run that fiber over to, the lower section.
Yeah.
So I just don't know, Laura. I don't have enough answers to, be clear on how it's going to set itself up. Wyndham Regional Commission is trying to set up a meeting for May. It's probably going to be a virtual meeting, and they're going to update us, okay? So they're my lead with this whole communication union district. They agree that, it's good that a district has formed because now it allow other towns to join just through a select board approval. And that was part of that resolution too, to work with Wyndham Regional.
I guess I'm curious, like you said that we could form more than one district within the region. Is that what we're being geared towards, or is it going to be one large district? Or we just don't know at this point?
We don't know at this point, but it potentially could be one big district.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm certainly not adverse to aligning with those towns if we're forming one big district, but I wouldn't want to see us try to align with the Pioneer Valley District and then have a Connecticut Valley District formed, and that just doesn't make. So I think until the Wyndham Regional Commission has done their work and we really know what the possibilities are, we've just waited out for now.
Yeah, and it's not going to hurt.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think you were sort of alluding, Laura, if at some point there's an incentive or a reason to do it sooner rather than later, then yes. But at this point, that there doesn't seem to be a clear benefit of doing that. So I think we waited out.
Yeah, I don't think we should jump right in. I'm not confident that's the right move.
Yeah.
And I think aspirationally we've shared, we're supportive of this process. We want to see this happening, and but we need to know all of the details before we make any commitment on behalf of this town.
Correct.
Okay.
So highway department update. So all the dirt roads in Putney, except for 2, which were not that bad, have been graded. So I just want to share that with everyone. So they've all been done once already. So Brian's been running trucks. They've been trucking sand. And they've also been helping Dummerston. They do it every year. So they get sand and they bring it over to the Dummerston Highway Department. So they've been doing that. They've been busy. And right now, the governor, with his restrictions for the highway department, it's possible that we might be able to get signage taken care of now, Laura. Brian and I have had a conversation about the fence at the end of the sidewalk. So we're going to come up with a solution about that, and I've asked him, it needs to get taken care of.
I'm curious, is that section vital? Does it have to be there? Because from what I saw in community conversation, it's going to be very difficult for any plow truck to be able to move snow in the winter and not hurt something that's there. And
yes, something has to be there, because that is a steep drop off.
Okay.
Once you get beyond that rock. So Brian and I talked about maybe having something that we can remove in the wintertime. So snow can get plowed between the rock and the tree right there. The other thing too is for many years, debris like leaves and brush and that kind of stuff has been dropped over there. And Lucy did a really good job of cleaning it up. And what I don't want to see over there is people dumping leaves and debris, because it's just going to make it a mess. And there's some over there right now. And
people are actually bringing their leaves and debris and dumping it over.
They used to do that before. So, yeah. And there's footprints over there. I was over there this week and I looked and I'm like, somebody's bringing leaves over here. I'm like, oh no. And it's like, so I just don't want to have it. The grass is growing right next to the rock right now too. So I want to keep it clean. And, so we have a right of way. So we have like 25 feet. And then the state has that whole bank where all the rocks are. The state has that as a right of way. So, it's clean right now. Let's keep it clean.
There are several places around town, Laura, where that occurs. historically and ongoing. Hard to enforce when we don't have enforcement.
Right.
It's also,
Yeah.
you know, people back a pickup in at, you know, whenever.
3 in the morning.
6 o'clock
Right.
or 8 o'clock at night or whatever, and you know, it's what it is.
Yeah. So Brian and I will work on getting the fence up there. Just, it'll be, you know, spring, summer, and fall. And then we'll take it down, and then, you know, so the fence doesn't get wrecked again during snow season. But other than that, they're staying busy. The only time they're not working is if it's raining, because they're usually home. But everybody's been healthy, and they're adhering to protocol for COVID. So.
Good.
One other item I wanted to bring up is digitizing the land records. And I know we've talked about this in our emergency preparedness meetings. I was on a conference call today, a virtual meeting, and John Gannon was on that call. And he is pushing for town clerks to get their land records digitized for this reason with the COVID. So if everything was online, your attorneys, your title researchers, your appraisers, they can still do some work. You know, the fact that no one can go into, you know, the town clerk's office, and right now the governor has lifted some restrictions with the town clerk. So appraisers and attorneys and title researchers now can start going to the town office and doing some work. It will be a case-by-case basis in Putney. People will have to come in, sign in, wash their hands, first wash their hands, sign in, sign out. They will have to have a mask, and they will have to have their own gloves. So hopefully most of the time people will come in and they'll get a grand tour and a grantee list, and they know what they're looking for right off. So they can usually print it from the computer to the copier, but anyone touching anything in the office, it'll have to be washed right after as well. So we are lacking disinfecting wipes, but Alyssa scored today with Staples. So we have some of those come in. We have sanitizer in the office. And anyone coming into the office, it's going to be limited because it'll be the town clerk and one other person. So Tuesday and Thursdays is when the town clerk's office is open, or that's when Jonathan is there. I won't say it's open, but the town clerk is physically at town hall on Tuesday and Thursday.
Is it by appointment only?
It will be by appointment only.
Okay. Can I offer just an observation? If you're having folks bring in their own gloves and they're washing their hands and then putting on gloves, if you're not sure that this is a new pair of gloves, they could be using a pair that has been used over and over and over again, and the gloves could actually be more harmful than their bare hands.
Okay,
So I would suggest either supplying gloves or asking folks to really wash their hands well when they come in, and then disinfecting everything afterwards and ditch the gloves idea altogether.
Okay.
It's probably not an idea to have them wash their hands and then sanitize them as well.
Yeah. Do you have plenty of sanitizer?
Yes.
Hand sanitizer? Okay.
And I know Tom has a lot because he
Yeah.
would to get some from Bar Hill, and then he got a 5-gallon drum of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's going to probably be the criteria, and I don't know when that may start. the difficulty, Laura and Josh, is that you can have somebody come in to do research. It might take somebody 15 minutes, but it might take somebody all day.
Right.
So it's going to be difficult to schedule by appointment.
Mm-hmm.
And I think right now it's more of an emergency than it is a convenience. So
It's also hard to.
Yeah, I'm going to monitor that and figure out what's going to work best.
And
Jonathan's also pretty confident that he can get most of, what people need to them.
Yeah.
Good. Wearing a mask all day is hard, especially if you're not used to it and depending on the kind of mask you have. And so it may be something you want to keep a few masks at town hall too, in case somebody shows up without one.
Well, if they don't come with one, they're not coming in. Sorry.
Yeah.
We have limited supply in our office, and I'm not willing to give them out. If you're going to come to Putney Town Hall, you need to be prepared and have, your mask. I'm sorry. And again, like Alyssa said, Jonathan can help people, and he can get them the information that they request, and then we just invoice them.
And at the same time, if people don't have masks, that means that they're out in public without masks. And if we have a way to source them and provide them, the more people we're getting masks onto, the better off we all are. So I don't know if I would just turn people away that didn't have masks. I think I would try and find a way to get masks so that we can give them out.
Masks are not easy to come by.
I know, Alyssa.
They are running about $50 for 25 to 50 of them, depending on where you can find them. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I am very, very aware of what the mask situation looks like. And
terrible.
I will say that there are many people out there that are sewing them and willing to provide them for organizations, including towns, if we were to get ourselves on the list. And I know Josh also was able to acquire some, and maybe it's something that we put in town hall. I feel pretty strongly that we need to make sure that we're getting them onto people's faces. And if these are people we're dealing with regularly and people that are a part of our community, then I think it's really important that we're making the effort, even though it's expensive and hard. And that said, there is a community sourced list of people that are sewing many, many masks, and we have been able to fill our need entirely at Groundworks. And every time I put out a community ask, I've been able to get them. So I could put out a community ask for town hall and probably come up with 50 for you in a very short period of time.
I think the other thing is, though, Laura, that this is not the people who are coming in to research these things are not typically folks who are coming in. I mean, it's on an emergency basis. And I'm not disagreeing with you, and I'm happy. I mean, I have boxes of masks if you want to have a box of masks there. But I do think that the clientele who are coming in for the purpose of researching records are more likely than not people who are coming in to do that as a commercial, they're researching real estate things, stuff like that. I don't think that's an unfair burden to place on them. I agree that there are some people who, if you were coming in because you needed to research a death certificate for your spouse or whatever, and you couldn't get a mask, then we should provide them. But I don't think that's the typical ask for why somebody's coming in.
And we're not letting anybody else come in for any other reason.
Right.
Because they can be helped on the phone and be sent what they're needed. Like, we're not going to let people come in to pay their utility bill. They can drop it in the box or mail it. They're not coming in until everything is said and done.
I understand that. I think having an extra supply of masks isn't a bad idea. And if somebody shows up without one, that's unfortunate, and we can help educate them and get one on their face. So the more people that have them, the better off we all are. It's not about, it's really about all of us. It's protecting us.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you, but I think that I don't think it's unreasonable. I mean, I've been surprised at the number of businesses that are doing business and allowing people in. I mean, there's a statewide order that you have to wear masks if you're out in public. You know, and I realize there's a shortage as well, so that's not easy. But you know,
There's
I
not.
think
That actually, no, there's not. I mean, I'm sorry to correct you, but I believe that the statewide order is, it's suggested that anybody that's out in public wear a mask. Anybody that's doing business has to be wearing a mask at this point.
but as we're seeing, a lot of people aren't doing that. So,
Oh, I hear you. I've had a whole frustration with it last week, and
yeah, no, I mean, I just think, I think that, yeah, I agree with your sentiment completely that we need to get masks on as many people as we can. I think that if somebody who's coming in doing business can't provide their own mask, then sorry, we're not going to provide. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's sort of a philosophical difference. If you're coming in and you know you need a mask,
right,
then you need a mask. That's what it is. And that should not be our responsibility to provide somebody in that situation with a mask. I think we should have as many masks as possible available to anybody who wants one, who can't afford one or otherwise acquire one. But if it's part of your business, you got to find yourself a mask. I mean, I don't think that should be our responsibility.
But how are you gonna? How do you decide that? How do you decide who can afford them and who can source them, and how are you deciding that?
No, I think you're right, Josh. I mean, if they're an attorney or a title researcher or an appraiser coming in to the town clerk's office, like anyone else, like us, Laura, you know, they're doing business. They're going into a public building and they should be prepared. We're not talking about like, you know, a resident coming in, you know, I mean, like Alice Mays, if she had to come down, I'm sure she'd have a mask on. I'm sorry, but you know, it's like these are business people in the public, and so that's what I'm meaning by if they don't have a mask, then they can't enter the building, you know. But we would tell them that too before they came, because it's by appointment only. So, yeah. So
I think we all agree with the sentiment that everybody should be wearing masks, but you know, I don't go anywhere without my mask on, and that's because I'm accepting responsibility for that. You know, I realize there are people who can't do that, and but I don't think that's the group of people that we're talking about. I think, and you're right, that's tricky. I don't know. I mean, maybe I don't know. I mean, maybe we have masks there. I would much rather have masks available to the public and through some venue other than town hall, because I don't think that's necessary. I mean, you know, can we provide masks to people? Yes, I dropped 1,000 off at the food shelf the other day. Can they go to Tom to get one? I just don't think we should facilitate that. I don't think that's our responsibility in this context. If somebody's coming to us for the purpose of doing business, it's not our responsibility to provide them a mask.
That would be like Shaw's having to give me a mask because I don't have one.
I think that there are, I mean, okay. We're not Shaw's, we're the town hall. And I think that we're supposed to hold people a little bit better, but I'm not, that's fine.
it's okay, Laura. I understand where you're coming from and I get it. And so it's not like we're going to have like 10 people right off anyway. So we can manage this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And
so this is what I have to say. I have masks because I'm responsible. And I'm so grateful that you offered me one the other day, Laura. Both things are right. Both things are right.
I don't know.
All right.
I mean,
Well, I think it would be responsible for us to have some extras and to be able to offer it. And whatever a person's reason for showing up without it, whether it was a mistake or something happened, I don't know. But I
We
think it
do
would be
have some.
responsible. Okay.
We do
So,
have some. We just don't have boatloads of them to give to every single person who may or may not want one.
and as it's been
Be the
pointed
reality.
out, that we won't have boatloads of people showing up to town hall, but
Right.
So,
Should
and
be
you know,
fine.
yeah, and another thing too, Laura, if we have a soft opening and we still require a mask, you know, there may be a shortage at some point, you know, because they're not easily available right now. So
I hear what you're saying. I think masks are going to be a part of our lifestyle for quite a while.
I agree with you. I honestly agree with you because I'm shopping online and buying ours, you know, and I know Alyssa's family's made them, and you know, you're absolutely right. I think we're all going to be wearing masks for a while. Period.
and I think the other thing that sort of, as David was saying, I think that we are happy as a town and as a municipality to provide a mask to somebody who is in need of a mask.
Right.
I think that sort of offering that to people who are in need, and I totally again get what you're saying about how do we determine that, but I think that, you know, we're asking. I guess maybe yes, we should have masks there for people if they can't get a mask, and we provide it, and we of course don't ask them what their reason for that is. But if we're allowing people to come to town hall for our services, it should be incumbent upon them, if they are able to provide their own mask. If they're not able to, then I guess you're right. We should provide it, but I think we're just coming at this from different angles, you work with a clientele for who the circumstances are very different, and I can understand why that sort of sentiment comes with it. But I think that we also, as David pointed out, people who are being responsible need to be responsible too. We can't say, oh, hey, you didn't bring a mask? Well, here's one. I mean, we can, but I don't think that's our job, really. And I think it goes both ways. So.
Can I go backwards here for a second? Didn't this conversation start about digitizing the records?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey,
I don't know. We just spent half an hour talking about masks.
So what are we doing to digitize the records? Are we doing anything? Is there a plan? How much is it going to cost? Are we required to, or is it just a suggestion?
No, it's. I have Jonathan working with towns to get prices to see what they're using for formats, and we talked about it regarding, you know, if anything ever happened to town hall, you know, how would you get to land records? So it's very important, and the state of Vermont is pushing all municipalities to consider digitizing land records. And the thing too, David, I want to comment is that if our land records were digitized right now, somebody coming into our office who didn't have a mask, they wouldn't need to, because they could get that information online. And
Okay, so
there's a means to pay for the copies too online. So one, it's efficient, and two, it's, you know, it'll reach anyone that needs to. They can just jump online and get what they're looking for. It's gonna make things a lot better.
I think it's a great idea, but as of yet, it's still just a suggestion. We're not required to do it, so we're not pushed up against a time frame yet. and we
No,
don't even know how much it would cost, but we do know there's companies that can do it for us. Didn't we talk
Correct.
about this a little bit last year? It was a
Yep.
little short. I thought we did. Anyway.
Yeah, and we have a significant budget for that purpose. Every year, a budget, there is allocation from state money, I believe, towards digitization of records. So we've got 80 some odd $1,000, as I recall, for
Yeah,
this.
it's built significantly, but we spent some of it down recently too.
Yeah.
Not a significant amount, but
I can tell you, we have $85,010.98 in the Records Restoration Fund. The state increased the recording fees so people could put the money into the restoration fund to do things like digitizing the land records.
And do we have any idea what it will cost to do it?
I don't have any idea yet. I just had Jonathan start doing this process. What's important for this process to work is that people can pay online, not have our office invoicing people.
Get it.
So if they want to go online and print records or just even look at them, there has to be a means for them to pay for it. And like Brattleboro has a system, and you pay with a credit card, and then you can print what you need. So it's no different than somebody physically coming into the office. So.
Yep. No, I think it's a great idea. I think the sooner we do it, the better. I think the whole broadband study is probably more important now because of COVID than ever. I think there's so many things that need to happen that way. I don't know anything about them. That's why I'm asking all these questions. And so.
No, we're looking at it, and I'll keep you posted on that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So that's all I have.
okay. Thank you, Karen.
You're
So we're going to do warrants.
I'll make a motion to approve and execute the warrants as presented.
And I'll second that.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve the warrants as presented. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Hang on a minute, because I'm like.
There was one thing. I did have a question. So.
About the warrants?
Yeah. Anyway.
Sorry, too late.
Go for it. No, go for it. Ask the question.
I'm kidding.
Who are we giving $51,000 to? That's what I wanted to know.
Can we wait till I read the warrant and then I can explain to you?
Perfect. That'd be lovely.
Yes. All right. So we're going to do payroll warrant dated April 24th, 2020 in the amount of $15,027.85. Hello?
Hello?
Josh?
Yeah.
Do you want me to read that again?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I looked them over.
Okay. So that's payroll warrant. And then, so do you want to pass that one, or you want to do both of them together?
Well, we already approved. We don't have to. We just have to sign them. We've already approved based on review. So as long as there aren't questions on review, all we have to do is sign them. We've already done the.
So accounts payable warrant dated April 11th through April 24th, 2020 in the amount of $87,147.98.
The answer to you is it's a bond payment, David.
It is a bond payment. It's for the fire station and the water sewer.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for telling me that.
Is there anything else that you guys noticed? Do you have any questions?
No.
Look good.
Okay, so Laura, there's a copy of each warrant in your mailbox at the office.
Great.
So if you want to go ahead and sign that, and then David and Josh can stop in at any time and sign them.
And
Take care of it tomorrow morning.
What's the required time frame on that, Karen? Is there a required, I mean, I forgot, as you will maybe recall, last time I forgot to come in and sign them until Monday morning. Does that, that doesn't hold, I mean, as long as they have Laura's signature, they've been authorized to be issued. So I mean, obviously I'm not going to ask to come in 2 weeks later, but as long as it's within a few days, that's fine, right?
So, yeah, as long as there's one signature. Now, you can vote, make a motion to assign one person to sign the warrant.
We already did that too. We did that for the duration of the COVID.
Okay. So as long as she comes in and signs them, it should be tomorrow, Laura.
I can do it tomorrow morning.
Yeah. And then we can release the checks.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Do we have any other business?
I don't. No.
Anybody?
I will, Laura, I will make sure that I still have some of the masks in my possession. I will make sure that we get some to town hall so that they are available for those who need them. I guess in doing that, and I'm happy to do that, however we can best distribute them as obviously the intent. I also would strongly encourage anybody who's coming to town hall to bring their own mask if they are able to.
I totally agree with that sentiment. And I think it's important that we're able to support if there is, for whatever reason, somebody isn't able to.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. We need an executive session, it looks like.
Yes.
Okay. So do we have a motion to enter executive session under Title I VSA 313(3), the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee, providing that the public body shall make a final decision to hire or appoint a public official or employee in an open meeting and shall explain the reason for its final decision during the open meeting?
So moved.
And seconded.
We have to shut off recording now. Great. So we left executive session. No decision was made. We are going to meet again to have further conversations. And our next meeting date is May 6th, 2020. That is our special COVID meeting, and that begins at 5 p.m. Is that correct? No.
That's a regular meeting.
That's our regular meeting. Okay. Yeah. So our COVID meeting is
29th, I think, right?
The 29th at 5 o'clock. And then our regular meeting is May 6th at 5:30.
You got it.
And is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any conversation?
No.
Hearing no conversation. We are adjourned. So, thank you, Austin. Thank you, everyone.
don't we start, Bryn, if you could just go quickly over updated draft of the bill, and then we come back to the issue that's probably the most controversial. That's the emergency for the involuntary medications and involuntary commitment and the timelines. So if you could just run through the copy of the bill.
Sure thing. So everybody should have draft 2.4 of S114. Hopefully it was posted to the website this morning. And I was just going to go through the changes that were made to this draft from the draft that you looked at last week.
Okay.
Most of the differences between the drafts are in yellow highlight. So the first one is in section 1. This is that rent escrow hearings portion of the bill. So if this is where if a plaintiff asks for an emergency hearing, the court can exercise its discretion to hear it. And to the extent that the case is heard as an emergency, then this section would apply. And it gives, as you recall, it gives the judge discretion whether or not to order the person to pay rent into escrow. So that the change here from the last version is that it's put into session law, and it only applies during that emergency period, which is the duration of the time that the governor has declared a state of emergency arising from COVID-19.
I've talked to Senator Sorokin, and he's fine with having this in our bill. Also heard from Chris Rice, who's okay with it. He represents landlords in many cases.
Okay, so I'll move on to the next section.
Dick, if I could just ask, in a couple of different things we're doing, we're adopting different end dates for the emergency.
Yeah.
So this one is 30 days after the end. In some of the other legislation, it was 60, and then in some others, it's 120. I can understand how you might have different necessities, but I'm just putting it out there. Should we be leaning toward one date to make it easier? Because otherwise, I think people might become confused about what's going on and off.
Bryn, any comment on that?
So what I'll say is that section 1, the emergency period here is defined the same way it's defined in the Senate Economic Development Bill, which stays all eviction proceedings until the end of the emergency, and that's how it's defined in that bill. The idea was to line it up as closely as possible with what's going on in that bill with respect to landlord-tenant hearings. And the other sort of timeframes of when the state of emergency ends are based on the proposal from the judiciary. So I think that there are some situations which may require a longer period after the end of the state of emergency, and others which don't. So that I didn't come up with these on my own. They come directly from the proposal.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to have it in our minds.
I've kind of wondered about it too, and maybe we will just pick up on that as we get to those sections. So section 2 is the execution.
Right, so this is the
power of attorney.
Yeah. This is the powers of attorney section. The following is the deeds section. These are sort of the same with respect to powers of attorney and the deeds. There's no changes here. Remember, this just permits the powers of attorney and deeds to be executed remotely over a secure communication link rather than requiring that all parties be physically present.
Right.
So I'll move to section 4. I'm on page 3 now.
Yep.
This is the Rule 43. This is the section that permits the defendant to waive their physical appearance in the courtroom as long as they've had the opportunity to consult with their counsel prior to that waiver, and also their appearance is made by audio or visual transmission at the time. So the only change there was to add that requirement that the defendant have the opportunity to consult with their counsel before the waiver. We okay there? I'll move on to section 5. Okay, this is the section that suspends statutory timeframes for some court proceedings until the Administrative Order 49 is terminated. So if you turn to page 5, Subdivision 1 at the top of the page extends the time frame for certain court proceedings. So in subsection A, hearings on application for involuntary treatment, which right now are required to be held within 10 days of application, that's extended to 14 days. And hearings on application for involuntary medication is required to be held within 7 days of application by statute, and that's extended to 14 days as well. Subsection B, conditions of release review pursuant to Title 13. This applies to people who have been detained as a result of their inability to meet conditions of release, or who have been released on orders to return to custody. That's required by statute to be held within 48 hours, and this extends it to 7 days following the application. And then the other conditions of release review is required by statute to occur within 5 working days. That applies to everybody who's been released on conditions, and that's been extended here to 14 days.
That has nothing to do with the involuntary treatment or medication.
Nope.
B and C don't.
No.
The reason I raised that is that this morning at the Joint Rules Committee, we were given permission to vote on the rest of the bill, but not on these sections having to do with involuntary medication or involuntary treatment. So we're going to continue to take testimony, but we'll need a separate bill for this section.
Okay.
Hope that's easy for you.
Just section A then, subsection A on the.
Well, yeah, subsection A would be out. Where's the involuntary medication?
It's there.
Oh, yeah, subsection A would be taken out and be dealt with in a different bill. At some point, I mean, it could be Thursday, could be whenever, next week, whatever, but we're not giving up on it. But I think the Senate Rules Committee was concerned that one section of the bill would become controversial and hold it up. So
okay,
that was their decision.
I agree with that decision.
Okay, I don't disagree with it.
Yeah,
that's what they decided.
Mhm.
So anyway, if you keep going through, so we will deal with that separately this morning and hear testimony from Judge Grierson, Morning Fox, Devin Green, and Jack McCullough. We're all waiting.
Okay, sounds good. So B and C, those are just the ones we just went through, apply to bail review. So those would be the only types of hearings for which the statutory timeframe would be extended then.
Okay, do Matt Valerio or James Pepper have anything on the bail review?
I have no objection. The state attorneys have no objections. This would more likely impact the Defender General's office.
So, I'm sorry, I lost part of what was being said there.
The conditions of release pursuant and that should be held within 7 days rather than what it currently is. And condition of release review would be held within 14 days following application.
Yeah, that's not a problem. I mean, you'd obviously like to have it done quicker, but we understand what's going on here. The real hope is that these things are going to be resolved at the front end as opposed to by review. So.
Well, I noticed a case in Bennington that usually would have resulted in much more than a citation for June ended up, just as a citation in June and not even a criminal charge. So
there's hundreds and hundreds of those around the state right now.
Yeah. Bryn?
Okay, so I'll move on to subdivision 2, starting on line 12. This is the provision that suspends all the statutory timeframes that would apply for issuing orders to seal or expunge, or to hold hearings on petitions for sealing or expungement until 120 days after AO 49 is terminated. And again, that was a proposal from the judiciary to keep that suspension extended until 120 days after the state of emergency. Subdivision 3, this would require that those statutory timeframes for preliminary or merits hearings on civil suspensions be suspended. And it also prohibits any actual license suspensions until that civil suspension hearing on the merits is held. So no changes to that section either.
Thank you.
And then the last section is section 6, the suspension of statutes of limitations for civil actions. There's just been some wording changes here that provides that all of those civil action statutes of limitations that would otherwise expire during the state of emergency are told until 60 days after the governor terminates the state of emergency by declaration.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
To go back to what I was saying before, so in these two sections, we have one at 120 days, one at 60 days. And I understand that those are proposals from the judiciary, but I'm just wondering why we couldn't reach one uniform time frame, because otherwise we're just creating a profusion of different time limits that people will have to keep checking and rechecking. To the extent we could find common ground for them, it seems like it would be worth the effort.
Judge Gerson, would you like to respond? I think you're muted or something.
For the record, Brian Grierson, Chief Superior Judge. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Good morning. Senator Bruce, I think each one of those, I understand they're different deadlines, but they reflect the particular subject matter. And for instance, the expungement extension for 120 days. Reality is when this is over and we're trying to get back to whatever the new normal is, we're going to have a significant backlog in every single docket. And the 120 days in expungement, to me, is more of a reflection of a priority. We're going to have to set priorities on what gets set early. And it's more of a reflection of the priority. And I would put expungements and sealings on a very low priority for staffing, the impact on staffing. But for instance, the 60 days on the statute of limitations is a reflection, a different issue, and it's one that is not involved with staffing. It's a matter of getting those cases that have been held in abeyance because of statute of limitations to process those.
Understood. I'm wondering.
30 days on evictions is really rent escrow orders. That's something that we would want to start that process as soon as we can. And so that's why each of those dates reflect a different priority, perhaps as one.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Let's say they were all 120 days. It wouldn't change your ability to prioritize. In other words, let's say that the statute of limitations, we set at 120 days. What would be, it wouldn't change your ability to prioritize that over expungement. It would just create a uniform line in the same way that the beginning of the emergency had a uniform line.
It would, and using, for instance, the statute of limitations as an example, there was a debate among the Supreme Court considering this language, the Vermont Bar Association, and then I believe there was I think it's predominantly a plaintiffs group, and there was a debate between 60 and 120, and the court came down recommending 60 days, and I believe the VBA was consistent with that. So you're not wrong. There are other folks wanted a different number. This is our recommendation, and it's obviously a decision for the committee to make. But I think in many respects, they do reflect a priority from the court's perspective.
Okay, and it's not a deal breaker for me. Obviously, it's just I feel as though we're doing a sort of first pass at these things, and we're setting a number of different dates for the end zone. and then we will then do other bills, and we will wind up creating a kind of mishmash of dates. So it will take someone like Bryn to keep us straight all the time on when things are ending or not. So I just put it out there, but I'm happy to go with the recommendation of the courts.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions about the dates? Judge, you have another issue that you, I believe, sent out and sent out to everybody
Yes.
regarding the requirement that you declare that the above statement is true. What do you call that? Swearing?
It's declaration or swearing as opposed to appearing before a notary.
Yeah, but we're talking, when we talk about execution and swearing here, we're talking about notary publics and.
So there is a statute now, Title 4, I believe it's Section 27, relating to electronic filing, does away with the need for a notary and substitute the use of a notary for any document that is electronically filed, and allows for a declaration under oath as to the truth or accuracy of the statement. In what this language that I've proposed, and I believe I've sent it to all of the committee members, would allow that substitution for sworn declaration to apply in any filing, in any docket in the court, with the exception, you'll note, in the language of search warrants or application for non-testimonial identification. That same language is reflected in the current statute as it relates to electronic filing. And this is a proposal from the court because we're seeing more and more as this situation develops and evolves, that the difficulty in finding notaries and the actual fact of social distancing when you involve a notary. So there's a number of elements in this request. It also comes from the bill that I think some of you, if not all of you, have committee members have seen involving evictions and foreclosure proceedings and the moratorium or stay on those proceedings. There is this exact language in there, in that bill, that relates specifically to evictions or foreclosure proceedings. So what we're asking the committee to consider is adopting this same language and allow it to apply to any filings in court. In sum and substance, it would be to allow a sworn declaration as opposed to a notarized document.
Okay. Some things never change. I lost my agenda again.
This piece, although coming in late, is probably one of the most important pieces of could be of this bill.
Are there any questions from committee members about this section? Everybody okay with adding this?
Okay.
Okay. Then we'll go ahead. So that brings us to the more controversial section, which is section A of section 5. Oh. Which, as I said earlier, will become a separate. Why can't I find it?
You have Jack McCall and Morning Fox and Devin Green on your list on the agenda.
Well, Judge Grierson, just briefly, could you changed the wording to be 14 days from the date and combine the involuntary treatment and application for involuntary medication. So maybe you can just introduce the changed version.
So I believe in the earlier version, and I don't have the earlier version in front of me, it was essentially just suspending the timelines in place. And if the committee will remember, and as well as the other witnesses involved in this, if the committee doesn't adopt this, we're going to continue to attempt to follow the guidelines that are in existence now. This is more of a reality that we're not able to meet those guidelines. We're trying to, and even if you adopt our proposed language, the idea behind the language of 14 days was just to create some uniformity in these proceedings. Many times they're combined for hearing anyway. But even if you were to adopt the 14-day proposal, we're going to attempt to do these proceedings as quickly as we can anyway. It's just a recognition that, for instance, we're no longer able to hold hearings in these matters in the Vermont Psychiatric Hospital. In that hospital, we have a separate courtroom where all of these hearings took place. But as a result of not being able to access that facility, we're now turning to remote hearings. And quite frankly, we're struggling to be able to create those remote hearings to everyone's satisfaction. So it's not, again, if the committee decides as a matter of policy just to leave the guidelines, leave the timelines as they presently exist, we will attempt to meet those guidelines. But much like the comments that Mr. Valerio said about the bail review and review of conditions of release, it's just a recognition that at the present time we're struggling to meet that short of a time frame. That's, in its simplest terms, that's where the proposal is coming from.
Thank you, Judge Grierson. Thank you. Jack McCullough, do you have any comments on this section? Jack has got a picture, but I don't see him. Maybe Morning Fox, do you have anything?
Sure. For the record, Morning Fox Deputy Commissioner, Department of Mental Health. Just checking in. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. So, no, I appreciate Judge Grierson's comments and the spirit behind the change. And Judge Grierson is actually very right that we are working on trying to do, for lack of a better term, virtual hearings. And we did the first relatively successful hearings this past week at VPCH, Vermont Psychiatric Care Hospital, as well as the retreat, with some hurdles and some bumps in the road, but being a new process similar to this testimony new process, that's to be expected. And hopefully we're going to continue on that and making it a smoother process. Just like to state from the department's perspective that hospitals and healthcare workers are already under a tremendous amount of stress right now with the public health emergency that we're doing. Hospital staff are being asked to work overtime hours, to work in very potentially hazardous situations that may be hazardous for other reasons normally, but now have an added complexity related to the COVID-19 epidemic. With the fact that individuals can carry this disease with them and not be showing symptoms, the fact that anyone with this could be being served in any facility, and that we're asking healthcare facilities to make sacrifices during this time. We are asking that the courts and everyone else try to work with us as best as possible to meet those needs of the statutory timelines. When we're talking about staff already working extra hours, many staff being out because of illnesses or related to the COVID virus, any delays in our ability to treat people places our staff as well as the other patients at higher risk for dangerous outcomes. Any delays also, it's pretty well accepted that people are best served as far as from the healthcare epidemic that we're currently dealing with, are best served not in a hospital congregate type setting, as that's where the disease can really spread very quickly. And so any tool that we have to try to help engage someone and get them into treatment and out of the hospital sooner is better. And so we just want to express our concern of the potential of the delay in particularly applications for involuntary medications could have serious detrimental effects. And it's our hope that we try to keep on task to meeting those statutory guidelines as is.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Jack's having a hard time. I can't hear him. He sent a chat. Peggy, are you there? Oh, well. And I don't, Peggy, if you could see if you can get Jack so we can hear from him.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Yeah, I'm chatting with him right now, telling him to call in because there seems to be a problem on the Zoom with him.
Okay.
So hopefully he'll call in.
All right. Well, we'll jump to Devin Green then from the Vermont Hospital Association.
Thank you, Devin Green from the Vermont Association of Hospitals and Health Systems. I just wanted to underscore what Deputy Commissioner Fox was saying about mental health patients in our hospitals. We are very worried about them being in the hospitals, so we don't want to see any delay, in particular with the application for involuntary medication. We want to make sure that we can treat these people as soon as possible and release them as soon as possible instead of keeping them in hospitals longer, because any time they're in hospitals longer, they are interacting with other people. Most likely they could be exposed, they're interacting with healthcare workers, they could be exposed to the virus, and it can spread very quickly. So we would like to ensure that these cases are prioritized and that there is not delay, although I do understand the reality that the court system is going through.
Okay. Is Jack available now?
I think
Are there any questions for Devin? I'm sorry. Devin, thank you.
Let me see if this is him. Hold on. Hello, Jack, is that you? 851? Hello, Jack, is that you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, is that Jack McCullough?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I'm Jack McCullough. I'm the director of the Mental Health Law Project at Vermont Legal Aid. As Morning Fox mentioned, we have done a number of these cases. To give you an overview, the statute does have some time limits where hearings are required to take place. The typical time limit, except for involuntary medication cases, is 10 days. For involuntary medication cases, it's 7 days. The courts satisfy the 10-day requirement of ordinary cases by generally scheduling a status conference in those cases within the first 10 days and issuing a scheduling order that calls for disclosure of information and motions and that kind of thing, and typically gets the case scheduled to go to merits within roughly 30 days. The time limits for and the majority of cases are resolved without having to go to hearing. The time limit for involuntary medication cases is 7 days from filing. In the recent weeks, we've worked with all the courts to be able to do these hearings remotely. And last week we did 2 trials at the Vermont Psychiatric Care Hospital remotely. In one of those cases, the judge and the 2 lawyers were in the Washington Superior Court courtroom, and all the witnesses participated remotely. In the other of those cases, everybody, including the 2 lawyers, were participating remotely. I did a trial in Wyndham Family Division last Friday, and the judge and the 2 lawyers were physically present in the courtroom. Everybody else was participating remotely. And although there were some technical problems, we finally did get started and we got the hearing going. What we found is that it's predictable that those hearings are going to take a bit longer than a normal hearing because of navigating the technology. So we may not be able to get as many hearings done on a typical court day than we would have if everything was being done in person. We are fine with the extension of the timeline to 14 days. We do have a bit of a concern that particularly in the busy courts, there may be, if we don't get cases moving, we will be facing a backlog even during the emergency. I think I feel pretty confident that that's not likely to be a problem now that things are moving along, and that we have found that we're able, with the help of the court staff in the clerk's offices and the tech support people working for the judiciary, it seems to be working okay. With regard to the timing of the involuntary medication cases, a number of those cases are scheduled in consistent with the expedited hearing provision of the statute for applications for involuntary treatment. And there's a provision that if the application for involuntary treatment has not been scheduled for hearing within 26 days of filing, that the state has the ability to file an application for expedited hearing of the AIT, the application for involuntary treatment, and then file an involuntary medication case so that those two cases can be heard together. And that's what happened in my trial last Friday. We had the AIT and the involuntary medication trial heard together, and the judge issued the decision on both of those cases, the commitment case first and then the involuntary medication case. What we're trying to do, and I think it's worked really pretty well so far, has been to cooperate with the judiciary and with the attorneys in the Department of Mental Health to get cases scheduled as they need to be heard and consistent with the capacity of the courts and the two offices to do those cases. I'll mention that one other complicating factor in these cases that I think we've been able to surpass or overcome is that because none of the hospitals are allowing outside visitors, we've had to make arrangements for independent psychiatric exams to be done remotely, and we've had received contacts from each of the hospitals so that we can get an independent psychiatrist to meet with the client by video connection. So I think we can live with the statute without any changes, assuming that we'll be able to work out with the courts and with the AG's office any scheduling issues that arise. It would also be fine with us to have the bill passed as it now exists.
Thank you, Jack. Are there any questions for Jack from committee members? David, sure, I see you're on. If you would like to comment on this section, you're welcome to. I know the Attorney General handles some of these cases. David?
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me here today. We don't have a lot of comment to add to it. I would say only that we have no objection. We think certainly we're all working under difficult circumstances to allow for more flexibility in this time. And with respect to these particular timelines, it seems like it's been altered to be a relatively modest extension and reasonable under the circumstances, and we have no objection to it.
Thank you. Matt or Pepper, any comment? A committee, Are there any questions or is there a motion to remove? I mean, we've already decided to remove this from the bill. But is there an interest in continuing on with Section A in another bill? Senator White.
First of all, I think Pepper was trying to say something, so I'll let him say it first and then I'll make my comment.
I'm sorry, Pepper, I shut you off.
No problem. No, the state's attorneys do not object to these changes. I think what you're hearing is that even under normal circumstances, these timelines aren't always abided by through agreement of the parties. So I think this change is just a reflection of what the court needs to do at this time. So the state's attorneys do not object. And just to be clear, we do not have jurisdiction over the involuntary medication. So I'll probably limit my comments just to the involuntary.
Okay. Committee, Senator White.
So I think that everybody seems to be okay with extending it to the 14 days, but I do believe that it would cause a lot of controversy and that everybody in the Senate is not going to have the ability to hear what we've heard from everybody. And I would recommend leaving it at the 7 days. And if we need to come back to it at some point, since we're trying really hard to meet the 7 days and we'd be trying really hard to meet the 14 days, but I would suggest not making the change because I believe it'll cause a lot of controversy in the Senate and may not pass.
Well, and I know that Senator Lyons wants to look at the proposal. So I guess we could punt it over there temporarily. Bryn, if you could just send that over to Health and Welfare, ask them for their opinion on it, then we'll come back to it. Is that okay with everybody?
Yep.
For the rest of the bill, assuming you took out A in section 5, taking out A and adding in a new section regarding swearing of documents, not swearing at people. Does that rest, are there any questions or comments on the rest of the bill, which would be S-114 to present to the full Senate?
I'm okay with it, Alice.
Okay.
Soma.
All right, so I think what we have to do is have a roll call. And Peggy, if you could take the roll. As I'm understanding our new procedures. If I'm correct, Joe?
That is true.
Yes.
So I need to find Peggy, or I guess I could do it. Peggy?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm here.
Thank you, Peggy.
I forgot to unmute myself.
Could you call the roll, please?
Sure. Hopefully I have it in the right order. Senator Baruth?
Yes.
Senator White?
Yes.
Senator Benning?
Yes.
Senator Nika?
Yes.
Senator Sears?
Yes, great. Thank you all. So Bryn, what we'd do is you can make a final copy, and I guess tomorrow I could hand it to Secretary Bloomer, or you can send it to him electronically, or I don't know how we're doing it in the new age.
And Secretary Bloomer, and he can let us know where to go from there.
Yeah. And also, would you send a copy to Representative Bratt? I think she's going to take it up tomorrow in her committee.
Yep, I will. I think they're taking it up on Thursday, and I'll make sure she has.
Thursday, okay.
Dick, procedurally, Dick, I believe you have to sign a copy of the bill and you have to submit it to the secretary for it to become official. That's what I've been told for the bill we're introducing in institutions.
I'm not great at these electronic signatures, but we'll give it a try.
I think you could always take a picture of it. You could sign it and maybe take a picture of it and send it to them.
Okay, well, that's a good idea.
That's a possibility.
I actually have the ability to scan things.
Oh, yeah, that's an option.
That'll do it.
So Bryn, we're gonna wait for the clean copy from you, right? From drafting?
That's right. It will, it'll come straight from me later today.
Okay, and I'll make sure you have it center Sears, or Bryn, do you want to just send it to him too?
Yep, I'll do that.
Okay,
Hey,
great.
Terry, I'm sorry I didn't ask you for any comment from the bar, but
Oh, that's fine. I would have had nothing to add to what Judge Gerson indicated regarding the ones I was involved in.
Well,
But thank you.
thank you all for the hard work on this bill. We have, as I said earlier, we're hopefully going to hear from the Department of Corrections tomorrow. I mean, excuse me, Thursday, regarding the update from them on what's going on. Morning, Fox, while we have you here, is there anyone in the new Woodside program?
No, there's not. We're still working on trying to stand that up. Our biggest hurdle is going to be staffing. We are close to having the number of staff from a psychiatric perspective to be able to maybe open it up. We're getting close to that. However, we also need medical staff there because it's designed, the concept is that it will be for people who actually have COVID-19. And we know that people's conditions can change fairly quickly with that. And so individuals who would go there would have only mild symptoms. However, knowing that can change fairly quickly, we have a need to make sure we have medically trained staff there as well as psychiatrically trained. And so it's a matter of trying to find all those resources. We're also trying to do some physical structure changes, trying to change from a rehabilitative setting to a hospital setting as well. So still our goal to do that, but we're probably still a good week and a half to over 2 weeks out before we think we can actually open the doors and take individuals.
Thank you for that update. That's helpful.
Yeah.
Senator White.
So perhaps I shouldn't even bring this up, but there is some tension here with the Department of Mental Health and the retreat around this. The retreat is working with Brattleboro Memorial Hospital to take one of their units and turn it into a 12-bed, exactly what Woodside is designed for, which is for people who continue to need mental health care, but have symptoms or have been positive, but aren't sick enough to go to BMH. And they are working very hard with BMH to do that. And we've been told that the Department of Mental Health is very unhappy with them for doing that because they want to have it all at Woodside. So
we are not unhappy with the retreat in trying to do that. We've had a number of conversations with the retreat as well as Bratt Memorial Hospital, and we have a joint conversation set up tomorrow to discuss some of the plannings around that. Brattleboro has gone forward to set up that unit, and we, the department, applaud them for taking that initiative. If there's been any displeasure, if you will, in the description of where those patients may come from, that it's not necessarily a statewide resource. Woodside, the perspective of Woodside is if you're in Springfield or you're in Brattleboro or you're in Bennington or you're in Burlington, you could go to Woodside. However, with the at least as far as my current understanding, with the collaboration between Bratt Memorial Hospital and Brattleboro Retreat, their concern is that people will come from all over the state to that unit, and if they are in need of medical services, that it would quickly overwhelm Bratt Memorial Hospital. And so that's the concern that's been expressed in that. So that's some of the discussion. And so I think that would be some of the difference between what the retreat is setting up and what we're proposing with Woodside, is that Woodside, we would see that more as like I said, a statewide resource, whereas the Brattleboro Retreat, they're looking at more for the folks who are already within their care that may develop this, or someone from kind of the local area that would come in. But again, it was the major concerns of Bratt Memorial Hospital as they're doing the medical support for that unit, that if someone were to need to be stepped up to hospital medical level of care, that if we use that as a unit for individuals with psychiatric needs that have COVID, that test as COVID positive from all over the state, that it potentially could quickly overwhelm Bratt Memorial Hospital. And so that was the discussion point. It's not that we're displeased or don't want them to do that.
Thank you. And I want to just thanks for bringing it up, Senator White. Thanks for being here, all of you. There are so many rumors floating around as a result of all this, so it's always helpful to be able to deal with it. Actually, on Thursday, one of the issues we're going to touch on, and I know that for Senator White, Senator Nicker, and myself, because our districts are right on the border, and Senator Benning of another state, there's a lot of concern about the border crossings and what does it all mean. So we're going to try to hear from both the Attorney General's office on the enforcement and AOT on, you know, the trucks. What information are they taking? I'm getting people from Hoosick Falls saying, well, does this mean I can't shop in Bennington at the grocery store? Because, you know, that's where they always go, to Hannaford's a Price Chopper. So there's a lot of confusion. And hopefully we can settle some of these things in these meetings and try to lessen that. I'm going to suggest we take a 4 or 5 minute break. Judge Gerson, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank the chair and the committee members, and particularly Bryn for all the work she did on this bill, and also thank the witnesses for understanding where the basis for the court's proposal. That we're just, it's more, this bill is more of a recognition of what we're seeing in the system as opposed to any other reason for bringing this bill forward. So I just wanted to thank everyone.
So when we get back together in about 3 or 4 minutes, Ken Schatz and Christine Johnson are here from DCF. And you have received, I think, an email from DCF, Lucinda, her last name escapes me, which has 4 documents that Ken and Christine are going to be going over. So if we could take a break for 3 or 4 minutes.
Could I ask a question?
Yep.
What's the best way to take a break? I never let my committee do it. It's
I
just
think you just put yourself on mute. Just mute yourself and go get your coffee, water, or use the facilities.
But we don't leave the meet. We don't.
Oh, don't leave the meeting. No. Just put yourself on mute.
I can mute everybody, and you might want to shut your video off if you're going to get up and go and do something else. So if everybody shuts their video off, and then you can put it back on when you come back, and I'll mute everybody. And then you can unmute when you get back. So for the record, we're taking a break.
This is more of an update of where we're at with Woodside, substitute care, and the COVID. You've moved twice.
That's right. So we'll be glad to provide you with that update. Ken Schatz, Commissioner of the Department for Children and Families. Christine Johnson, the Deputy Commissioner for Family Services Division, is here with us today. We did provide you some written material to give you some more detailed information. But again, in terms of responding to Senator Sears to your question, yes, we have moved again. We moved into the Middlesex facility yesterday. There are 2 youth there. One is a youth in DOC custody. One is a youth in DCF custody. As you know from our prior discussions with the committee, we were prompted to move from Woodside because of the need of the Department of Mental Health for an alternative psychiatric facility for COVID-19 positive patients. This is all temporary moves to deal with this pandemic, but we actually are appreciative of the fact that when the Department of Mental Health vacated the Middlesex site, which only happened last week on Tuesday, that it really did present a better opportunity for us in terms of an alternative to Woodside. It is, frankly, a better facility than Woodside. It is hard secure, meaning locked doors, has an outside recreation area with a perimeter fence. It has capacity for 5 youth, which is, in our view, the right number for our present needs. So all of that is working reasonably well. We did provide you, that is the committee, with a copy of the press release and a more specific stakeholder memo that we sent out to describe the program. Essentially, the idea would be, this would be for males. To be clear, we have alternative programs available for females. We felt that it made sense to separate out the population because it is a locked facility. It will only be available for youth involved in the delinquency system or in the custody of the Department of Corrections. So not CHIN's kids, because CHIN's kids can't be in a locked facility, to be specific. So we are appreciative of the fact that our staff have had to make 2 moves relatively quickly. Frankly, I'm greatly appreciative of their flexibility, their willingness to make this move. As far as I know, it went seamlessly. Appreciate the Department of Mental Health and BGS, frankly, also for helping us to make all this happen. So let me first turn to Christine to see if you have anything to add with respect to that move.
Christine Johnson, Deputy Commissioner for DCF FSD. No, Ken, I don't think I have anything else to add other than I just want to emphasize what you've said, which is that our staff have just done an amazing job of pivoting twice. First, to allow for adult psychiatric patients who may be COVID positive to have access to the Woodside facility. We really, it was a huge lift. And we've done it twice and we've done it successfully. So just very grateful to them.
This is difficult to put in the proper term, but Woodside was proposed to be closed in the 2020 budget. Now we've moved from Woodside to Middlesex. You actually are saying this is a more ideal spot. Does that change thinking or at all, or are you re-examining that?
In and of itself, it doesn't change our thinking. The Department of Mental Health has been very clear that their intent is to move back into the Middlesex facility once the crisis is over. So it's not as if that is available in the future as far as we know. So for the time being, again, the budget situation, to be very straightforward, is incredibly up in the air. But as far as we're concerned at this point, we have not made a change in plans.
Okay. So this is temporary?
Yes.
For the duration of the emergency?
Exactly.
Thank you. Where are the females going to go?
We actually have capacity in Southern Vermont through the Vermont School for Girls. And if Christine can talk more specifically if you're looking for that, but we did enhance their capacity by adding 4 beds for acute care needs of girls. And that is definitely a resource. In addition, as you may recall, we created 2 beds in Washington County Mental Health for youth with significant mental health issues who need a lot of supervision. And so that is also needed.
Is that at the regular campus on Fairview Street at the Bennington School for Girls?
Turn to Christine to help answer that question.
Yes, that's my understanding. We have 4 beds that, as Ken mentioned, are for high acuity, and we have 17 beds that are available for general population for females. So 21 total.
Okay, because they have group homes throughout the area and as well as the Fairview Street facility. So I make a question to some of my constituents. That's
understood. So that has been in operation for several months now. It's not brand new.
All right. Thank you. Other questions about we're still calling it Woodside, but maybe we should call it the short-term residential.
So actually, and one of the things we did talk a little bit about the name, and one of the things that we're doing is looking to the residents and staff to think and talk about naming the temporary facility. So if we come up with something, we'll be glad to let you know.
I can give you a little history there. We were so original at 204 Depot Street that we named it 204 Depot Street. Then we named it 206 Depot Street, then 208 Depot Street, and now we have 119 River Street. So that's the original way to do it.
Well, frankly, that's how we came up with Suite 12.
Anyhow,
so I thought it sounded like you were also interested in knowing what was going on in our substitute care system.
Yeah, and how we're dealing with those programs, and in terms of the entire system that DCF deals with in state, how they're being dealt with under the PNMI rules,
right?
As well as if there are for example, I just saw yesterday that VSEA and the administration had come to an agreement on pay. So basically, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the short-term residential program, yet to be named, with state employees, will be receiving a $1.50 hourly pay increase. And if some of those other programs, how are they going to deal with that? They're under PNMI. So you had a list of all of them, that I think about 20 programs.
Right. So you're correct about state employees. And we did actually have within the agency discussion about how to support the existing residential programs, which are primarily run by nonprofits, some DAs, some other organizations. We recognize in terms of COVID-19, they are also very challenged to maintain ongoing operations. And so we did attach a letter that came from DEVA with respect to the PNMI rate system. The PNMI standing for Private Non-Medical Institution. As many of you may be aware, that's the rate setting system that we use for our residential system of care. In effect, what that letter describes is that we will stabilize funding for those programs based on their more stable annual costs. So that rather than, and we'll talk in a minute about how their numbers are down right now, we will continue to provide them financial support at their stable rates. In addition, we will make available to them an expedited financial relief, extraordinary financial relief system, so that if they are having to undergo special costs with respect to dealing with COVID-19, we will have a system and a capacity to support them. From our perspective, again, what we need to do is make sure that we're meeting the needs of youth who need residential programs right now, but also wanting to make sure that we maintain a stable residential system of care once we come out of this crisis. So we're trying to hold both in terms of short-term needs and long-term needs at the same time.
As you can imagine, many people who work in these programs are not exactly high-paid jobs, and so they're seeing people who are laid off receiving an extra, their unemployment plus an extra $600 and saying, here I am going to work in very difficult situations.
We're definitely aware of that. We're aware that we need to provide some sort of incentive for staff to work. And that's, as you pointed out, with respect to the state has done that. We fully expect these private nonprofits will want to do the same thing. And candidly, we want to support them.
Right.
At the same time, we're seeing reductions in staff. Go ahead, Senator Sears. Sorry, you had a question.
Senator White had a question.
Okay.
No, I'll let you finish that first because it's about this sheet that you sent out.
Okay.
Let me, I appreciate that, Ken, because that's really I obviously have people who work in those programs. I'm well familiar with some of them, and many of them are concerned about that. But they also have a lot of people out because they have childcare issues or they have other staffing issues in these programs. So
That's exactly right.
I haven't heard of anybody, I have all of the designated agencies, group homes, as well as the Bennington School for Girls, with a pretty large operation in Bennington, as well as all the Depot Street, River Street programs. So I have a lot of constituents who work in those programs.
We do understand that. That's why we provided this chart, so you can see the, in effect, the reduction in capacity. And that, again, is a fact of life in dealing with this pandemic. And as you pointed out, you have some staff who have childcare issues. You have some staff who are starting to show symptoms. The good news, to be very clear, we don't have any children in DCF custody who've been identified as COVID-19 positive. Obviously, we're expecting that to happen because it's happening in other places, to be sure. We do have the site at Goddard as an available site in case we do have youth who are COVID-19 positive. For the time being, that hasn't happened. But in terms of our residential capacity, it has substantially been reduced. We have recognized that. We're trying to make sure that we meet the needs of youth. We're trying to recognize that we need to be flexible on an ongoing basis to make sure that when youth need this level of care, that we have it available. It's going to be an ongoing challenge, though, depending on how the pandemic expands in Vermont. We will keep careful watch on our capacity and the program's abilities to care for kids. Out-of-state programs are basically not taking any new referrals. Frankly, most of our in-state programs are not taking any new referrals at this point. So we're trying to manage our programs with that in mind. The numbers, basically we've reduced, we were over 100, we're about 104 youth were in residential care. We're down to approximately 80 in in-state programs, giving you a sense of the changes that have occurred over the last couple of weeks.
Ken, did Laraway close just for the interim, or is this closed permanently?
My understanding is this is temporary. This is related to the COVID-19 pandemic. We're certainly in conversations with them, though, on an ongoing basis. So looking forward to them being able to start back up.
Senator White?
So my question was about the list here. When I'm looking at it, I see that the normal capacity was listed as 30 for Woodside, but we know that there weren't 30 people there, even though the capacity was for 30. Were all of these others that are listed as normal capacity, were they all full before this happened and they've been reduced to that, or is it the same? Woodside, for example, says 30, but we know there weren't 30 people there. So
the Woodside number was way out of whack, as you correctly indicate. The others are typically not always full. It varies. It's certain programs, frankly, are more full than others. And so but we're typically pretty close to 3/4 to 95% full in most of these programs.
Okay.
Again, it does vary over time.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ken, we had an issue that was raised by Senator McCormick at our joint meeting regarding visitation by parents. And my understanding is in all of these programs, the visitations are done remotely like we are today. Is that correct? No?
I'm not aware of that. I think we deal with visitation, and as you know, we did ask the Supreme Court to suspend in-person parent-child visitation. The court denied that request. So every case has its own visitation order by the court. And so we are doing our best to frankly encourage all families, whether they're in residential programs or in foster care, to use remote visitation. There are, by and large, most families have agreed to that. There are a few exceptions. We don't have a special rule for residential programs.
Okay.
And so we are operating on a case-by-case basis at this time.
Thank you. I know we heard a lot from foster parents, which is part of the substitute care system, obviously, who are concerned. We're concerned about the visitation by parents. And,
that's absolutely right. That's an ongoing concern and candidly an ongoing challenge for us.
Are you losing foster parents as a result, or?
You know, we've been told we will. I don't know that anybody has actually refused care of a child for that reason as we sit here today. Maybe Christine has more up-to-date information than me, but I know that that's a real risk that we're looking at.
That's my understanding as well, is that we're hearing from our field offices that it's becoming a real pressure. But to date, I don't know of anyone who has stepped down as of yet.
Anybody with other questions about that issue? I know that Senator McCormick has an amendment that has been drafted by Michelle Childs to not only for foster care, but for not only for substitute care, but for kids that are in the what's the right word? In the civil courts with standards, you know, parental contact issues.
So if there aren't further questions about that, I'll turn it over to Christine to talk more about what's going on with respect to our foster care system.
Yep.
Sure, okay. So I just wanted to let you all know that we have done a stipend for all foster parents who currently have kids in their care. For the month of March, every foster parent will receive an increase of $20 a day across the board. And that will go out in this week's payment to foster parents. We will evaluate at the end of April. I'm guessing we will likely do this again for the month of April. And it's really our way of acknowledging the extra burden that our foster parents are carrying, given, you know, the situation with childcare and schools being closed. And we're also looking to do an increased rate of $75 a day if foster parents are caring for a child that is COVID positive. And so we're hoping to incentivize, you know, our real goal is for our residential programs and our foster parents to be willing to keep the kids in their care and really maintain a shelter in place, if you will, even if they have somebody that is COVID positive. And as Ken mentioned, the Goddard site will allow us to have the capacity in a very planful, thoughtful way in case somebody cannot be maintained in a foster home or in a residential placement. But our first line of defense really is to make sure that our kids are served in the families that they're with now or in the residential program that they're in now. So those are some of the things that we've been putting in place to help bolster the system.
Great. Questions, comments?
It's good. Yes,
Yep.
I do want to ask a question with Christine. So Christine, I'm just wondering, when you say the foster family will get $20 per day across the board, or $75 if caring for a COVID child, but is that just one payment for the month, or is that per child? You said per week.
No, it's actually $20 per child per day. So that's right.
And $75 per day per child if COVID positive.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, comments on any of the reports from Ken? And do you actually have numbers of kids or any kids who are COVID positive that are in either group homes or substitute care? I think you mentioned none, but in foster care.
That's right. To date, we have none, and we're really incredibly fortunate for that. Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to make your 11:30. I guess there are no other questions.
All right,
Thanks so
thank you.
much for the update, and thanks. I really appreciate you working with PNMI and dealing with these group homes.
You're welcome. Thank you.
As a former operator myself, I completely understand what those folks are going through. We never went through anything like this, luckily, when I was working there. So it's
Yeah.
strange.
Tough.
It is an incredible challenge for everyone involved, as I know you all understand. So we appreciate everybody's efforts and commitment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, well, we're going to turn to the final item on the agenda, which is the an issue that regarding the sentence modification. And I just wanted to make clear because I've had some comments on social media and other places that about this. And I think clearly it's an issue that needs to be dealt with in the normal course of events when we can have witnesses from the Defender General, the state's attorneys, the victims groups, and any other groups that are involved, rather than as part of an emergency situation. And I know that what is concerning to me is that this would have been permanent and we wanted to make it temporary. And I think, and I made the suggestion that we limit groups, and I think Matt was correct in suggesting that we just leave it alone at this point. So that's why I haven't done that. And I asked, and we didn't post S217, but I have to tell you that when 217 got early posted or something about it on our agenda, I started to get these emails from groups who are against the bill that deals with sex workers that came over from the House. They wanted to testify. So we have to be extremely careful when we post stuff about different bills because they thought that we were taking up that bill and we're trying to push it through without testimony. We're certainly not going to do that. I assure everybody that we're not taking up bills without getting full testimony on that, other than these emergency situations. And I don't know if anybody wants to comment on that. And I know Matt's still on board and Pepper's still here, and David Scher and Judge Gerson. Anybody who wants to speak on this issue before we end the meeting. Judge Gerson.
Request was not intended to be permanent. Like everything else in the bill, it was temporary. And as I said, there's nothing about that request that the court took a position on. Again, it was a reflection of what some of what we were hearing in the process. So I certainly understand the committee's position, and that was not our intention, other than to let the committees know this is one of the issues we had been seeing out there. It was not intended to take anyone's authority away from.
I would say one of the things that we're trying to do is stay away from issues that, at least from my point of view, to require more testimony and more people.
I understand.
Anybody else who would like to comment?
As long as you're not taking it up, I'm fine.
Okay.
Dick, I'm just as happy to see it deferred because I support the intentions behind it, but I do have a lot of questions about it, and it seems like the sort of thing we would need a couple of months to work out.
I agree. Pepper, did you have any?
I'm just on the same page as the committee. I think we'd like a full opportunity to kind of talk about the process and the procedure and how we could work through a process that kind of gives victims voices and just has a lot more guidance from the legislature.
Okay. David, did you want to comment?
I don't really have much further to say. our position on it remains the same, but I also understand the committee's need to have a more thorough vetting of this type of legislation, and we respect that and appreciate that perspective.
Well, I've got you right here in front of us. For Thursday's agenda, what we're looking for, or what I'm looking for, and is how exactly the enforcement of the governor's orders would be going and be done by the Attorney General's office. And what created some confusion for some people was in Vermont Digger, there was a story regarding Burlington and their particular changes, and then the state's looking at lodging. And I think some people were concerned that we were going to hand people $1,000 fine, for example, for being 5 feet away from somebody at a supermarket. So that's really what the subject is. Whether you or the Attorney General or whomever wants to speak, we're happy to hear from anyone regarding how we're going to enforce this. And then the other issue is the borders and people coming back and forth. And there's a couple of other issues on there for Thursday, but just so to be clear to what I think we're looking at is what exactly is going on and how is the Attorney General going to enforce it. I don't know if you read the story about Rhode Island, but it's a fascinating story that three men from Massachusetts decided to go play golf with their Rhode Island buddy. So they stopped at McDonald's in Rhode Island, got out of the car, and put their golf clubs in the Rhode Island car, and then went off to play golf. And somebody from the McDonald's called and said they were from Massachusetts, and it's against the law in Rhode Island, I guess, under the governor's order to play golf if you're from out of state. And so they each got fined or are facing a court date on $1,000 fine for having played golf in Rhode Island. So that type of thing is happening. And people are reading these stories and are wondering what it is Vermont is planning. Senator White, did you want to go to Rhode Island to play golf?
No, I don't. I don't even want to play golf in Vermont. Thank you.
Okay. Well, you can.
So I would throw in on that question, and I don't know if David would be the appropriate person to answer it or not, but I'm getting we have a number of state parks around here, and people are very concerned about people coming up for day trips because we're so close to the border, people coming up to go to the state parks for the day. And what is I've gotten a ton of emails from Jamaica area.
Maybe we could ask
Jamaica, Vermont. So if we could actually say, is there any enforcement around that also? And how is that working?
You can check on that for Thursday too, David. Maybe Peggy, if we could add, if he's available, somebody from Forest Parks and Recreation.
Sure. Anyone have any suggestions?
Well,
Mike Snyder,
start with the commissioner and work our way down.
Yeah. For Forest and Park Recreation, you said?
Yeah, Forest Parks and Recreation is, I can't think of his
Mike
name.
Snyder.
Mike Snyder, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
If he can't make it, fine to send somebody else.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, anything else? So, Bryn, or would you either Eric, Bryn, or Michelle be joining us on Thursday?
I think it's going to be me.
Okay.
I'll be there.
So you will send me electronically the bill we voted out, and I'll have to sign it electronically and send it to John Bloomer?
Yes, I'm going to plan to send it to you and to Secretary Bloomer, and he can give you specific instructions about whether you need to sign it and scan it, or if you can just take a picture, or maybe even just your email, an email saying I approve it will be sufficient.
Joe, what did you do for your bill?
I've got a copy of it from Ledge Council. I'm signing it and I'm bringing it in tomorrow physically.
Oh, I guess I could do the same, I guess.
We just sent ours to Secretary Bloomer and to Tim Ash, and I haven't heard if I'm supposed to do anything.
Well, maybe we should find out what we should actually do. I can certainly print it off, I can sign it, scan it and sign it. You know, sign out.
Can I ask that Peggy send us all a link to Thursday's meeting?
Yes, yep, I definitely will do that. And I had reached out to Senator Bloomer myself, not Senator Bloomer, Secretary Bloomer, to ask what the process was, and I never heard back. So hopefully you guys will get that information, one of you.
All right.
So busy.
Well, thank you all very much, and we'll see you all Thursday, if not tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
You might not get the link till tomorrow or Thursday, tomorrow probably, but just know that we're meeting Thursday.
Okay.
All right.
That's from
Thanks.
10 o'clock, 10 to 12.
Yep.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye now.
Bye.
right, we are live.
All right, thank you, and good morning. This is the Senate Health and Welfare Committee meeting, April 7th, 2020, and we continue to work remotely while the emergency rule is in order for COVID-19. So today we're going to start out our committee meeting with Nolan Langwell. I'm not going to have each senator introduce him or herself at this time. I think we'll just move right into the agenda. So Nolan, thank you for being here. And thank you for bringing us information on what we can expect in the CARES Act for our health and welfare folks.
Great, thank you. For the record, Nolan Langwell, the Joint Fiscal Office. The document that I'm going to walk through is online.
Okay.
I don't know if you want it on the screen or if people just want to look at it on their iPads or phones separately, or.
If you can get it on the screen, that would be really helpful.
Well, I don't know how to do that, but
well,
maybe
then
Julie
don't.
or
No,
Nellie.
that's fine. We're fine. We'll look at it on our iPads.
Just because I'm working off two things.
That's good. We're good.
Okay. And forgive me in advance if my dog is barking. I just got an emergency delivery of 50 gallons, 2 gallons of maple syrup, so I'm set for the coronavirus.
Oh, you are.
So what my plan today is to just kind of walk through the sheet that I have. I'm going to break it into 3 sections. Adam Gresham, when he had testified a couple weeks ago, he was calling each federal bill COVID-1, COVID-2, and COVID-3, and I kind of like that. So I'm going to call it the same thing, meaning each of the first bill, the second federal bill, and the third federal bill. And I'm going to kind of just walk through them. What I'll say in advance, because I did this for House Healthcare the other day, and what one of the questions that came up a lot was, what is going to be the legislative role in this? And the answer is I don't know yet. Senator Cummings might know more. Actually, Senator McCormick might know as well, being on finance and appropriations committees, about the conversations that may be happening in the money committees about what the state's role will be in helping to get the money out, whether it's oversight, whether it's priorities, whether it's intent. So I'll just say that up front. Also, the sheet that I'm working off of was from, most of the information came from NCSL or FFIS, which stands for Federal Fiscal Funds Information for States. And it's a service that we subscribe to through NCSL, and they provide all kinds of different fiscal feedback for how much states are getting for this or for that. And they released last week a sheet of how much Vermont's going to get for each particular piece. And so this particular handout is only specific to health and human services. There's a lot more in the bill that's with unemployment insurance and broadband and education. I'm not going into that. I'm just going to focus on the health and human services. So with that, if you look at the sheet, do people have the sheet in front of them? Okay. So COVID-1, which was called the Coronavirus Preparedness and Response Supplemental Appropriation Act, it was an $8 billion bill. Vermont is going to get, from a CDC grant, we actually already got $4.9 million. And that was for CDC response money. Later on, you're going to see that in the COVID-3, which was the most recent CARES Act, under that designation through CDC, we're getting another $5.4 million. Oh, thank you, Julie. Thank you, Julie. There's also $1.2 million for congregate in home delivered meals. And you'll see that in COVID-3, there was another 2.4 million. So, and then the HRSA community health centers, this is basically FQHCs, rural health centers, and others, I believe. In the first bill, they got 683,000 to Vermont. You'll see in COVID-3, another $9 million is coming in. So, so that was COVID-1. Actually, what I should have said at the beginning is total between the 3 bills, we estimate that Vermont's going to get about $1.4 billion total assistance. So in COVID-2, the big thing here that we got was the enhanced FMAP. And as you know, FMAP is federal medical assistance percentage, which is how much federal match we get. It's estimated, it basically provides temporary increase in the FMAP of 6.2% starting January 1, 2020 through the last day of the calendar quarter in which there's a public health emergency is in effect. And so that's estimated to be about 2 quarters. And so the 2 quarters, we estimate, AHS estimates going to be equivalent to $38 million in additional FMAP. Now, this isn't an infusion of more money that we can just go and give to other entities. What it does is it just provides it provides relief in the state share of FMAP. So for every dollar we spend, we get more federal match in return. So this is to provide us some relief, especially as we look in H742, when there might be some potential for where HS may potentially relieve some of the provider taxes or other stuff. This might help offset some of that.
It doesn't in any way, Nolan, to your knowledge, in any way affect our cap.
No, this is just, this won't affect spending, like the total spend. It just reduces the state share of that spend.
Okay.
The cap is gross. So then we have then SNAP, the Supplemental Nutritional Program for Women, Infant, and Children. It's almost $1 million. That was in COVID 2. COVID 3, I broke this up into like which federal agency is dispersing it. The big thing in COVID 3, which was the most recent CARES Act, which was a $2 trillion bill, Vermont is going to get $1.25 billion. What's nice about this is that in general, Vermont gets about, on average, our spending is about 0.2% of total spend in the federal level. If that were the case, if they split up the total CARES Act money that's appropriated to the Treasury for this, we would have gotten less. But the 1.25 billion there's a small state minimum in the language, and because that's small state minimum, which is 1.25 billion, our share is actually 0.8%. So we're getting 4 times more money than we would have if there wasn't a small state minimum. We assume that's Leahy's doing, and we're very happy about that.
I was just going to say thank you to Senator Leahy for that.
Yeah, so the small state minimum is a big deal for us because it means we're going to get more money. It's expected that the payment will be in Vermont within 30 days of enactment, and it was enacted, I guess, over a week ago now. The trick to this one, the part that's is that it must be used for new government spending in response to COVID-19, which is defined as spending that was not approved by the government recipient of the bill's enactment. So in short, you can't really supplant money that's already been appropriated. And that was a question. First of all, that was part of the reason why 742 was delayed a few days. The governor wanted to make sure that he signed 742 after President Trump signed the CARES Act, although there really wasn't a lot of money per se in that bill. The question becomes what will the federal government assume is money that was approved before or after? And it also kind of provides limits. And I know that in COVID, there's a potential that there could be a COVID 4. I don't know what the status of that is, but my understanding is that a lot of states have been reaching out to their congressional delegations saying that that particular language is kind of hampering them because it depends on when you passed your budget bills and what about the stuff that's important. And so what is new money versus money that was already appropriated. So I think that there could be a potential, if there's another federal bill, there may be some language that sort of addresses this. The other piece I kind of added in here was that they added what's known as the Hyde Amendment, where they said the Hyde Amendment applies. And that basically means that this money cannot be used for abortions. So that's the big chunk, and that's coming through the Treasury. There's also from the CDC, through the CDC, we're getting another $5.4 million in addition to the $4.9 million that I mentioned earlier and this is for state and local preparedness grants. You know, for each of these, I can't actually go into more detail about what specifically that is because I don't have that level of detail. But I imagine this is a lot of this is going to go to the health department to help them with combating, you know, COVID-19. I already see a typo. Then under the HRSA, there's going to be another $9 million for community health centers. So this is FQHCs, and I believe it's also rural health centers, and maybe some other stuff. There's also $4.3 million for the Child Care and Development Block Grant. This is going to help child care providers provide child care assistance for essential health workers. There's a community service block grant of about $5.1 million. This is going to help community organizations provide social services and emergency assistance through this community block grant. And there's another there's 4.1 million additional for LIHEAP. And as you know, this helps low-income households cool and heat their homes.
So Nolan,
yes.
One of the questions that we've been asking right along, and we have been working with appropriations a little bit on this one. Our concern in health and welfare is to understand how to prioritize the expenditures that are within each category, as well as to establish criteria. And so, but what we don't know right now, I mean, that would be our policy responsibility. But what we don't know right now are what strings are attached to the money. I mean, you mentioned obviously the Hyde Amendment, which is politically controversial, but beyond that, in terms of the social service agencies or childcare, and any, this is a question as well as a comment. What do we know about any strings attached to the funding at this point? Is that something that's still being sorted out?
I think the answer to that is I'm not sure. I know that for the first one I talked about, the 1.25 billion, they did create some kind of inspector, solicitor kind of position that was supposed to oversee this money to make sure that states were spending it appropriately and to potentially sort of claw back, per se, money after the fact if it was determined that money was used inappropriately. I believe that's specific to that 1.25 billion, which is the coronavirus relief fund. In terms of the grants tend to have guardrails. They tend to have different pieces that are tied to them in terms of what have to be reported back. That's a question that I can't answer. That's a question that would have to be answered by, let's say, the health department. You know, in terms of like, you know, you get your $5.4 million. What are the guidelines? What are the criteria? And I imagine it's no different than any other federal grant we get, or maybe it is different because it was done so quickly. I don't know the answer to that. That'd be a good question for David Englander.
We'll do that. We'll.
I mean,
we do have,
specific to his
we'll
grants. He would know what was specific to his grants, or it could be a question for Mike Smith. I would recommend you ask them, and I can also find out. I can ask some questions around too to see if there's anything I can find out.
Okay, that would be great. I mean, because it'd be good to be able to hone in and zero in or focus on exactly what any obligation or responsibility we have, and we don't want to take up time from people who are trying to implement some of this.
I agree. I understand. Yeah. Okay.
You ended at LIHEAP, I think.
Yep. So there's $193,000 for family violence prevention, another $86,000 for child welfare services, and $1.2 million for Head Start. Under administration for community living, there's $1 million for supportive services. There's another $2.4 million in addition to the 1.2 that was in the first bill for home delivered meals, $500,000 for family caregivers, $100,000 for protection of vulnerable older Americans, $972,000 for the Center for Independent Living. There's $900,000 for emergency food assistance program. Another $376,000 for what's called TFAP. I actually don't remember what that stands for. but I believe it's food related because it's USDA.
100,000 for vulnerable older Americans seems like a drop in a huge bucket.
Yeah, and I think that those are based on funding formulas
Yeah.
that I couldn't go into. That gets into like the bureaucracy of how federal grants are determined.
Yeah. Well,
so in relative to the other money, and it may just be that, you know, it could be in addition to what we get annually already. Again, these are things that I don't know the answer to.
Okay.
Or specifically, does it go to AHS and they readminister it? Does it go to some other agency? Like that's a level of bureaucratic grant administration that I am not familiar with. But there are folks within the administration who clearly are. And I know that we do have processes within the state. The question is, how much of the money flows to the state? How much money goes directly to organizations? For instance, does the federal government pay the FQHCs directly for the community health center stuff through their Medicare? Do these protection for vulnerable Americans, is that a direct grant to AAAs, or does that go through AHS? That's all stuff that I am not versed on. I unfortunately cannot answer.
It's okay.
My goal really was to give a higher level of just giving you a sense of like, hey,
We're
look
good.
at all the money that Vermont's getting. Under Homeland Security, there's what's called an Emergency Performance Management Grant for $863,000, and this is to provide state and local governments, help them perform essential services. Basically, it's a through the FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund. Almost $400,000 for emergency food and shelter programs. Under HUD, there's a community development block grant for $4.7 million total. $4.2 million is for the state, but $450,000 is specifically for Burlington because it's a large city that meets certain criteria. And this is for expansion of community health facilities, child care centers, food banks, and senior services. There's a housing assistance grant for $4.6 million. This is to support those who are homeless, at risk of homelessness through emergency. It's what's called an emergency solution grant, and also provides eviction prevention assistance. There's also public housing money for $557,000, and then there's a tenant-based rental assistance, and I couldn't tell you what that is either, and that's worth $2.3 million. So again, this is specific to Health and Human Services, and this is about 1.4 billion total if you add up all of these specific things here. But that, like I said, that doesn't include other money that's going to go to unemployment insurance or education or other stuff. So I just picked out which were the Health and Human Services pieces.
So there's no special ed. Is there? So would this include? This would include, though, the Department of Health high tech needs kids.
I don't know actually. There is money. There's like 35 million that's going to DOE.
Okay.
Sorry,
So
AOE.
AOE. Okay.
And there's 4.5 that's for what's called the Governor's Fund, and then there's another 31 million that's going through K-12. I don't know what that's for specifically.
Right.
And I don't know if those high-tech kids would fall under AOE or AHS. I'm guessing they'd fall under AOE, but I don't know.
It might be Department of Health. We'll find out. The other area, of course, that you mentioned that I think is pretty significant is the whole UI issue, because that's what we've been hearing about from folks about how their lower paid workers are leaving or potentially leaving because of the UI benefit. So we'll just have to stay connected with economic development on all this stuff as well.
Yeah, that's definitely like a sort of an auxiliary or a external impact for sure.
Yeah,
Julie,
okay.
you can get rid of the handout. We can go back to the Brady Bunch screen if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
Good. Senator McCormick's not back. Yes, he is. Terrific. Are you on your iPad, Senator? Terrific. All right, so committee questions for Nolan on this information. I hear the dog.
Grizz, knock it off. Come here, buddy. Good boy. Grizz, come here.
And Jenny, I just say thank you, Nolan. This is the clearest thing I've seen.
Thank you.
Good. And he's on appropriations, Nolan.
I know.
It's from a high level, it gives you a good framework to go forward. Thank
Exactly.
you.
I think, you know, it does. I think that's a good point, Senator Westman, because then within each of those categories, we will have concerns and questions and how to prioritize. We want to get it out as fast as possible, but we don't want to leave anybody behind. I think that's kind of the issue that pops up for us. Any other questions or comments for Nolan? We will have you back, Nolan, as we go forward, and your suggestions on bringing this up with David Englander and Mike Smith. I think we have them scheduled on Friday on our agenda. So I may add that a short question for them on that.
I will shoot David Englander an email as well, so he can be prepared to answer if he.
That would be great. I mean, that just both of them, if you don't mind, that would be super. Good.
Yeah.
All right. Eddie, any other questions? All right. We're going to go back to our agenda. And so as we have been going through the COVID-19 emergency response, and we've heard a lot of testimony from a number of folks. We've heard from our designated agencies a little bit, and other service organizations. And the person we haven't heard from is our Commissioner of Health, I almost called you Senator.
Oh, well.
Commissioner Squirrel. I almost promoted you, but you know.
Oh, great.
I get, maybe it's not a promotion. I don't know. But Commissioner Squirrel, thank you for being here. And if you don't mind talking with us a little bit about what your priorities are, what's going on. I think we sent you a request, and so why don't we let you provide your testimony? And I'll ask you up front, do we have something from you in writing or not?
Yes, yes, there was a document that should have been submitting this morning, Senator Lyons.
We have it.
Great.
Thank you.
Of course. Okay, should I get started?
Yes, please. Thank you for being here.
Great, of course. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Sarah Squirrel, Commissioner of the Department of Mental Health. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. Happy to update you on what I see as our urgent priority areas for the Department of Mental Health, as well as just an understanding of what I see and what we see as overall pressures in the system. And then I'll walk us through some of the steps and actions that we've taken to try to mediate against some of those pressures and to address those priority areas. And I think right now, given the unprecedented public health crisis that we're all facing, the health, safety, and well-being of Vermonters is urgently important, and particularly ensuring that our mental health system of care is stable, is solid. And as we look at the impact of the current emergency, what I also anticipate that we will see beyond this immediate impact of COVID-19 is even more ongoing need for Vermonters and mental health. So we've got our eye on the short term, and we're also looking long term because currently what we have is we have young children and youth who are normally accessing a lot of services and supports through their public schools who are at home. We have individuals who are in residential and inpatient settings that are struggling with new information, or maybe were appropriately discharged to their home setting and will need additional care and support. We have communities who are grappling with how to self-isolate, how to continue to access treatment and care. as well as older Vermonters who not only are at a higher critical health risk, but who we were also already worried about just in terms of social isolation, depression, and risk of suicide. So I think now more than ever, we have to all work on ensuring that the fabric of our mental health system remains strong to meet the needs of Vermonters today, and that the system will be there for us all tomorrow when we're sure to need it even more. So to that end, I'll outline kind of our three main priority areas right now. Number one of which is to support and maintain the fiscal stability for our community mental health and inpatient providers. And I'll talk in more detail about some of the strategies that we've implemented and have put in place already. Priority number two is to ensure continued access and capacity within our community mental health and inpatient system for those who are seeking care and treatment. Our system has changed and shifted. We've tried to be nimble, to utilize more telehealth communication, which is a great opportunity for us, but it also changes how people access care. And so we want to be aware of that and be thoughtful about that. We also are looking at, and to point number three, is supporting and sustaining our mental healthcare workforce. So what I see right now across our community mental health system and in our inpatient settings is all of us grappling with significant workforce challenges. We all know, particularly this committee, that even going in to this situation, we were already experiencing workforce challenges. So what efforts can we make to ensure that we are stabilizing our existing workforce, that the provision of mental health services may need to look different, and how do we ensure that that workforce is still there when we come out the other side of this crisis? Some of the overall pressures in the system that I will speak to, again, is maintaining critical and essential staff across our mental health care providers. We see that at our own facilities at the Vermont Psychiatric Care Hospital, Middlesex Community Residence. As this committee is aware, we actually moved the residents from Middlesex to our VPCH facility just so we could consolidate staff. So we had enough nursing and mental health specialists just to meet our basic minimum grid staffing needs. When I look across our residential system, who is doing an incredible job maintaining capacity, that residential system is critical. They're also grappling with similar staffing shortages. And we know that if our residential system of care becomes too destabilized, particularly for adults and for children as well, that will actually put more pressure on our medical system, which is exactly what we want to avoid. So those are some pieces that we need to look at. You know, on the bright side, in terms of the resilience of our system, when I look, for example, across our network of intensive recovery residences, other residential programs, group homes, our community mental health partners and other private partners are going to incredible lengths of maintaining that capacity and keeping those facilities open, but they need support to do so. I think another pressure that we are all facing is just the fiscal pressure on our providers due to loss of revenue, increased costs, and efforts to maintain staff. So as the provision of services has changed, that has had significant impact on revenue. There are increased costs in terms of, you know, how do we retain our essential workforce to maintain staff, and just increased costs in general to try to manage the COVID-19 crisis. We are, again, seeing decreased capacity across the system due to staffing shortages. This has impacted our crisis beds, residential and inpatient. I would also say that many of our providers across the state are struggling with the procurement and acquisition of PPE, particularly for those individuals who work in our 24/7 facilities and direct care staff. This is an area where the department has really tried to be helpful in terms of kind of shepherding requests through the Emergency Operations Center here at AHS. For example, we just submitted a request on behalf of all the designated community mental health agencies and specialized service agencies to prioritize the provision of a minimal 2-day supply of PPE to all of those residential providers. And I'm happy to report that that order did make it in and will be delivered this week. I think the other pressure is just our providers managing COVID-19 protocols and guidance. As we know, this is a very fluid situation. If you're, running or supervising a residential facility, wanting to use all of the current guidance that is coming out from VDH and CDC, navigating that guidance, and then of course, grappling with how to even manage COVID-19 positive staff or patients in your facilities. So that's just, I think, kind of a quick overview of what I see as some of the current pressures across our system of care. I guess what I'll do is shift and just talk a little bit about some of these strategies and actions that the Department of Mental Health has put into place or implemented to address those priorities and to mediate some of those pressures that I just mentioned. The first one, and I've kind of broken this out into phases in terms of our response, and this is focused specifically on our community mental health system of care, our designated agencies and specialized service agencies. So our first goal immediately, which we implemented the week of March 16th, was to really assess and implement fiscal strategies within available resources. So within our provision of resources, what has already been budgeted to the department, how do we create flexibility in that to basically preserve cash flow to our designated agencies and specialized service agencies and really maximize our payment provision vehicle. So what we did, and we also issued comprehensive guidance to all of the designated agencies and SSAs. So there is a link in this document. It doesn't look like it's a live link. I apologize for that, but there is a link in this document to our website where we have comprehensive guidance that we have provided to the DAs and SSAs in terms of the flexibility that we've provided. We're also holding weekly conference calls with all the designated agency leadership and specialized service agency leadership to ensure that we have a good sense, kind of week by week, minute by minute, what are the things that they're experiencing that they need help with and that we can be responsive to.
So just to let you know, the link does work.
Oh, great. Good.
Yeah, no, it's very good. It takes you right to the full report.
Excellent. So that will give you an overview of kind of soup to nuts, all of the pieces that the Department of Mental Health has put in place, again, to ensure fiscal stability and create flexibility for our designated agencies and specialized service agencies. One of the big ones that I'll focus on is the case rate. So under mental health's current case rate and payment reform that we had already implemented, which essentially is the DAs and SSAs are paid monthly for case rate services on a prospective basis using an annual budget. So having this provision really created some flexibility for us so that we can continue to prospectively pay the designated agencies and specialized service agencies that monthly amount. That average is about $8.3 million a month across the network. We've been able to continue to ensure that those funds go out the door. We have the ability on the back end, there's an annual reconciliation process. So as our designated agencies and SSAs are looking at more telephonic services, utilization looks different. The whole provision of care looks different. And we are actually able, under our current Medicaid authority, to make those adjustments to ensure that there's no disruption in the flow of budgeted resources to the designated agencies. We also put into place, because there are some services that exist outside of the case rate for the DAs and the SSAs. One of those are residential programs, private non-medical institutions, which we fondly refer to as PNMI programs. So again, in order to provide fiscal stability to those institutions, we have put in a temporary, revised process that ensures that those PNMI programs will continue to receive kind of that per diem rate per month, which creates flexibility. So, what a lot of our residential providers did was, very appropriately look to perhaps, discharge individuals where it made sense, where they could maybe be in a different setting temporarily. That decrease in census, of course, impacts revenue. And so we want to make sure that while our residential programs are having to adjust to changing needs and census, et cetera, that we keep them whole. Because certainly we're going to need these programs as we go forward, and we're going to need the staff. So this PNMI provision provides that consistency in payment that the PNMI programs can count on. There is also an expedited process for extraordinary financial relief due to COVID-19 related costs that any PNMI program can apply for, and that's through DIVA. There was some very specific guidance that went out on the changes to PNMI to move these things forward that went out to all of our providers, and I'm happy to send that guidance to the committee if that would be helpful. Other areas that we looked at.
That would be helpful.
Yep.
We'll just put it on our webpage and then
Sure.
it's accessible for
Yep.
whomever.
So
Thank you.
I'm happy to send that. And just for the committee's reference, the crisis program at the Howard Center, the Jarrett House, does fall under PNMI. So again, this is just another way to ensure stability for our community mental health providers as well. Some of the other areas and levers that we've tried to pull, obviously the ability to utilize telephonic services for approved medical billing for a variety of mental health services and treatment is critical. I would say our designated community mental health agencies and SSAs are really trying to utilize their existing workforce as much as possible, redeploying folks to other programs as needed, and trying to remain as connected as possible to individuals who require mental health services and supports. We also expedited the payment. We had monies for the designated agencies related to the implementation of their electronic medical records, their EMR. So we also expedited those payments, which is indicated here. That was a total of $1.15 million. In addition to that, we have expedited other Medicaid incentive payments and have also expedited and are looking at, there's like a 1% value-based payment that's associated with payment reform. And our team right now is looking at how to expedite that payment as well. I want to take a minute and just talk a little bit about school-based mental health for a couple of reasons. Number one, this is an area that I think we see as potentially an unmet need, given that, as I mentioned, we have many vulnerable children, youth, and families that benefited and do benefit greatly from the incredible strength of our school-based mental health services across the state of Vermont. As children and youth are now home, receiving kind of more virtual learning, we want to ensure that we were still able to provide mental health check-ins and support to those children and youth across the state of Vermont. I will also note that the school-based mental health and the fiscal provision that goes along with that, which is Success Beyond 6, is outside of the case rate. So when I talk about how we've been able to maintain the cash flow within the case rate, that does not apply to Success Beyond 6. And for many of our designated and community mental health agencies, Success Beyond 6 services are a big part of their service provision and also a big part of their revenue. So we have exerted whatever flexibility we can within the existing mechanism of Success Beyond 6 for school-based clinicians, for concurrent education, rehabilitation, and treatment, which is CERT, which is our alternative schools. We've lowered kind of the minimum thresholds to access that case rate so that those staff can still be doing kind of those daily check-ins with children and youth that would normally be accessing those services. and the designated agencies are able to draw down that full case rate. The fee for service for the behavior intervention programs, which is more of that one-to-one in the public schools, is a little more challenging because that is still fee for service. Currently, we are looking at trying to implement an emergency case rate for those services. Number one, to ensure that children and youth can continue to access that level of mental health support and treatment. And number two, to support our designated community mental health agencies in, I guess, their fiscal solvency, as well as trying to maintain as many of these critical staff. Because as I mentioned, when we come out on the other side of this, the impact of this crisis, I anticipate that there will be a surge of mental health needs across the state. And we want to ensure that that workforce is still there for us. So it feels very urgent and important from the department's perspective that we are able to execute some kind of an emergency case rate for Success Beyond 6 that will support the designated agencies and the continued provision of mental health services and supports for those children across the state. It is complicated by the fact that the match for school-based mental health services is not general fund match from the Agency of Human Services. It actually comes from the local education agencies at the local level. So I have been in communication with the Secretary of the Agency of Education. We will be issuing some joint guidance, which is still being vetted through AOE right now, but will essentially the guidance is that we respectively across DMH and AOE want to see the provision of these mental health services continue. We want our local education agencies to continue to support those contracts that they currently have with their local DAs, which will allow us to then implement this emergency case rate, and again, ensure that we can retain those staff and ensure that we can continue to provide those services, albeit in a different kind of format.
Commissioner.
I'm happy to update the committee. We are a work in progress right now. We hope to have that finalized within the next 24 to 48 hours, so I can update the committee.
Good. That's exactly what I was going to ask for. Okay. We've been very concerned about the issues that you're talking about, and especially with regard to what's happening to kids and how the AOE and our Agency of Human Services are responding. So if you can get us the information, we can put it on our webpage. If you send it broadly to the committee, and then our Nellie or Julie will put it up on our webpage. We'll have it. And if we need further information from you, we can always ask for you to come in, but I think your time is better spent elsewhere, frankly. The other thing I was going to say is, no, but I do want to say that this is extremely helpful. The update that you're giving us is extremely helpful.
Great.
And I think if we could move on to the area of your presentation that is next steps, unless you think there's something in the phase 2.
No, I just want to, I want to just flag the phase 2 for the committee, just to bring to your awareness that while we've worked within existing resources to implement phase 1, phase 2 is really evaluating the fiscal pressures that our designated community mental health agencies and SSAs are experiencing that would be above and beyond costs that we need to look at. So we have implemented a process for the DAs and the SSAs to submit what financial pressures they are currently experiencing due to COVID-19. We are prioritizing one of those areas to look at, which is related to the provision of hazard pay or incentive pay for direct care staff, as well as staff who may be working with COVID positive patients. So we did receive all of the information from the designated agencies yesterday, We have a fiscal team here that is working on that analysis right now. But just important for you to be aware that that process is in place. And of course, there are a lot of providers across the state of Vermont that we want to ensure that we support during this crisis. And so we have to look at all of these fiscal requests and evaluate them in coordination with other relief efforts across the Agency of Human Services.
That's very good. I think our
Jenny, I have
committee.
a question.
Senator Cummings has a question. Just let me finish my comment and then
Yeah.
Senator Cummings. I think the committee is very much aware of the need for what one of our DAs calls hero pay. So rather than hazard pay, but it's either one works. And as we go forward with the funding that's coming in from COVID-3, I think this becomes a very important discussion. This is where the whole idea of setting priorities and establishing criteria might come in. As you're working on this, are you also working with DOL on the UI issue?
Department of Labor related to what, Senator Lyons?
The unemployment insurance issue where folks can earn more by not working, and are you linked in with that whole conversation?
Yes, we are aware of that and working with the Department of Labor.
That's good. Senator Cummings, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to stress the urgency of coming to some hazard pay for these frontline workers. Once they get they lay themselves off because of hazard, it's going to be twice as hard to get them back. Right. We learned yesterday that the governor had renegotiated the contract with state employees to provide hazard pay, and I understand additional paid leave, family leave. To do that for state employees and then not for the designated agencies is really, I would, if I were somebody down there going into people's homes, cleaning their bathrooms for them, I'd take it as kind of a slap in the face or a disrespect. And I think it's urgent. I don't know where we're getting the money to pay the enhanced state contract, and but I think we need to act quickly because we're going to lose those workers, and once we lose them, they're home and they're making the extra unemployment. We're not going to get them back. So
yeah, I think Senator Cummings,
that.
Yeah, it's a great point. And what I can assure the committee is that it has always been the intention of the Agency of Human Services to implement additional funding to the designated agencies and the specialized service agencies so that they can implement hazard or incentive pay. So that has always been a priority. That has been something that we have discussed at the Agency of Human Services. That's why we have prioritized it in terms of the information that we asked for from the DAs, because the state of Vermont did just implement a methodology for state employees, which is inclusive of $1.50 per hour extra for someone who's doing direct care. So that would apply to, you know, my folks who are working at the Vermont Psychiatric Care Hospital, for example, those mental health workers, and then an additional 20% for individuals who might be working in a COVID positive environment. The request from the designated community mental health agencies and SSAs is different. It is more. So I think the request that they have made is for time and a half for those direct care personnel and double time for individuals who are working in COVID positive environments. So I think what we're trying to do right now for the committee is get all the information related to the direct care providers across our DAs and SSAs, focusing on the residential direct care. You know, how do we look at that within the context of what has been offered to state employees? And how do we come up with something that has integrity and a rationale and allows us to retain that critical workforce?
I think the issue that Senator Cummings is bringing up is absolutely critical. If the time and a half or the double time covers what they're going to get if they are not working. I mean, that's one of the issues. So there's going to have to be a check and a balance there, determining whether or not the amount that is available and what we're offering is going to cover what they would get if they stopped working. So and also remembering, I think we're all very concerned about the level of reimbursement that we've seen in our DAs and our SSAs over time. We want to make sure that they are compensated adequately, and especially now, we want to keep them working. So I think we're glad to hear that this is a priority for you as well as it is for us, and we'll stay connected on this one. I know it's expensive. The question I have is in terms of building a prospective payment process, and then as you had talked about some reconciliation coming up later as the COVID-3 money becomes available. Is that something you're thinking about within the workforce reimbursement process?
Yeah, I think we're certainly looking at, what will the federal dollars provide in terms of, obviously, we're going to implement some of these things before we have a clear sense of what some of those federal dollars look like. So that's kind of part of what we're doing, is mapping some of these priority areas against where we think federal dollars will be coming in, because obviously there's an impact point for the state of Vermont.
Okay.
Just a couple other things quickly. In terms of just additional federal funding, we are submitting a SAMHSA grant this Friday that is for mental health and substance use. It's for $2 million that could focus on expanding crisis services, increasing availability of peer outreach, public health education, employment supports, as well as substance use, additional substance use support. So I just wanted to let the committee know that we are going to be providing our application on behalf of DMH and ADAP this Friday. We are also standing up and preparing for a crisis counseling program. This is once the governor, applies for a declared disaster or a disaster declaration. Once that is approved at the national level, then we have the opportunity to apply for a crisis counseling program and grant funds. This would allow us to really focus on some additional mental health supports in our communities. Obviously, would be looking to coordinate with the designated agencies on that, could help with public education, and just more general, kind of front-facing media and outreach related to access to mental health support. So I just wanted to make sure that the committee was aware of that opportunity as well. In terms of next steps and areas of focus, we are implementing phase 2 for our designated agencies and specialized service agencies to continue to support their stability. We are prioritizing the hazard and incentive pay to be looked at specifically this week and to make a recommendation. And then all of the DAs and SSAs have submitted broadly their overall fiscal pressures, loss of revenue, additional expenses, et cetera, that we will be evaluating here at the Agency of Human Services. We're also wanting to focus more on the social, emotional, and mental health of children and youth, particularly those who are now at home, who are more isolated, likely accessing more social media. So we're thinking about how do we partner with the Agency of Education and our local education agencies to ensure that parents are aware of services and supports, and that we are, creating some safety net for youth in our system who are already vulnerable. And again, just additional focus on suicide prevention and expanding public messaging about mental health and wellness, and then continuing to pursue any and all federal funding opportunities to support the mental health system of care. So I will stop there. You also have just a general list of all of the guidance that we have provided to all of our providers across the state, you know, should you be interested. So that's all listed here for you as well. Oh, I think you're muted, Chair.
Thank you.
Yep.
Some people would like me to stay muted, I guess. No. I just want to say thank you, Commissioner. This has been a good overview of all the work that's going on. And it does dovetail with the interest and the information that we've been hearing from our DAs, SSAs, our AOE. And then as we're going forward with COVID-3, we want to make sure that we stay connected with you so that we can facilitate whatever needs to happen. You know, if we need to put some legislation in, some policy recommendations in, we will be working closely with our appropriations committee and as well as our other committees. So thank you for this. We thank you for taking the time.
Of course.
Question, I'm going to ask Julie, you can take the off and questions committee. Our time is getting crunched, but we have time to hear from everyone we have on the agenda today. So if you have a question, please let me know. Okay, I guess I have one, and then Senator McCormick has one. My thinking right now is we've been trying to gather data and what's needed. And now I think we're moving into a phase, and I think you are as well. What are the solutions? And so that's what we're looking for. How can we solve some of these problems? So thank you.
I think that's right.
Senator McCormick.
No, I apologize. I was actually waving it off.
Oh,
saying
okay.
Okay. I obviously should not. I need another symbol other than that.
Oh, we need to use our hand raising capacity, but we'll be fine. Yes. All right. Thank you, Commissioner.
Of course.
We're staying on the same topic, and we're moving on to Bob Bick, who is the executive director at the Howard Center. And Bob, thank you for being here with us this morning. Are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Terrific. So,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
So I was under the impression that you wanted me to talk about substance use services.
That is one of the areas, yes. We had you down for substance use areas, substance use disorder, and because we haven't had sufficient testimony in that area. And if that's what you're prepared to testify on right now, we would welcome it. You've also heard the testimony from Commissioner Squirrel and some of the comments that we've made as a committee on what are the solutions for some of the problems that you're facing. So you can have an addendum if you have any comments on that, but please go ahead with substance use disorder. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. If I can, I'll take a moment to just use the addendum in the front end, just to acknowledge Commissioner Squirrel and Hutt have really been incredibly present in terms of helping us to try to figure out not what the roadblocks are necessarily, but how we're going to overcome them. I especially appreciate the comments from Senator Cummings with regard to the staffing issues and the necessity for acknowledging really the incredible work that our direct service staff are doing in terms of maintaining face-to-face services across the system, whether we're talking about mental health or developmental disabilities. A good portion of what we do needs to be face-to-face. There's certainly a lot that we've been able to turn to remote work, and there are obviously adaptation challenges that we're overcoming, but the work that we need to do face-to-face has really been an incredible challenge. And when we recognize the compensation challenges that we faced before this, even with the enhancement of whether it's time and a half or double time, it still only brings us up to just under what the state is offering individuals for some of the new programs that they're rolling out for individuals that are either homeless or COVID positive. So on the one hand, we don't want to lose our folks to critical state programs, which we recognize are in fact critical. But I don't think that it's unreasonable to recognize that in a lot of circumstances, we have staff who are struggling, either because they see themselves in a quote high risk category, although with the changing information that we constantly get from the federal government, it's not clear if there really is any one high risk category more than another. And just the anxiety and fear that staff have in terms of being in a face-to-face situation, in many cases with individuals who are chronically ill anyway. And so trying to make the determination of whether they're ill from their chronic situation or whether they're exhibiting symptoms of COVID-19 and placing them at additional risk is a pretty significant challenge for us. So I think the system has truly stepped up. It feels like, to use the metaphor, trying to drink through a fire hose. I think at this point in time, if we can feel and believe and know that not just the administration, but the legislature too, is truly understanding what's happening out there in the field, I think that's offering some significant support and comfort to our staff. I know just personally, the idea of going remote has been pretty difficult to do. It's just hard to get used to it. I don't know if you wanted to say something about that, Senator Lyons.
No, I was just I'm agreeing with you. It's hard to go remote. Well, here we are.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
If I could just move to just talk about substance abuse services specifically.
Sure. Do you mind if I ask you one question about your addendum?
You just did.
I have another one.
Okay, you did.
So you mentioned that the state is putting in place new programs, and it sounds like those are in direct competition with some of the work that the DAs, or at least Howard Center, is doing. Can you just expand on that a little bit?
Sure, I would not define them as in competition.
Okay.
I think they're designed to support the work that community agencies, not just the DAs and SSAs, but all community agencies are doing. So there's a site at Goddard College that they're rolling out. There's a site at Harbor Place in Shelburne that they're rolling out. They're having conversations with a hotel in Burlington. All of these are designed to provide additional housing capacity for individuals who are either at extremely high risk or are already diagnosed as COVID positive or presumed COVID positive, or were in an environment in which, a close environment in which somebody was COVID positive. So I don't see them as being competitive. However, the reality is that there's a limited number of individuals in the workforce who are willing to do this work. And, we want to support them as much as possible. But given that we are challenged with staffing our own programs, I mean, as an example, Howard Center has 23 residential programs with 162 people in beds. So, and while we can combine some programs for organizational efficiency, most of them are small operations within the community. I would just point out that one of my colleagues made a great comment the other day. Legislators, the community at large, are very much aware of the critical challenge that is confronting hospitals in our system, because it's on the news every night and it's visible. And everybody in the community is very aware of the challenges that our educational system faced, because you drive by all the schools and the parking lots are empty. There's no traffic jams in the morning or in the afternoon. But many people are not aware of the challenges that our system is facing because our system is so embedded in the community that in many ways we are appropriately invisible in the community, which is part of the community. But under these circumstances, that strength has made it more difficult for us to convey some of the challenges that we face.
This is very helpful. I think I did understand the concept of having a sufficient workforce, but also for the work that you're doing to be adequately compensated. That's continues to be a concern for this committee. And that as we're moving into a need for increased reimbursement because of COVID emergency, that is an additional challenge. So, and then trying to expand the limited resources that we have in terms of workforce. Thank you. That really does put it on the front burner a little bit better for us, just having you say that. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
So go ahead, move on. I hate to slow you down.
No, that's okay. I can move quickly or slowly as the committee desires. So if I can talk about substance abuse a little bit, I'll use Howard Center as an example because I think we are across the system of care all experiencing pretty much the same kinds of challenges, in many cases taking advantage of the same kinds of opportunities and all trying to be incredibly creative in the way in which we continue to support the folks that are in our care. And so I'll break it down into a couple of different sections. The first section would be individuals that are receiving treatment in our hub system or medication-assisted treatment programs. So this is individuals who are receiving both either methadone or buprenorphine. These are folks who, by virtue of their presence in a hub, were already deemed to be at the higher level of risk for individuals struggling with opiate use disorder. And by virtue of that, needed to have much more regular contact with the nurses, the physicians, and the clinical case support folks. So in our hub and in Howard Center, for example, we have about 950 clients enrolled in the hub in Chittenden County. And typically we would have between 400 and 500 of those folks cycling into the program every day pre-COVID. Right now, we have moved all of our clinical support, so the counseling and case management support, that is all moved to be provided by remote services. And so in order to make that happen, we both had to expand the availability of laptops and technology supports to our staff in the community. But we've also had to either provide Chromebooks or laptops or burner phones to many of the clients who don't have access to that technology in order to ensure that they can stay connected with the program. With the help of Tony Fallon from the ADAP and with the approval of SAMHSA in Washington, we've been able to change some of the frequency with which individuals come in. So we no longer have clients coming in on Sunday at all. So those folks are getting an additional take-home dose on Saturday. We had gone out and bought, I think, 250 lock boxes to provide to clients to ensure that they could safely keep their medication at home. And then we moved patients from either 6, 13, or 27 days of take home. We moved them up to the next level. So if we had some folks who were on 6 days of take homes, we moved them up to 13. Folks who were on 13, we moved up to 27 in order to reduce the volume of folks coming into clinic. And now we have about 180 or 200 folks coming in every day. We've split our nursing shifts so that half the nurses come in and are face-to-face with clients. The other half of the nurses come in the afternoon and prepare the take-home doses that'll be handed out the next day to reduce the amount of face-to-face contact that we're having with the clients that are coming into the clinic. Some of the challenges we're still working on in that area of programming. So we get two different rates. They're bundled rates, depending on whether we provide enhanced services or not. Enhanced services are defined as additional communications with primary care, services like that. Typically, in an average month, about 90% of our clients would receive enhanced services. But because of the current circumstances, that's just not going to be possible, either because we can't make the kinds of connections we need to make with primary care physicians, or we've had a drop off in our ability to have continuous case management communications with clients. So we're still waiting to hear from ADAP whether we will be able to draw down those funds in lieu of the fact that the reason we're not able to provide the enhanced services is not really something that's necessarily within our control. PPEs, and I'll mention it here, but it's for every face-to-face population that we're providing services for, continues to be a huge challenge. As I mentioned, if we've got 250 clients coming into the Chittenden Clinic every day, arguably that could be 250 masks plus another 100 or 150 for our staff who in the course of the day may be coming into the clinic. We have gone out as part of our system of care, trying to find additional services, but we are continuing to struggle to get PPE through the state. It was very encouraging to hear from Commissioner Squirrel that at least the 2-day backup has been approved. So we'll be looking forward to receiving that. Let me see, what else can I tell you? Security for those clients that are coming into the clinic every day, they are being thermometer tested to make sure that they don't have a fever. And if they have a fever, then they are being sent home. And then we have to find a way in order to transport the medication to them. So when you as legislators are thinking about all the folks that are out there that are exposed in some way, that are at some greater risk, the obvious population of folks who are working in bed-based programs, but all of our system, whether we're talking about DAs or SSAs, have a lot of folks that are out there going into people's homes, picking up medications for people, picking up food for people and bringing it to them. And so folks at our medication-assisted treatment program are also providing those same services. I feel like it's important to mention, I'm sure you know this, in all of the populations that we serve, our clients are afraid. Our clients who have to come in to get their medication, clients that are in residential programs, by virtue of their chronic illness status, are at greater risk, and in many cases are living in more challenging environments and experiencing an enormous amount of fear and anxiety. And while Commissioner Squirrel appropriately acknowledged that we will be dealing with a PTSD experience after the acute phase of this current pandemic passes, that we will be challenged to meet. But we can't lose sight of the fact that even right now, we're dealing with individuals who are having that experience. And as I sense we all experience, it's helpful to have face-to-face connection through Zoom or something in a remote way, but it's not the same as being in the same room. It's not the same as a caring case manager can be physically present with someone. And so this is going to continue to be an issue for us. Outpatients, can I continue to move to outpatient? Yes?
Very briefly, I'm sorry to say that we're starting to run over on the available time that we have, but if you don't mind, maybe consolidate some information on your outpatient, that would be very helpful.
Sure. So basically, I think The key message, obviously, is as much outpatient as possible has been converted to remote. I will point out that we've had drop-offs in the number of clients that are able to take advantage of outpatient services, whether by virtue of them not being necessarily personally motivated, but they're as a result of their connection with the Department of Corrections or Department of Children and Families. They've taken advantage of this as an opportunity to drop off. Interestingly enough, we've seen less drop off in our court-related clients, both in terms of their engagement and in the number of services that they are receiving. Economically, I would be remiss to not acknowledge the financial challenge. We are right now projecting in our agency alone roughly a $3 million shortfall to the end of the fiscal year. That's absent some of the initiatives that Commissioner Squirrel talked about on the DMH side. There continues to be a little bit more ambiguity on the ADAP side for substance abuse services. For example, IOP services, we've not yet been given permission to reduce the number of sessions per week in order to be able to bill that. And so that's challenging for our crash clients or the IDRP clients, the individuals who need to take the course in order to get their license reinstated. We've not yet been able to get an elimination of the face-to-face as part of that process, which I think could be handled legitimately telephonically or, by Zoom.
Is this this is an administrative, this is a rule change or administrative change, not legislative change?
Well, and that's a great question, Senator, and I don't know the answer. I believe that these would be administrative changes.
Can you send us some information on that?
Sure.
Please, that would be helpful.
Yeah, be happy to.
Good.
The only other point I guess I can just add it in is so our Act One bridge program. So we have two public inebriate programs, one in Franklin County and one in Chittenden County. The one in Franklin County is an on-call program that continues to operate as a face-to-face program. In Chittenden County, it was a site-based program on Pearl Street. And in order to consolidate staff, we combined our Act One Bridge and Assist, which is our mental health crisis bed program, into one location. We did have a staff test positive, and so we stopped admissions for a couple of days while we did a deep cleaning and make sure that we had done the contact tracing that was necessary. That program is expected to reopen in the next couple of days. And then finally, I just want to mention, I know that we're not the only agency that have had clients pass away as a result of COVID. And while the numbers, the statistics are eye-opening and everyone is responding to them, I know that we all recognize that every one of those statistics is an individual who had family members, and in the case of our clients, had often longstanding interpersonal connections, and those losses are really starting to have an impact on our staff.
Thank you. Yeah, we can't forget the emotional needs of staff as they work with these folks who become ill and then eventually die. So thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for mentioning that.
Sure.
All right. I think that it's important for us to move on. You've given us a lot of information. And if you can send us the information about the
IOP and
licensing and other the other area on the sessions per week,
yeah.
How that could be accomplished, and if we need to be involved in that, that would be very helpful.
Sure. Thanks.
Okay. We're gonna continue on. This is really for a discussion, and I'm going to ask everyone to be as concise as possible. I know that you, I don't think any of the next folks have provided us with testimony, but if you could walk through your comments, and then perhaps what we'll do is to ask questions of the group when you've all finished, and that will begin with Christy Everett of the Clara Martin Center. There you are.
Hi, how are
Welcome.
you?
Good.
Thank you
Go
so
ahead.
much for having me come and testify today. A lot of what I would say would echo a lot of what Bob has said, a lot of what he is both experiencing on a positive as well as the challenging side we are experiencing down in our area. We have moved probably 90% of our workforce to working remotely at this point. Staff are feeling really supported along that. What we are running into is a huge technology issue. Our systems were not designed to manage 90% of our staff working remotely. So we actually, our system crashed last week. So we have now had to then reinvest in a new system. So that is now up and running. The other issue that we are running into, and I appreciated Senator Lyons, what you said about $100,000 for older adults being a drop in the bucket. We have a huge percentage of our older adult population that we have not been able to connect with through this crisis at all. Either they don't have the technology capability, they don't have the awareness of how to use the technology. So we're having to do some education where we can. In the rural area, we don't necessarily have the broadband that we need to be able to connect with people. So at least for our older adults program in substance, we're looking at almost 100% loss in that program because we just can't connect with people. We do still have a good percentage of our folks going out into the community, doing case management, like Bob said, picking up groceries for people who cannot shop, who are in a high-risk category, delivering medications, still doing injectable medications. We do have a small supply of PPE that's slowly trickling in. I would say in our residential program, all we have is the 2-day supply right now. And that program is really working with almost a house of cards of staff right now, that if sort of one thing goes wrong, then we're going to have major issues in being able to continue to.
You froze.
A survey of the staff that we have. 160 staff, we've got about 10 people who would be willing to jump into a residential setting with some quick training that we can give them. If we don't necessarily have enhanced rates to provide residential services, that's my pool, is 10 people to staff a 6-bed residential program. That's not going to be feasible for me. So I think, if the Department of Mental Health can actually work on increasing that rate to be in line with what state employees are getting, that would be a huge help to us. And we just have one residential program. Not the number that Howard Center, Washington County, and all the SSAs are running too. So that for us is something that we are keeping an eye on. The other thing that we have really started to recognize is the risk that our agency is going to be at around unemployment insurance. I think we got 7 requests yesterday already from staff, and very, very basic projections right now. We're looking at least $100,000 as a cost to our agency, and we're only how many weeks into it at this point. So we expect that is going to increase as well. On the good news, there's been a lot of community organization. We have been a part of a number of mutual aid discussions in a number of our towns there. So, when Bob says we're kind of the invisible work that's being done, we are right embedded into every single community that we have. And we are providing services as much as we can in whatever capacity we can. We have been working with Gifford Medical Center. We have not had to be in the emergency room for about 3 weeks at this point, but we have been able to do all of our assessments through telehealth, both voluntary assessments as well as involuntary assessments. So that process is really working well for us. We've had the same coordination with our law enforcement, so we don't necessarily need to go out into the community. We do have the capacity to do that through telehealth as well, provided there is internet capacity in some of those communities to do that. So that has really been working fairly well too. The other thing that I would say, we're probably have about a 25% drop off in services now, but we still can do almost same-day intake assessments. So even people, we got a call from Dartmouth yesterday wanting to discharge someone, and we were able to do an intake assessment that same day and start services in them. So the staff that we do have are really committed to maintaining the client's contact that they do have. So that's gone really, really well. And our system, I think, in some ways is, because we have done this work for so long in this capacity, are able to really, wherever the need is, step up. And we're going to quickly develop some type of a solution to try and address the needs of the community that's there. And I think that strength of the DA system is really showing through itself through this whole process. I am encouraged by the comments that the funding needs for the DA system do not need to be looked at for just through this crisis, but what is long term. And I know we have the commitments of DMH to at least get us through, FY20, but we really need some assurances past that there is going to be, this intent to really solidify the system that's there. I know I did provide some written commentary to a few of you through email earlier the week. I can send that on to the rest of the committee if you need that as well too. But I know we are.
Nellie, Christy, if you send it to Nellie Marvel and Julie Tucker, our committee assistants, then we'll put those comments on our webpage, and that I think would be extremely helpful.
Okay. Yeah, I can definitely do that.
Sure. Okay. And I think unless you have something that is critical.
No, I think I was trying to just give a brief overview, so I can step off now and let someone else go.
I just have one question. What is your internet provider there in Randolph?
We're using Consolidated Communications.
Okay.
I believe. So Randolph, I think, is pretty set. When we get into sort of like the Bradford areas, that gets more choppy, and down in Tunbridge and stuff like that. Unless you sort of park at Ward's Garage, you don't necessarily have, internet connection. So that's the situation we're in.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on to Rachel Cummings. And Rachel, thank you for being here. And why don't you give us your testimony, but from your perspective in Addison County.
Great, thank you so much. And if you see my kids Zoom bombing, I apologize. Like many of my staff, I'm a part-time single mom and homeschooling while running a designated agency. So CSAC is a resilient agency, and I believe that this has allowed us to transform our entire care and delivery model to adapt to social distancing and to do our part to flatten the curve during this health crisis and pandemic. And while it's been bumpy, our transformation includes ensuring staff have the tools and the technology they need to be able to work remotely. We're a rural county, so staff don't always have access to reliable internet and sometimes have to continue to come to the office. We've implemented safety and safe distancing protocols to accommodate these staff and provide a safe work environment. And I'll send more details in my written testimony. Our finances and service hours have been impacted because of increased costs, including tech and PPE purchases. We've had a drop in service hours across all payers, school closures, and clients who are struggling to adapt to this new way of receiving services. We also have a large amount of staff, as I said, who are struggling working and caring and homeschooling their children. Our service hours have already dropped by about 33% since this started, compared to our pre-COVID days. And I'll again include more details in my written testimony. I wanted to say that we are very concerned about school mental health contracts. We understand that there is a statement pending from both DMH and AOE to support the continuation of school mental health contracts by school districts. This will be important for legislators to understand and support. These contracts serve Vermont's most high-risk youth across the state. When schools are not in session, we have lost a valuable safety net to protect our kids. Our most stressed families are now taking on additional stressors, including worry about illness, income loss, and expenses, and new roles with children of full-time teachers and parents. With families that were already experiencing tension, trauma, and risk of abuse and domestic violence, the odds have now increased for more harm to come to children. Mental health staff are working differently now, but we are still connecting and bringing support to children and families. We are having more parent contact than ever before, which we hope can mitigate these risks. These school contracts give us the staffing capacity we need to continue this work. If contracts are reduced or cut, we can expect to see that reflected in the well-being of our children, and this will only create a situation of more need and expense in the future. These contracts are an investment in mitigating that risk. I want you to know that we continue to provide essential community-based services and staffing to our residential homes. We have staff who have volunteered to provide care to clients should they become infected. One community support worker with over 20 years of service who also has a family of 4 children has made a commitment to our DS residential program to provide ongoing supports at the risk of his own health because of his commitment to clients and community-based services. And we have many stories like that, but not enough to really fully staff what's needed in our agency. I want to say staff who continue to do face-to-face work with high-risk people are nothing short of heroic. However, the fragility of our programs, including our ability to maintain staffing, is what keeps me up at night. Many of our clients are at high risk for severe illness from COVID-19 because of age and a multitude of chronic conditions. Some clients struggle to adhere to social distancing, putting everyone at risk. Many staff are scared about becoming exposed or infected and scared for the people they support, and they're worried that we won't have enough PPEs to work safely. Due to the extraordinary risk of providing face-to-face services and because the majority of staff are working remotely, we are now paying staff who continue to provide in-person services a higher amount of pay than before COVID. While we are able to get some PPEs, including masks early on, we are running out. We have a limited cash on hand currently to support operations and to be able to weather this crisis and keep staff employed. I have about 40 days of cash on hand currently. Another concern is that unemployment benefits will have the unintended consequence of reducing my workforce because staff, after weighing the risks, will opt to leave the workforce because it's safer and they can get paid more. This is a scary thought and will impact our ability to provide care, especially in our residential homes. The state is assuring us we will be made whole, but in light of diminished revenues and a huge need across all sectors, I remain worried and concerned that this isn't possible. We need assurances from the state with real money backing. I want to say that despite my anxiety about being kept whole, I do want to thank both Dale and DMH, especially the commissioners, for their help, flexibility, and leadership. It has been invaluable and steady. CSAC has also continued to fully pay our staff to work, even though some might be providing less billable service or are not working their full amount or regular hours. We are working to leverage all federal and state benefits for staff compensation. We have a strong culture and we continue to retain most of our staff. Our unifying principles at this time are to support staff to remain safe and employed, support our clients, and continue to provide essential in-person services, stay connected as an agency, and emerge as fiscally sound as we can so we can ramp up operations once this is over. We aim to come through this pandemic together with our adherence to our practices of quality work and positive culture. I want you to know that we are considered essential healthcare workers, and please frame however the conversation and recognize this. We will need your help and assurance that any federal dollars coming into the state also come to community mental health and specialized service agencies, and that we are not left out in the cold. I can't emphasize enough how crucial this is to our system of care and to CSAC. If there's any way you can tackle some of these issues on the state level, please do help us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And I want to say that you have asked us to do something that we're very happy to do.
I appreciate that.
Yes. If you have your testimony in writing and can get that into Julie or Nellie, that would be very helpful.
I'll send it to Nellie. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. And we're going to move on to Beth Seitler, and we do have your testimony on our webpage. So thank you for that, Beth, and we'll listen to your information.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you having me, senators. And I'm sorry, I know we're running out of time. I'll try to go through this as quickly as possible. I also want to point out that I changed my virtual background, so I'm not going to be confused with Bob Bick anymore.
Wait, so, but we have the Aurora Borealis on one side, and wait, that's a Corona on the other side, right?
That's right. That's right. I was in outer space with Bob, but then I moved back down to Earth for a little bit.
Okay.
So yeah, I did submit testimony. It's really kind of in bullet form. It's not as polished as I'd normally like it, but I wanted to make sure that you had it.
Nope, that's fine.
Okay, so I'll just go through, and this comes from, this is not specific to CCS. I spoke with all the developmental disability services agencies and sort of got their perspectives. I'm answering a few questions that we had. Hopefully I'll be doing this right. So what have the agencies done? What's working well? What are the challenges that we're encountering and the financial risk? I won't go through all of these, I promise, and I certainly won't just read them off the screen. So the agencies are working collaboratively. We're sharing all of our plans and strategies. Each one of us has created a COVID-19 task force that meets daily, often for several hours. We're all looking at accountability, and like the other agencies, we're about 90 to 99% remote. I think most of us are working from our homes with our pets and our children interfering. We've each created backup plans for people in services, so individualized responses to each person to, in case they develop COVID-19, how we'll support them, because over half of the people we serve are in residential supports. We've also, a lot of us we've had to identify our high-risk people and the high-risk homes, either due to behavior or medical issues. So we're trying to make sure that they're getting everything they need. We're also reaching out to people who don't have internet. A lot of the people who we serve are remote throughout the state. So some of those are through phone calls. Some of those are really through just going to the house and checking to make sure that people are okay. There's a lot of cross-training and redeploying of staff, especially around group homes. As my colleagues have pointed out, there's a lot of staff insecurity about the safety in performing their work and what it's like to be going out in the community right now. So we're trying to work with those staff who have said that they're willing and able to work, and keeping them busy. We at CCS did a poll for all of our staff. We have 70 staff, and we had 9 who replied that they would be willing to work with someone who's COVID-19 positive. So we're, the strategy that I think most of the agencies are doing or deploying is just trying to keep people safe and keep them from getting ill. All of us are gathering PPE either privately. We've had some deliveries from the state Department of Health. Some of us are making masks on our own or being creative about what PPE we have. Each one of us is developing safety and communication protocols. We're also sharing them throughout the network with each other. So someone might have a plan for communication, someone might have a safety plan. We are developing, some of the agencies are developing safety kits. We've sent out safety kits to our shared living providers and staff and families and people in services that are just very simple. N95 masks, if we have them, homemade masks, gloves. Some of us have been able to send out more than others. We're all having staff meetings and town halls via Zoom. I had my highest attended staff meeting last week. I may just move to remote staff meetings from now on. And the self-advocates are still meeting via Zoom as well, which was really cool. I was able to sit in on their meeting yesterday, and it's great to see how many people are really embracing this. There's a lot that's working really well. I definitely want to emphasize what my colleagues have said, that Dale has been providing really excellent support and communication, especially around flexibility in terms of making us feel supported and confident that they'll be there for us. What we heard very, very early from Commissioner Hutt was that she wanted us to make sure that we're supporting the staff and we're supporting the shared living providers, and that they were going to support us in doing so. I have no reason to believe that's not true, but obviously we're looking for a solid commitment around the financing for that. Agencies have created individual COVID-19 crisis teams. In general, I think that remote work is going pretty well. Each one of our agencies have created novel approaches to service delivery. I have at the end of my testimony, there's a list of sort of fun things that have been happening. I won't be going through those, but you can look and see some interesting and creative Zoom activities. I have to say that it's wonderful that Vermont doesn't have congregate settings for people with intellectual disabilities and autism, because it's, I think what I've seen nationally is that there have been some outbreaks in COVID-19, and because we have people in individualized setting, I think that's going to prevent some more of that. What's interesting is that I've spent most of my career trying to prevent isolation and push for community integration. And right now it's pretty ironic to be really pushing for isolation and no community supports right now. But this has, as has been said, it's putting tremendous pressure on shared living providers and the direct staff. And remote work doesn't work for everybody. I've had, it's funny, try to be tender with staff who are having a difficult time, who are scared, who are stressed, beyond anything that they'd encountered. But it's interesting to see that some staff are responding well and even heroically, and then other staff are, ones who you've worked with for maybe decades, who are just incredibly challenged by this time. That's been, I think, a real wake-up call for all of us. We're trying to make sure that we're connecting with everybody who we support. I know there are times where that's been missed. I mean, there's, over 4,000 people in services, and, making sure that we connect with them every week and every day can be challenging for different agencies. I know I thought that we were catching everybody, and I just had somebody contact me yesterday who hadn't had the level of support that I expected they had. So I think it's a challenge for us to make sure that we're staying on top of that. PPE, what more needs to be said about that? It's been a challenge for everybody. In the people that we serve, I think something that's not always seen is that our agencies are providing special care procedures to many of the people in services. This includes feeding tubes and nebulizers, enemas. Many people have diabetes. And getting the PPE for that on a regular basis can be a little challenging. Right now, it's even more so. And these people still need to have the direct support. Additionally, our population isn't always seen as long-term care. So when we've needed to have testing, it's been somewhat of a challenge to get people in to be seen as essential workers, and for their care to be seen as long-term as it is. Bob spoke eloquently about the effects of losing somebody to COVID-19. CCS had that experience. In last week, we were one of the first agencies who lost somebody to COVID-19, and the devastation to the staff and the additional fear that it brings out in them is incredibly acute. So there's a lot of worry for our staff. As I've said, they've never really worked under these circumstances. And then the communication just across the board continues to be a little challenging. Financial risk, I feel like you've got it, and it's certainly been addressed. The biggest thing for the agencies is that we understand what needs to happen to secure our staff and to keep our shared living providers in place, which is what we've been asked to do by the state. Certainly would be what we'd want to do, but that takes additional dollars. Shared living providers need additional difficulty of care, call it hazard or hero or incentive pay. They need to be kept in place, and that takes additional money, especially for a cadre of staff who hasn't been supported at the level they need to. So PPE is expensive. Staffing homes that hadn't been home before, or redeploying staff and retraining staff is also comes at a cost. Some of the agencies have purchased additional computers for individuals in service to make sure they can connect remotely. That comes at an expense, and also some of the online platforms have been a little expensive for some of us. So I'm not going to go through the anecdotes. Those are just be fun reading for you for later.
Thank you. That's great. I mean,
and having me.
I think having the list the way you have it is extremely helpful, and it resonates with what we are hearing from other organizations and leaders. So thank you for doing that.
Thanks so much for having us.
It's terrific. Thank you very much. So we're going to move on. Julie Tesler, you're next on the list. Would you like to add something to what we've already heard from others?
No, I would rather you had that time to ask some questions and get a little more depth. So thank you very much for the opportunity, though.
Thank you. Thank you. And any suggestions you have in terms for us to identify our role in the solutions would be important. I think you've heard some of the things we're very interested in, but any of the, and if there are other details that we can help with, we'd like to know.
That's great. We can send a summary of ways you can help, and we'll pull it from what everyone had to say.
That would be good.
Thank you.
Okay. We are behind, unfortunately. We're always ahead in this committee, but today is a different kind of a day. What I'm going to suggest is, I know there's another person who wants to testify right now. I think it's is it? Not yet. Chad, we're going to have to hold off on your testimony. We may have to put it off to another day, and I do apologize for that, but we'll see what we get to going forward. I've asked for Martha Maxim of Wake Robin to come in. Before we dive into our next section, committee, do you have any questions for any of the folks who have testified?
Jenny, I don't have a question, just a heads up. Money chairs is at noon, so
I got it.
I will be leaving the meeting at noon or thereabouts.
We'll see what we can do. I think everyone who is on the call, on the Zoom, understands the predicament that we're in, but we should be able to cover most of what we have before us. Let's hope. So Martha.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you.
There you are. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I needed to unmute.
Thank you for being here. I think you've heard the testimony thus far, and some of the concerns that you have, I think, resonate with what we've just heard. So if you don't mind bringing us up to date on where you are and some of the thoughts that you have for maintaining workforce in particular.
Sure, I appreciate that. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Martha Maxim. I'm the new CEO at Wake Robin, which is a continuing care retirement community in Shelburne. We have about 375 residents who live there. About 72 of them are in our health center, which includes residential care, skilled nursing, and memory care. And then we have about 300 residents who are living in independent living in varying stages of ability to be living independently. Usually as their needs grow, we move them over to residential care or skilled nursing or other services that they need. I did send a letter. I won't go over too much of what was in that, but suffice to say that we were concerned when we saw the language in H742 specifically related to people being able to resign voluntarily from their jobs, their work, if they were feeling, I'm not going to get the language exactly correct, but if they were feeling at risk of contracting COVID in their workplace. And certainly as a senior care community, we are probably, if you look at how OSHA defines workplaces, we're probably a medium to high risk workplace. And some of what OSHA requires of employers to keep employees safe includes access to PPE, which you've heard now over and over again, the limited supply of PPE. I would just echo that. And we're in a situation as well where we have some residents in our health center who actually have non-COVID contagious diseases, or contagious viruses right now, RSV, pneumonia, the flu, other things. And so we're using PPE on a regular basis. So, we just got 100 gowns the other day, which is our monthly allotment that we are allowed. And, with 3 patients with other contagious diseases, we'll be going through that pretty quickly. So, we're trying to sort of keep what we can. At the moment, we have no COVID cases at Wake Robin, although I just got word we're testing someone in the health center this morning, and we have been testing people. So, we're hoping that we can continue to have no cases, but we are under no illusions that could be our future. And so I think just our concerns are just, again, that if we start to see people who are leaving because of the unemployment benefits tied to the fact that we are a workplace that probably there is some higher risk. That it just felt like we needed to try to, I'm not in any way begrudging what's happening with unemployment. I'm just thinking about how we can really honor the people that are coming to work and staying at work who don't have the ability to remote work. Certainly where we have employees who can be working remotely, we are, but we need housekeepers and dining staff and security staff and others to be on site every day. And so we really need to keep our staff. Something that we have been able to do, we had received a grant from a foundation to use for transportation assistance for some of our employees, which is one of our highest needs that employees have articulated. And we got permission from the foundation to repurpose that grant. We just got that permission late last week to repurpose that grant to use for a salary bonus of, we went $3 an hour for anyone who is actually coming in every day and working on site, which is sort of a start. That's still for our, we have salaries, the group that I was referring to in my letter is anyone earning between $12 and $24 an hour. The unemployment is more advantageous for them. Even with the $3 an hour bump, we don't really get there, but people absolutely appreciated it. We've also applied for one of the payroll protection loans through the SBA. And if we were to get that, we would actually use that to supplement salaries to be able to keep people as well. So, I think I wanted to just raise the issue as an essential employer providing healthcare to a number of really vulnerable seniors that were just certainly challenged as well, trying to keep people who, again, are, their kids are at home now. They may be caring for other vulnerable people, and the risks are pretty high. Other things that we're starting to do is we're looking for some housing for staff who, if we do have a COVID case and they need to be caring for the person, is there some housing that we can be providing so they don't have to go home. We're now going to be providing uniforms to all staff so they don't have to work all day in their street clothes, and that they can sort of take off uniforms and we'll wash them every day. We're providing, now all of our staff are wearing at least cloth masks, which had been made and donated. It's, the best that we have and the best that we can do. We're providing free meals to staff who are working, access to some limited groceries if they need them. So we're certainly looking for really creative ways to keep folks feeling appreciated, especially in these really difficult times. But anything that you can do, in my letter, it was, is there a GI Bill that we could have right now for employees sort of on the front lines that are working in essential workplaces that we collectively or the state could craft to really support frontline workers. So I'll stop there. I appreciate the opportunity to just echo what all of my other colleagues have been saying this morning. It's a problem, and I would hope that collectively we could really look at ways to really honor the incredible work that's being done by frontline workers right now in Vermont in all of these workplaces. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think you did send your letter. I think that members of the committee may have received it, but what would be helpful is if you would please send it again to Nellie. And then it'll go up on our webpage and constitute your testimony. Sure. If you have any additional comments, add those in. That'd be great.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you very much.
For us,
step off soon. I have a board meeting at noon, but I can answer any questions as well if folks have any
questions, folks. I think we're good.
Okay, great. Thank you so much,
Martha. Thank you very much, and
you're welcome. Appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Really good luck. Yeah.
Thank you, Martha. Thank you.
We're moving into the substance use disorder services. I think there will be some continuity but also some overlap with what we've heard. So I'm going to ask both Tony and Grace, and I'm skipping over Bob Bick because he gave us his testimony earlier. to be as concise as possible. So that's a heads up. Before we get there, I asked Laura Pelosi to come in and provide any updates on workforce issues within your area. So Laura, why don't you go ahead?
Good morning, Senator. Thank you. It's nice to see you all again this morning and all looking healthy.
So far.
Yeah. So you just heard from Wake Robin, which is a member of the Vermont Healthcare Association. So a couple of things. I mean, I think Martha's testimony really hit on something that we started to talk about late last week. I think it was Friday morning, and the impact of the the unemployment insurance benefit with respect to the ability of providers to retain staff. So we are seeing that this is becoming more and more of an issue. I have been in communication with the administration because these are additional costs and burdens on top of PPE, on top of sort of normal preparatory things, but these potentially significant labor-related costs that facilities have to invest in to try to retain staff is an immediate need. So I'm working with the administration right now to figure out how we might be able to get some funding and reimbursement to facilities for those costs. I think it's going to depend on the type of provider. Nursing homes are complicated because of their rate setting process. And then our ERC and ACCS providers already have pretty significantly low reimbursement rates to begin with. So it's probably easier for the state to address things for Medicaid providers, but for a provider like Wake Robin, it's a different scenario. They're under the exact same pressures with, their revenue streams and having to increase costs to support their workforce. But it's not clear yet on how that might get addressed at the administration level.
So the question I would have is some of this will definitely, I would say, definitely require some kind of legislative action, either in reducing pressure and in reducing pressure. So as you're working with the administration, that's very valuable, I think, to everyone who's in on this call. But also with your expertise, it would be very helpful to know what you identify as legislative fixes. And we're going to be looking at that as well. But it's nice to have a little team approach going on, and we appreciate your investment in this.
No, I appreciate that. And I think part of what we're trying to do is identify what can be done under the existing structure and what we might need your help with. So that's the purpose of the conversations.
And just FYI for everyone who's listening in on the call, that whatever we learn, we have to do, it becomes an emergency piece of legislation. This has to happen yesterday. So that just heads up.
And I will just quickly pipe up on, I represent Bayada Home Health and Hospice. As you know, it's a similar issue for the home health agencies, and Jill Olson and I are continuously talking about it there as well. So it's a continuum issue for sure.
All right. Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much. And please keep us posted.
I will do that.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going to be able to move on to substance use disorder, and Tony Foland is here as well as Grace Keller. So let's start with Tony. And why don't you, where are you? Tony. Anthony Foland is here. I see your name on the screen. Tony there. Let's move on to Grace Keller. Whoop, Tony.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Okay.
My apologies. I'm computer illiterate in many ways and trying my best to make this work.
Okay. Well, this, you know what? This whole process is going to make us all that much more technologically aware. So
that is correct.
Why don't you introduce yourself for the record, and then do we have any testimony from you
No, ma'am, I didn't provide written testimony because I wasn't entirely sure what folks were hoping for. So I was just going to give kind of an overview of the current status of the SUD system and the remediation steps we've made to try to balance the needs of treatment versus the risk of disease transmission.
Okay, that would be helpful. And we are a little bit under a time crunch. So I think moving to the second part rather
Absolutely.
quickly would be very helpful.
Certainly. For the record, my name is Tony Folland. I work for the Vermont Department of Health Division of Alcohol and Drug Abuse Programs. And my formal title is the Clinical Services Manager, as well as serving as the State Opioid Treatment Authority, which basically means I have oversight of the hub and spoke system. Thank you for having me. I think to do the second step is really what we've tried to focus on is the balance of risk. We know that substance use disorders on their own are a lethal illness, and we are trying to balance the lethality risk and the risk of serious, injury to people from their substance use disorders, versus also trying to be respectful in ensuring the risk mitigation strategies related to COVID-19. So in many ways, that's taken on depending on the level of care that we're providing, that looks a little differently. On an outpatient service system, and I'm aware folks had already talked earlier about kind of the extra undue burden that is faced by people who probably have lower pay scales and job duties that require them to be on site versus being able to provide tele-remote services. To every extent possible on our outpatient services, anybody who could provide remote care, we have offered to provide remote care. So for the most part, our substance use services are being provided telemed and through telephone calls to try to ensure that we give support as much as possible to reduce the traffic through the organizations, as well as to stay consistent with the governor's stay home and stay safe directive. That if we can reduce the amount of burden on people by coming out, we're hoping we'll flatten the curve. In residential treatment services, which much more is akin to, as Ms. Maxim had spoken to, one of the things that we've tried to do is that's really a revamp of services. Historically, those have been really built around people kind of coming together, communal meals, communal everything, and the support of one another. So we've really had to reduce the amount of admissions so that we can get to the point of 6 feet distancing to ensure people's safety. So it has put an extra burden on the service providers to reduce their number of admissions so that we can ensure the safety of everybody who is currently admitted. So it's really now, as somebody leaves the services, we're able to admit a new person, but a lot of the internal structures that people were describing in kind of nursing home settings or subacute rehabs is really what we've had to do in our residential treatment program. In our outpatient medication programs, and Grace will speak to this, I'm sure, related to Howard Center's Safe Recovery Program, what our real goal was to balance the lethality risk, particularly of opiate use disorder, and the insurance of making sure that everybody received life-saving medication at the same time as reducing COVID-19 exposures. So we assembled all of the medical directors from all of the clinics. We walked through kind of a group process of how could we reduce daily traffic visits. We looked at anybody who was stable currently on their medication. We gave them maximum doses of duration, knowing that they could be safe, and we could monitor them tele-wise to make sure they continue to do okay. And we risk stratified every kind of individual down to the people who were the most unstable and still coming in every day for medication. And we actually, to every extent possible, have moved them away from everyday dosing, most often to every other day, with the exception of a very small cohort of people who the risk of the other substances they've been ingesting in conjunction with the medication we're offering them actually had a higher lethality potential than the COVID-19 exposure. And we really needed to make sure that they're safe by seeing them frequently. As they stabilize, we are moving them out to less and less frequent visits to try to reduce the average daily census and the number of people that are being exposed. We've been fortunate that our federal partners have been really quite outstanding in this, I'll say. Historically, in order to start somebody on any form of a narcotic replacement treatment, they used to have a face-to-face visit. In order to reduce face-to-face visits, the Health and Human Services has given us a waiver on that nationally so that we can actually start people. Initially, it was by telemedicine. Now it's actually down to a telephone call if necessary to be able to start somebody on buprenorphine to limit the exposures to the healthcare provider. And for individuals that needed medication out of the hubs, particularly methadone, historically it had to be the patient that came and picked up their medicine. We've now gotten the federal government to agree that they could have a proxy safe person come and pick it up if they are in fact quarantined or at a risk level to the other patients or themselves. And last but not least, I want to thank our partners at Medicaid who set up not only have done some remuneration around the ability for folks to get Medicaid retainer services, knowing that this is financial impact, but also by changing their processes, which allows us to actually just do telephone support to people as a billable service for those folks who just don't have FaceTime or any other kind of technology device. I think that's it.
That's very good. Thank you. I think that this committee in particular worked very hard on the remote telephonic telemed piece that was passed in H742, and we're happy to hear that the extensions of that, the implementation of that is helpful.
That is very helpful. Thank you so much.
Well, that's good. Tony, we may have questions. I'm going to move on to Grace and allow for her to provide some testimony. And I see that David Englander is here. Welcome. David, we'll see how far we get. I might ask for you to come back another day. I don't know what your schedule is like, and I don't want to ask that up front, but we'll hold that thought for now, and we'll move on to Grace.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Grace Keller. I'm the program coordinator at Howard Center Safe Recovery Program. For those of you who don't know, because it's been a while since I've testified in this committee, Safe Recovery is Vermont's oldest and largest syringe service program. It's also the only full-time program in the state. As a result, we are a statewide program. We have clients that come from every county in the state, and sometimes as high as 30% of our clients come from outside of Chittenden County. We are located in Burlington, though. We're also the first and largest Narcan and naloxone community-based pilot site. We've distributed over 25,000 doses of Narcan to this point and have trained over 1,500 providers on how to respond to a overdose. And we're most recently, we started one of the first in the country low barrier buprenorphine programs that is set in the syringe service program. So we are still on the front lines. We have our syringe service program is open as the same hours it was previously, 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. We outfitted our back window, so we are operating out the back window and doing safe distancing, and we moved to that quickly. We have a high volume, and we have 85% of our clients have been homeless. A lot of them have a lot of other health issues, so we really wanted to make them feel safe as well as staff feeling safe, really making them know that it's about them too, protecting everybody in the situation. But we still have quite a few people coming to the exchange. And one of the things that I'm most concerned about, and then we can talk about the ways of mitigating it, is yesterday I got an email from the Vermont Intelligence Center assesses with moderate confidence that there will be a surge in overdoses in the Q2 as a result of COVID-19. And as we don't have recent statistics, but the most recent statistic I have is that Safe Recovery provides 70% of Vermont's Narcan and naloxone. And that's just to our clients and their family members. That doesn't count our trainings. So for our staff, it was really a high level of commitment to stay open, to be here, to make sure that we're giving people Narcan and education For overdose, one of the best mitigation strategies is making sure that people don't use alone, that if there is an overdose, somebody is there with them. And obviously, while incredibly necessary, the social distancing puts people at higher risk for overdose too. So the way we're working on that is really making sure that people and their family members have Narcan, but also our low barrier buprenorphine treatment is on demand. So we're taking people in still. We're doing our buprenorphine program moved remotely, but we're able, like Tony said, to now induct people over the phone and over Zoom, which has made a big difference. We have people coming out of the Department of Corrections that were either already our patients or new to us, and we're really prioritizing getting people on treatment, because any day that somebody takes buprenorphine is a day that they're very unlikely to overdose. So we have staff on the front lines. I'm at the office today. There's usually 2 of us here. And really for our staff, it was, we've always worked with clients unconditionally. This is just part of what we do. It doesn't mean that people aren't very afraid. And we're really trying to mitigate that. And, you know, you really see it day to day. We lost more clients to fatal overdose in an 18-month period than we had in the 17 years prior to that combined in 2017 and 2018. So our staff has dealt with a high level of trauma around losing clients and know what that feels like. And then we had a huge success in reducing overdose deaths by 50% last year in Chittenden County. So we're really just focused on trying to maintain keeping people healthy. A lot of our clients don't have a ton of information about COVID-19 and how to keep themselves safe, especially since such a high level of them are homeless or have significant mental health challenges. So we're just really focused on engaging and keeping our clients supported during this time. Our low barrier program target population is really people that the traditional system, that struggled in the traditional system, either through behavioral challenges or for mental health issues or other barriers like transportation or job. And so that's really where that focus is. So that population is also a harder, it was a more challenging population to serve remotely. And we worked really hard to make sure to get them telephones and access to treatment and access to recovery supports like peer support groups and things like that. But really just trying to make sure that we can get people into treatment as quickly as possible, that we can continue to support them and retain them in treatment when we have them in, and that we can work to keep people safe that either aren't able to engage in treatment or aren't ready right now. So that's pretty much what I wanted to get to. We have 170 individuals that we've inducted in our low barrier program. 91 are currently in the program. We have worked really hard for people who do stabilize that can be in the hub and spoke to move them along into a hub and spoke, the hub and spoke system. The 91 that are not are our patients and will probably stay with us for an extended period of time because the low barrier model is working for them. And in that, we've had a very high retention rate. We've only had 7 people that we've had lost to contact out of the 170. So one of our focuses is and always has been, you know, reaching out to people, making sure they have case management and counseling and wraparound support. And that hasn't changed in light of COVID-19. You know, if we haven't heard from somebody, really trying to make sure that we know where they are, what they need, and getting them the services that they do. The state has been great about getting people housed who are homeless and putting people in hotels. And that's been a huge relief to all of us and to our clients. So we're very grateful to that. But I think I'm trying to get you it all as quickly and as densely as possible. If you have questions, feel free to reach out or ask me.
Grace, that's amazing. That's amazing. The work that you're doing. Thank you for your testimony. If I don't want to ask you to put this in writing right now, but if there's additional information that we need to know, it would be great to have you share it at some point. But the question I was going to ask was how many folks you've lost, and you said 7. That's a pretty minimal number. And does that represent the entire state?
Well, we've lost 7 to contact, so that's yes. not retained in treatment right. For the low barrier program. As far as yeah, it's just low barrier, just 7 people But that's a high engagement rate, and that's something we're really proud of. That doesn't include 3 that have passed away. We don't consider them lost to contact, but we have had 3 people in that system that have passed away from various issues. It shows you that getting people into treatment that are people who struggle with opiate use disorder are very high risk to die from anything. And really keeping them in treatment is critical, especially at times like this.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I'm sure we'll be interested in hearing more as time goes on. And thanks for that. Thanks for the time that you've given us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
No, it's great. Any questions, committee, for Grace or Tony? All right. I know that Chad Viger is on, but I'm going to have to hold you over for another day with apologies. Your request did come in late to add to the testimony, and we will want to hear it. So let's make sure that you stay in contact with us and we can put you on another agenda. And David, you are here, and we have only 6 more minutes. So I'm going to ask you, David, the request that we had was to look at the Health Alert Network and just to inform us about what that is. Honestly, if you have time on Friday, we also have some other questions I think that you'll get an email about with respect to financing. But how much time do you need for the Health Alert Network?
I think 6 minutes, 5.5 minutes is probably perfect.
Perfect.
It depends. I can probably do this quickly, and then I can take your questions to the extent you have them. So the Health Alert Network is somewhat of a misnomer to the extent that the network itself.
We can't hear you.
Oh, at all?
Now I can.
Oh.
Now I can't. You're muted.
How about now?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Okay.
So the Health Alert Network is the means by which the Department of Health and the CDC distribute information primarily to healthcare providers on a given subject matter. So the network itself is somewhat of a misnomer to the extent that we don't think about the network. It is just the means by which we distribute information. So somebody might say in the hallway, we're working on a HAN, a health, which simply means a release of information. And a HAN, and I'll just so I sent the committee a link to all of our HANs. They are publicly available, but they are not released to the public. They are typically targeted pieces of information for the relevant audiences. So this is a HAN. This was the first HAN sent to the novel coronavirus. This is January 23rd, 2020. And this was sent to any person, any healthcare provider who might come in contact with a patient who was displaying symptoms as we knew them at the time of having the coronavirus. So I'm just looking at it very briefly. There's sort of a summary of this is what we knew. There's this is before it was named COVID-19. There's novel coronavirus. It's coming out of Wuhan. And it provides information specifically to healthcare providers to identify and evaluate patients who might have this. So for instance, at this point on January 23rd, when there was there was 18 deaths, and there was 1 case that had been reported in the United States 2 days before, it asked all healthcare providers with patients who were presenting any kind of upper respiratory ailment or fever if they'd been traveling recently. Because at that time, that was a relevant question. Of course, since then, it is no longer relevant. In more typical times, a HAN would be, let's say, there could be a pertussis or a measles outbreak. There was a measles outbreak, folks will recall, last fall. So we sent out a HAN to all healthcare providers saying, if patients are presenting with a fever, you might consider whether it's measles, whereas you might otherwise think that it's the flu or that it's some other ailment. We have various lists. So we have listservs for the for Hans. So we can they can be broadcast. They can be broadcast out to everybody who is relevant, but not to everybody as a whole, because we want to make sure that healthcare providers specifically, or the intended audience, is getting that message. So first of all, the thing to know is they are sent to a specific individual email, and they're sent, and they are also, there's an automated phone call that goes out to all those, all the intended recipients. So in the case of coronavirus, just over 39,000 people in Vermont are getting calls and emails saying, here's some relevant information to you. So for instance, so it goes out to the 24,000 nurses, 4,000 pharmacy licensees, 5,000 doctors, and so on. But for instance, a HON concerning pertussis wouldn't necessarily go to an audiologist. We want to make sure that we're getting people the information they need and not information they don't, because we don't want to overload folks.
Right. You did it. As usual.
I'd be delighted to take any questions.
He's got a whole minute to spare.
Questions committee, and we'll extend it to Grace Keller as well. She's still here. Senator McCormick. Hey, you're on mute, Senator.
I just meant we has 1 minute for questions.
I do have a question for Grace, actually.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So Grace, I would imagine that the folks who work at Safe Recovery probably have some, maybe they're a little more high risk than some other folks anyway, right? Because you're the clients that you deal with, the patients that you deal with, would you say that they're probably a pretty hardy group, the folks who work for you anyway?
My staff, you mean?
Your staff, yeah, your staff.
Yeah, the staff at Howard Center Safe Recovery is really mission driven, really focused. We have a lot of staff with lived experience, both themselves or familial lived experience. And there's very few jobs in harm reduction in the state, so that they're quite competitive, and we have longevity here. We have a high tolerance for behavior because we feel like we provide life-saving services. As a result, we have very low safety issues in our building. We've only had to involve police or anybody for safety twice, and both of them weren't a client. So I think because we really try and work with people and meet with people where they are, we have a really great rapport with our clients. But our staff is, harm reductionists are used to moving quickly, are used to adapting in situations like this. So it's nobody's ever prepared for COVID-19, and I don't take it lightly what my staff is going through. But the overdose crisis for us, I mean, we've had 18 or 19 overdoses on site where I've had to do rescue breathing 5 times. All of those required Narcan. So nobody's prepared for what we're dealing with, but we do have a hardy crowd at Howard Center Safe Recovery, that's for sure.
Yeah, okay. Great, thank you for the work you do.
Thank you. Yeah, very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? David, you are now exactly in style and what we all need to do when we go outside and become less isolated from the public.
Please.
We will. First job is we as a committee, we don't have masks. I don't know if anyone on the committee has a mask except for Senator Westman. So we're going to have to put an order in so that we can have some protection. Oh, Senator McCormick is ready. All right.
I do have a neighbor that takes orders.
Okay. We will be in touch about that. Listen, I know that we had an overly full agenda this morning. Everything that we heard is absolutely key and important for our moving forward as we look at the funding issues and what our priorities are and how we can establish some criteria for that in working with the Appropriations Committee and others and economic development and so on. this was extremely valuable information. I want to thank everyone who continues to be on the Zoom with us. And Chad, I know you're there, and it would be helpful for you to get back in contact with Nellie Marvel and Julie Tucker so that we can put you on another agenda. All right, folks. We do not have a meeting tomorrow. We're on the Senate floor tomorrow morning. I believe the time's going to be 10:30, but don't hold me to that. And then on Thursday, we have a full morning. And on Friday, we have a full morning. I have tried to leave some time for committee discussion. So go through the information that you've received to date and try to find some recommendations that we might be able to think about going forward. Thank you all. Any last
Thank
comments?
you.
No? Okay, good. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. We're finished.
All right, well, we've got 8 of us. It's a couple minutes after 7. Go ahead and call the meeting to order. We do have BCTV recording this, so we're live. Any additions or corrections to the agenda, folks? Nothing? Okay. For board norms, normally I'd say look in front of you, but no, just remember to be respectful, try and stay on task, respect the agenda. You know, these meetings have been working pretty well for me in work life. So let's hope we can get through this one. Oh, just a little bit of housekeeping. There should be on this, I think everybody's in on a computer from what I can see on the panel here. There should be, if you hover over your name, a more, and on that more, you can raise your hand. So just raise your hand and I'll recognize you, and you can unmute yourself and speak when you need to. So that being said, members of the public, if you're here to just observe and speak to something on the agenda, we'd ask that you do it then. If there's something else that you're here for, now's your chance. Anything? And obviously, when you do speak, if you can identify yourself for the listening and viewing audience. Okay. Anyone have any correspondence? I don't have anything. No, I see shaking heads. Okay. All right. We had warned a couple of policies for possible adoption tonight. So Ken, as chair of the policy committee, you want to speak to those and walk us through what needs to be done?
Sure. The weapons policy and the school closing policy. We're going to change. This is what do we call it? It's not it's not closing, school closing. It's called
it's emergency closings.
Emergency closings. Okay.
Yes.
Because we don't want to go open up a can of worms saying we have a policy on closing schools. Okay. So anyway, so emergency closings, F32, we warned it at our last meeting. We need to adopt it, and we need to also adopt C5, the weapons policy. I will be eventually calling a meeting to resign as chair and take up apparently we're going to be taking up the weapons policy. So I didn't have time to do it before this meeting. So what I'll do is I'll just get in touch with Meg and have it warned, and then I'll set up a Zoom meeting. I just need to make sure I have everybody. I think we have 1 or 2 new members on it now.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and check my notes to make sure who's on the policy committee, but I know there were some new members. Okay. I can get it to you. I just don't have it right in front of me.
Okay, if somebody can send me an email with them, then I'll set up the meeting.
You bet. So we would just need a motion then to adopt policy C5, the weapons policy, and F32, the emergency closing policy.
I'll make those motions.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Oh, gotta let Mike Foley in. Any further discussion on those policies?
Joe?
Yes?
Do we have to vote, this is Dana, do we have to vote on them separately? Or can we group them?
I don't see any reason to vote on them.
We have to have a verbal.
We have to have a verbal aye on each one. So we'll do the motion, I guess, as 2 parts. That makes sense. So any further discussion on those? Seeing no hands. So all in favor of adopting policy C5, the weapons policy, please say aye.
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 Wait.
Aye. You have to do a roll call.
Let me just go down the list here. Emily?
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Trish,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Howie,
Aye.
Ken,
Aye.
Leanne.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. All in favor of adopting policy F32, the emergency school closing policy? Again, please say aye. Howie,
Aye.
Ken,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Emily,
Aye.
Leanne. You got to unmute. Lindsay?
Aye.
Did we
Leanne, can
record?
you unmute?
Yeah, we have to unmute Leanne.
Let's
My
see.
internet cut out. Aye.
Okay, thank you. I'm like, I can't even unmute her. And Mike, you're the last one. Or did I? No. Mike. Trish.
Aye.
There's
I had
a
already
list
I had
down
already
the-
said aye.
Yeah, I know. There's a list down the side of my screen, and as people mute and unmute, you move on the list. And I was using the list as a way to go through it. Again, the ayes have it. The motion carries. We have adopted policy C5 and F32. Thank you. Okay, we don't have a student report. I know they got invited to the meeting, but they didn't send a written report, and I don't see them here. I haven't actually talked to any students to know how they're doing, but I think from what I hear, they're actually admitting they missed school, or most of them. There, we had the principals' reports. We have all the principals. If anyone has a question regarding any of the stuff regarding any of the materials in the principals' report, anyone? Trish?
Hi. So this wasn't really in the principal report. Sorry, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Bob. Question that I have is what, besides the lessening of, I guess it was Google Classroom alerts and some work, what's the reasoning behind canceling all humanities for the remainder of languages, art, I think it was band and chorus?
Yes, the middle school, what we were hearing others, that middle school students in particular were really overwhelmed. And when you think about a high school student who has 4, maybe 5 teachers, they get the alerts from the Google Classroom for those, credited courses. But the middle school level, they have 5, 6 really with PE and health added on to the 4 cores, plus all their exploratories. And so what we try to do is limit the overwhelming feeling that we were getting, and with the recommendation from the state of the 2 to 3 hours per day of work for middle school students, we wanted to also lessen the workload. So all the exploratories have been taken off. Band is still in the mix, and PE and health are still in the mix, but the others have all been taken off, and they're building a spreadsheet or building a website that families, much modeled after Newbrook's, actually, nice work there, Scotty, that people can go in and use. You do it as enrichment exercises and things like that instead, if kids are needing more work to do. But that way it takes that onus, the additional burden on kids, and not to mention the additional emailing of the alerts that parents are being inundated with. So that was the idea. I don't know if that helps clarify.
It does. I guess I have 2 follow-up questions. One is, when will, I guess, just as a parent, a concern of mine is, so what happens to Spanish? Where do the middle schools, where do the 8th graders who are in Spanish go from here? When they become freshmen, are they taking Spanish 1 again? Is there going to be some kind of testing? When will we know what the next step is to do these things voluntarily? I have so many questions in spot. I'm sorry. Will they be graded? How will they be graded?
Yep. So let me try to answer those as they come in, so I don't lose track of them. The first is that earning credits towards the high school coursework. So all students, regardless of the dismissal, would still start at Spanish 1 in 9th grade. So in that process of selecting courses for 8th grade has already begun, and hopefully you've been in touch with Sarah Grasso about selecting courses for next year, which could involve a level 1 of a Spanish class. So the grade part of those exploratories is really not, it's not an essential part. We really want kids to use that as a way to explore what the things are that we have at the high school level, and not do it as in a way to overburden them. So it doesn't have an impact on them what they would do in high school in that regard. They won't be graded on it at this point. The 4th quarter scores will just be the 4 core subjects: PE, health, and band if your student is in band.
That makes sense. And then I guess the final question is, what are those teachers doing now?
So because those are teachers that are shared staff with the high school, they're focusing on their high school classes, and working on developing the enrichment stuff, because they're still going to have things on that website for kids to do and families to engage with. It just won't be required work. So they're still providing work and putting on the website. And like Kevin Burke, for one of them, is actually doing the website building himself as part of his role.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, anybody else have a question for one of the principals? Moving on to the superintendent's report. Any questions from there? Bill looks ready to get grilled. Ken. Ken, you're on mute.
There we go. Now I'm unmuted.
Yeah.
It's because the host muted me. Don't you wish you could do that in a live meeting, Joe? Anyway, so we have new recommendations from the Secretary of Education. A new grading policy up the high school, correct?
I wouldn't call it a policy, but I would call it how we're operating under the COVID-19 pandemic period of time for the final 9 weeks of school.
So we don't need a policy.
We do not.
Awesome.
And the specifics to that, Ken, will come out with report cards this week from quarter 3.
Awesome. Thank you both.
Yes, Trish.
Bill, how do you think it's going? I mean, it's such a, I don't even know. I have a lot of words that I could use, but none of them are appropriate here.
I would say that I'm unbelievably proud of the team that you guys are a part of. The frontline workers, our counselors, social workers, teachers, food service, people that are paraeducators that are jumping into new roles. It's really quite amazing. I'm very heartened by the approach that all of our people have taken. It's been very team oriented, but yet specific to the talents and skills that people have. More often than not, I am communicating with principals about how they are communicating with their team members, about how to get people to stop communicating with families, how to give themselves times to recover, because the care and dedication of our colleagues is unbelievable. So as crazy as this time is, it has really shined a light on the quality of people that you all employ. And it's been very enjoyable to watch everybody rise to the occasion. In terms of specifics, we have certain families we're very concerned about, but again, when you have professionals as the social workers and the principals and the teachers, the paraeducators and the counselors that are focusing on those families that really need it, I don't worry. I'm concerned, but I'm not worried because people are on top of it. People are making sure that needs are being met. I think the flexibility and the creativity of the teachers has been amazing. And I'm really hopeful that all the skills that we build during this time will be able to be transferable for the foreseeable future. So as challenging as this time is, I'm really proud of our team, and I'm proud of the work that we're doing.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Watching this go. Oh, Emily, go ahead.
You were about to say, I'm sure, what I was going to say. So I'm sorry for cutting you off. I had my hand up and you didn't notice it, but I just need to say that I so respect what we just heard from our superintendent, and I so respect our teachers and our staff and the people, the parents and community members who are working so hard to make this effective for our students. This is the most challenging time ever. And I had no doubt that our SU would step up, being intimately knowledgeable about it. But I just wanted to also say that this is what we're seeing across the state. And while we're still trying to figure out how we move forward, what we've done in Wyndham Central is exactly what needs to be done everywhere else. And I just can't thank the staff and faculty and every support system beyond that, which we have a ton of, including our community members. This is really, really challenging. And thank you, Bill, for leading that, and all of the principals and everyone beyond that, because this is really, really challenging, and our families and our students will make it through this. I have no doubt. So thank you.
You did. You did. That's essentially what I was going to say, although I think you said it better. You know, it's really, you know, gratifying to watch. This thing twists, turns, and changes every week, every day. And you guys just kind of calmly adapt and continue moving forward and do the best you can by the kids. You know, I've seen it in not so much because I don't have any students anymore, but in you know, the feeding the students and, you know, the support that comes out that I see just copied as a board member that goes out, the weekly briefings and the daily briefings and some of the, you know, things that go out. You guys are doing an incredible job. And thank you.
I definitely agree with that.
Yes, Bill.
I just want to thank all of you, because I've had multiple principals and teachers reach out to me to let me know that you all, as board members, have individually reached out to teachers and counselors and social workers and principals and food service professionals, whether it's a kind word or it's a quick email or it's sharing something with somebody else in the community. That means a lot to our team when we hear from our elected representatives that they feel like we're doing a good job. So I just wanted to thank you all for continuing to reach out to the people that are doing the work, because it does mean a lot.
All right. Thank you.
Now I actually have some business I got to do too. Can I do that?
Okay. We'll let you.
So I just wanted to update the board on a couple things that are going on. And Emily, feel free to jump in if I say something wrong. But the legislature is working on some possibilities for voting of budgets. There are 18 districts or SUs or SDs that have not had a budget completed yet. 9 of them had a budget that was turned down. 9 of them, like West River, have not brought it up yet. And the legislature is working very creatively and very helpfully to have some different possibilities rather than the only fallback being the 87% of borrowing from the previous year. A couple things that are up for consideration, I believe it is coming out of the Senate, is the fallback being whatever you spent in FY20, or the fallback being whatever you spent in FY20 plus whatever the average increase is for all the budgets that have been passed, not the 18. Is all in the beginning stages. Things are moving rapidly and fast, but I just wanted you all to be aware that those paths are happening so that the legislature, I think correctly, is thinking through what would the reality be if we can't have a vote in June, and what is the position that we need to have for school districts to operate responsibly in their communities in an unprecedented time. So I'm going to ask you guys later to change your date to June, but I wanted to prepare you that June may not happen. But I think the legislature is doing good work to make sure that even if that doesn't happen, there'll be some other possibilities that would do well by our community. Emily, did I hit that?
You did. I raised my hand, want to step in until Joe recognized me, but you absolutely did hit it. And just for a quick update about what's happening in Montpelier, the Senate has already been able, with 30 members, it was a little easier for them to navigate the training process it takes to vote remotely. So they have already started work kind of ahead of us a little bit in the House. We're still in the process of training members so that we can actually take a vote to authorize ourselves to vote remotely. I know that sounds a little crazy, but that's the process we're on. We need a 3/4 majority of members of the of the 150 members of the House to be able to actually vote to enact legislation or to change legislation. So you're absolutely right. The work is happening in the Senate. And I applaud the work that they're doing. I thank them very much for that. I do know that our House Education Committee and our House Ways and Means Committee, they're both meeting and they're both following this very closely and working closely with our colleagues in the Senate so that we can come forward with some form of legislation that will be supportive of not only our kids and our schools, but our state. We are in an unprecedented time for challenges around funding. If anybody has been following the VSA and the VSBA and the work that they've been doing, trying to get a handle on what this actually looks like with the loss of sales tax revenue in the Ed Fund, it is going to be a huge challenge, without a doubt. I mean, we're facing challenges in every area, but the Ed Fund is particularly a challenge. So thank you for staying connected and sharing with not just me, but everyone who's working up there trying to find a path forward. I don't know what we're going to end up on, but I do know that when we end, it will be the best path forward. I have confidence in that because everybody's focusing on what can we do for our kids and our communities. And so just stay tuned, as I guess all I would say. And the path for the House to be able to enact any legislation, because obviously the Senate can't do it on its own. It has to be both the House and the Senate and then signed by the governor. And we're staying very closely connected with the governor as well, both of our bodies, so that we are all working in the same path to try to find answers for all these questions. But we're still in the process of training, as I said, to be able to enact remote voting. You all know, you're feeling in your own homes and your own communities, the challenge even around broadband and whether our members of our House have enough internet access to be able to do remote voting. So since the governor has extended, rightfully, it seems, the stay at home to begin in the middle of May 15th, we have to adapt to that. So we're moving forward, hopefully by the end of the month. Don't hold me to any schedule because it's all dependent on how things are panning out. But by the end of the month, hopefully we'll be able to start to enact some of this COVID legislation that we have on the path, and we're working very closely in our committees to have it happen. So thank you for all of your patience. We really do have a lot of work ahead of us, but we're focused on kids first. So thank you.
Yes, Bill.
So further segueing where Emily's coming from, Joe and Lori and I got to participate in a joint fiscal office presentation on Thursday, which followed presentations to the legislators. And just in a nutshell, FY20 revenues are looking really bad in the fourth quarter. And we could be talking anywhere from a 70 to 100+ million shortfall. That's for FY20. And then for FY21, which will be starting to collect revenues July 1st, they're predicting that it could be very similar and could go into the multiple hundreds of millions, which will mean when we build a budget in the fall, it's going to be in the context of the Ed Fund having serious downward pressure, which means serious upward pressure on the tax rate to raise the same amount of money. So don't want anyone to get too scared, but I don't want anyone to be too surprised when we have these very difficult financial conversations over the next 6 to 8 months, because the context has completely changed from everything we were talking about 4 months ago. And so I will keep dribbling the crumbs down the path and keep you guys well informed, but I think it's critically important to understand we're in a whole new world. And raising, just for our example, raising the 12,047,000, if we duplicated that next year, it would look very, very different in tax rates than it would today. So it's something to consider as we start thinking about what we're going to be doing over the next 6 to 8 months.
True.
VSBA sent out actually a link to go watch that webinar along with the 3 documents that were presented to the attendees. As a board member, everyone should have gotten it. If you didn't get it, let me know and I will get the VSBA link to you. It's about an hour and a half maybe of the gentleman from the Joint Fiscal Office and a couple of other people presenting.
Yeah.
And it's very clear. He says, it's not policy, it's just facts. And this is actually what the legislature got as well, so that we're all working from the same information. It was an interesting presentation.
Yeah.
So let me know if you don't have it.
I don't have it, Joe. Would you send it to me?
Sure. Does VSBA not send you things?
Yeah, for some reason I never get their emails.
That's because you keep changing your background, man.
Come on, it's the closest I can do to an LNG meeting.
Hey, Mike, you should contact them immediately and add yourself to that list because you need to be getting those.
I will send it to you, but yeah, you should definitely follow up with
Just call.
VSBA.
All right.
Okay. So the next thing on the agenda. Oh, nice, Bob. You got a top mic. The next thing on the agenda was the discussion on postponing the annual meeting and budget vote. So, do we have to go through the same procedure that we had before, where we call the special meeting to actually do it, at the right before it, or can we just have a motion to do it right here?
You can do it right here, right now, but you just have to do it in a roll call vote. You have to have a motion to change the meeting from May 5th, 6th,
May 6th
to June 10th.
I will make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded to postpone our annual meeting from May 5th, 6th to June 10th. Any discussion on the motion? What?
Joe, I made the motion, so I just want to quickly say for the folks who are listening in and for minutes, maybe I should have said Emily Long, I make the motion, just so that everybody understands. And my apologies for not doing that.
Well, they can see you. They'll be able to see you.
They can see me, but they may not be able to recognize my voice and they may not see it quickly. So I think it's probably really important for transparency that we state our names when we make a motion in the second.
Any discussion on that motion? All right. All in favor, please say aye. I'll run down the list. Emily,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Howie,
Aye.
Ken,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Leanne,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're pushed to June now. Thank you. Okay. Next item was the class configuration update. Bill, you have some information for us?
So at our last meeting, we had a vote, I believe it was 5-4, to allow us to post the position. I made the executive decision not to do that based on after your guys' meeting, we got way into the world of COVID-19. Doesn't mean that we can't do it, but after hearing the Joint Fiscal Office report, I just don't think we should be committing any dollars beyond what you guys have proposed for the budget at this time. If there becomes a time in the future that it becomes necessary to recommend the hiring of an additional teacher, I will take the responsibility of working in partnership with the principals. I will bring that forward in an evidence-based argument saying that this is why I believe it should happen. That does not have to happen today. It does not have to happen in a month. I think we have to understand what the context of the decisions you guys will be making further on in the future. So my recommendation is to direct me not to post an anticipated position and scold me if necessary for not following your original direction. But I felt it was necessary not to take that action during this unprecedented.
I would say those are the decisions we look to you to make. I think that's a wise decision given what we're facing right now. Dana's got his hand up, like using the thing, not waving at me. So Dana and then Ken.
I just want to point out I'm in a closet the way my household is going right now. So you don't need to see my closet. I agree with Bill that maybe we better hold off and see how this COVID-19 plays, because I think with this shifting economic structure that's going on right now, we may lose families because they need to go somewhere else in the country or things have changed. So we might want to wait and see. And then if we let Bill pull the plug real fast and find somebody, I'm sure there'll be somebody out there looking for a job. So let's, kind of wait and see on it and see how these chips fall.
Ken?
Dana just said it all. That's pretty much it. Good job holding off, Bill. I think you made a wise decision.
Anybody else? Okay, so there's your new direction. Well done. Okay, now we need to talk about the long-term work planning calendar.
So last meeting, I presented 2 calendars to you. You guys had a little bit of discussion. We said we were going to talk a little bit about it tonight. Basically, one calendar is adding a second meeting every month for the next 5 months. This other calendar is keeping those meetings, but then adding a check-in with the budget committee in between. And so I need the board to make a decision about one of those 2 calendars. And then secondly, I need direction for me and my team to start working on what those different scenarios can look like for the board. And in doing some reflection and chatting with my colleagues, I would like to keep it as open as possible in terms of direction so that we can provide you as many different options as possible. My suggestion would be that every scenario or option that is presented back to both the board and to the budget committee reflect the West River values. But any other constraints, I would say, can come during the process rather than at the beginning. But I take my direction from you all, and so I'm just going to make that suggestion. And then I need to hear from you what marching orders you would like us to take.
Okay. I know we talked about it at the last meeting, some which calendar we wanted to use. You know, there was discussion back and forth about whether or not we kept the budget committee involved and let the budget committee do some of the extra work. You know, what's the pleasure of the board? Mike?
I think it makes sense to keep the budget committee, and I mean, it's all going to go in front of the whole board anyway, but let the budget committee do some of the groundwork so we don't have to have multiple full board meetings every month.
I also, you know, I know there were concerns about the budget committee maybe not sharing. I think if we use the budget committee more like we've been using the administrative tasks too, you know, the board can set the budget committee to look at certain elements of the plan, or, you know, investigate certain things the way they can happen. And you know, then that'll get reported back at a board meeting. So I was, you know, just trying to think of how it works. Emily's hand is up. Lindsay's hand is up.
Very quickly, I agree with what Mike just suggested, and I think that that's maybe a more efficient model at this point in time with all the unknowns. I would just also add that we should probably be prepared to be called to a board meeting in case it's necessary. So maybe a second meeting as needed by our board any month, but in the meantime, the budget committee could be acting in, you know, to keep all of us apprised and to make sure that they are sharing whatever they're learning with the full board as it unfolds. So thanks.
Lindsay.
Emily just said what I was going to say. That, yeah, I definitely think that's the right structure. And I also was going to say that in terms of communication between that committee and the rest of the board, I think it's totally fair for the larger board to ask for clearer communication, and also to be prepared to step up and do some more of the work as need be, because things are probably going to be pretty strange.
True enough. Anyone else? Oh. Dana agrees with you. He's chatting. Okay, so it looks like move forward with the budget committee schedule. In terms of direction, thoughts? As much trouble as it got us in last time, I'm sort of like, remember plan A, B, and C, where we just said, show us what you can do, and you know, go back to the values and show us what you can do. I'm inclined to let you have that sort of freedom for the initial discussion anyway. Yes, Bill.
My only caveat would be that what we learned from our last process is that we have a process that both Lindsay and Mike talked about the interplay and the information being transferred from the board level to the committee level, as well as presenting something to the public in a rollout in the fall over multiple meetings, multiple periods, not at a summertime period when it could be challenging for parents to fully participate and community members to fully participate. So the idea is that we would do the work from this point up until about August, back and forth, board, budget committee, so that the board would have some options that they felt that they had vetted, that they felt comfortable, and then they would present those to the communities, even though the community can participate throughout the whole process, but have an official opportunity just to present those things in September and October. So the board would be well informed about where the community stands before they got into budget building season.
Absolutely. Yes, Mike.
Just wanted to piggyback onto that. And I mean, obviously we all know we're in unprecedented times, but how are you even going to be able to come up with options? Because you got the options based on this year's numbers or last year's numbers. And then this chasm of, we have no idea what our budgets are going to look like and what the fiscal end is going to look like.
Yeah, go ahead.
We will build it on the best information that we have at the time. And it'll probably involve multiple options because you guys are going to have to vet them. You guys are going to have to say, oh, I like this part. Can you build it over this way? Or can you take this core and can you extend it? I consider the next 4 or 5 months this ongoing conversation as we get more information and we realize what's possible and what's not, and then what's palatable and what's not.
Right. Are you finding, I mean, any glimmers of hope from what we're going through right now as ways to cut, reduce costs going forward? You must be seeing something, right?
No.
No.
Nothing is on a positive side of money as of right now.
Yeah. No, I was more thinking like with more stuff online or ways to cut the costs that we currently would be spending.
Well, I think Ken and Lindsay's dream of not having snow days is a real possibility. So, I mean, that's low hanging fruit. I think we've just basically trained everybody to be able to make that happen. In terms of the ability for us to offer more remote learning, I think we're kind of doing a little pilot now to see what's possible. Mm-hmm. But in terms of building for the long term, I don't know how that's going to look.
Fair enough.
Go ahead, Ken.
Got to unmute. I was going to say we got to be saving money on transportation and mileage.
We are in certain arenas. Some of our transportation is currently being spent making sure everybody gets fed. So we're using that transportation system in a different way. But our special education transportation is different. But remember, every time we don't spend $1 right now in special education, we lose 56 cents on the dollar in reimbursement. So there's a little one coin and the other. And we're spending more money in other areas than we're not. So we may be saving some money on electricity, but we're spending 3 times as much on food. And we're spending way more on outreach to families that goes above and beyond contracted hours.
Well, these are points that should be made to the state, that these things are being done.
They absolutely are. And as Emily said, what is going on in Wyndham Central is going on across the state. And so there's $31.1 million that's supposed to flow through to the SUs and SDs. Unfortunately, a lot of that money, there's a lot of places where that money could be gobbled up. One is the things we're currently doing right now in overspending certain line items. Another one is the discussion at the state level about whether that money will actually end up getting to the SUs and SDs, or whether there will be some other accounting structures that would have that money be making up for other money that would not be being received. And if you need more explanation on that, Lori Garland is fabulous at it, and she's on the line.
Yeah, she just popped in when we started talking money. Yes, Lori.
So just to piggyback on what Bill is saying, basically this COVID CARE Act, COVID-19 money as we refer to it, it will be coming down from the feds into the SU level. It does not go into the ed fund. However, they need this money because of the shortfall. So I envision something like maybe the healthcare recapture. I don't know if you all remember that. Some of you were on the board at that time, where they captured the potential savings of the healthcare changes when we went to the new plans. So what they did was they reduced the ed spending money over a 2-year period. So I can envision something like that happening where the money will come down from the feds, and it will probably come down, think ERA money, through grants, that type of thing, and have to be used in a supplement, not supplant way. So, you know, that means you can't, you know, you might be spending more on, you know, teachers contracts or counselors or something like that, but you've already done that. You can't pay for that type of thing. And then sometimes you can. So it is a little broader than a grant, but that's how I envision it happening. So we may get this money, but then there might be some other mechanism for the state to take it back. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, Ken.
It always makes sense when the state intercepts your money. Got it, Lori.
Okay. Do you need more, Bill, or do you have enough to go?
I just want to make sure that the board is comfortable
Howie.
with me and my colleagues going off with coming up with options for the board to consider over the next 4 or 5 months. Obviously, every time I touch base with the board and every time we touch base with the budget committee, we'll get feedback. But the goal is by the end of August to have some fully vetted options for the board to be able to share with the community and get feedback before they go into budget building season. And the only guiding document we're going to use, or the only requirements, the only guidelines, the only guardrails are going to be, it has to meet the values of the West River Bowl.
Thanks, Scotty. Howie, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I'd like to say plan for the worst as far as the budget goes. Give us a worst case bare bones budget as a basis, because things are going to get bad. Wyndham Elementary School has cut down to one teacher / principal, to keep our end going. I think we need to look at, now that kids are getting used to doing online learning, switching over any class that can't attract 20 or more kids into an online version of that class, so we can continue to keep our offerings without, exceeding our budget. We need to look seriously at it because it's a serious situation. So yeah, I would like to see in that range something where we sharply curtail staff and continue to offer the range of options curriculum-wise by online learning.
I think that fits in with, as long as we, make sure that we are satisfying the values of the West River. I think all those options are open. I mean, that's what I'm hoping that the discussions are about for the next 4 to 5 months. We have to look at them all. Then the board has to decide what they want to present to the communities, and the communities will give you guys feedback, and then some decisions will be made. So yeah, I think we're in the same line there, Howie.
All right. Thank you all. Any final words on that? Okay. So administrative tasks for the next meeting. Anything? Keep us posted on, essentially just kind of keep us posted on this. I mean, the next meeting on the calendar is April 27th, where we're going to start talking about designing goals and parameters. There's really,
I'm thinking you don't have to meet on the 27th, as long as you guys are okay with letting us go forward to start our work, and then we can give our first, salve to you all at your first meeting in May.
Okay. And if you need a budget committee, if you need feedback, board feedback for ahead of that, You could always ask for a budget committee meeting.
Perfect.
Or a full board meeting, whatever you want.
Okay.
All right. So there really aren't any tasks then, necessarily.
Well, we're going to be doing some work before your next meeting.
Oh yeah, but nothing we're going to task you with. And I don't think there's unless there's a policy committee meeting where you look at the weapons policy again to take care of those things. I think that's the only committee task there is.
Yeah, I'm confident that the policy committee will get together prior to you guys meeting at the third week of May. Just to let you all know, Scott Tabachnik has volunteered to assist that committee as the superintendent's designee. I thought it was important to have a principal on that committee to be able to have voice and reflection. And he will keep me well informed of anything that I need to know, but kind of that boots on the ground so that those conversations can be really fruitful for the budget committee. And so Scotty, I just want to thank you for doing that.
That's great. Thank you, Scotty. Okay, so I have a question just before we move down the list here. We're going to approve pay orders. How are we going to do that remotely, Lori?
Okay, so what's going to happen is next Monday, I'm going to email or share a folder with 2 people on your board to go ahead and approve pay orders. And then that way you don't have to come in and you don't have to touch paper, because there's certain time frame that you're really not supposed to touch paper. And then because you haven't touched the paper, then the treasurer can come in and sign the checks. So typically you have a meeting on the third Monday. So that's what we planned for, is the 20th. And you know, it's been a little slower with people not being in the building, getting all the information together as well. So if you want to just give me the names of 2 people I can email this folder to, that would be terrific.
I'll do one. Anybody else want to volunteer to review the pay orders by mail?
Trish, thanks, Trish. Okay, so look for an email from either myself or Terry Fletcher. It'll probably come in a Google folder type of thing.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So we won't have a motion to approve pay orders tonight then?
Not tonight.
Okay. Trish, question.
That's a question.
Sorry, just a total aside, nobody cares. Just be patient with me. For some reason, sometimes I have multiple email addresses, and so Google Docs are sometimes a pain. I might have to do a little back and forth, but I'll get there.
Okay.
Okay. So we need a motion to approve the minutes of March 16th, March 23rd, and March 26th. Ken?
I will make the motion to approve the minutes for March 16th, March 23rd, and March 26th.
There a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Howie. Any discussion about the minutes? All right, ready to vote? All in favor, please say aye. Howie?
Aye.
Ken?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Dana?
Aye.
Leanne?
Aye.
Lindsay?
Aye.
Trish?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes. Okay, we have an executive session for a contractual matter. There's actually a way to do this without canceling the meeting, starting another one and doing it, that BCTV has figured out and given me the directions. So essentially we need a motion to go into executive session for the contractual matter. And then anybody who wants to be here after the executive session, after we come out of executive session, I'll just put you in the waiting room and then I'll let you back in. If you don't want to stay, you don't have to. So we just need a yes, Bill.
So Lori and the principals can go and enjoy their evening.
Thank you, Lori and the principals.
I'll make the motion to go into executive session for a contractual matter.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor, please say aye. Ken.
Aye.
Howie.
Aye.
Dana.
Aye.
Emily.
Aye.
Leanne.
Aye.
Lindsay.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Trish. We're out of executive session, and we didn't take any action. So we just have one more motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Don't all make it at once. Mike, you made it. Ken, you seconded it.
So be it.
All right. All in favor, please say aye. Ken.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Howie.
Aye.
Dana.
Aye. Be safe.
Emily.
Aye.
Leanne.
Aye.
Lindsay.
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, everyone. BCTV and Aaron, board members. Stay safe, everybody.
Thank you.
You too.
Good night.
Bye now.
Night.
Good.
Thank
Good night,
you.
everybody.